The snow had been falling for days, a slow and steady descent of white flakes that covered the world in a soft, heavy blanket. There was no wind to drive it, only the pull of the earth bringing each crystal down in a quiet, vertical line. The sky was a pale, uniform gray hanging low over the land, merging with the horizon so completely that it was difficult to tell where the earth ended and the air began. It was a time of stillness. The vast steppes stretched out endlessly, rolling plains of frozen ground hidden beneath the accumulating layers of winter. In this season, the silence was the most defining feature of the landscape. It was a silence that felt solid, a presence in itself that filled the valleys and settled over the ridges. Sounds did not travel far here. They were dampened by the snow, absorbed into the drifts, leaving only a muffled quiet that wrapped around everything. Across this white expanse, the light was diffuse and shadowless. It was near midday, yet the sun was nothing more than a brighter patch behind the clouds, a hint of warmth that barely touched the surface of the ice. The air was cold, sharp, and clean. It carried no scent of flowers or damp earth, only the dry, crisp smell of frost and ancient ice. Every breath taken in this world was a small exchange with the cold, a visible puff of steam that rose and vanished almost instantly. The cold was constant, but it was not aggressive. It was simply the state of the world, a deep, abiding temperature that had slowed the rhythm of life to a gentle pulse. In the middle of a wide, open plain, a shape moved through the gray light. It was a large, dark form distinct against the whiteness. A woolly mammoth stood knee-deep in the snow, its massive body angled slightly against the direction where the wind might eventually come from. The creature was immense, a towering monument of muscle and fur, yet its movements were incredibly slow and deliberate. It did not rush. There was no reason to rush. The day was long, and the task of finding food was a slow, meditative process. The mammoth lowered its great head, its curved tusk sweeping sideways in a practiced, rhythmic motion. The ivory pushed away the top layer of fresh snow, clearing a patch of ground to reveal the dry, frozen grasses beneath. The animal's trunk, muscular and precise, reached down into the cleared space. The tip of the trunk felt for the clumps of vegetation, grasping them with a gentle dexterity. With a soft tearing sound, the grass was pulled free and lifted to the mouth. The mammoth chewed slowly, its jaw moving with a steady, grinding cadence. This was the rhythm of the day. Clear the snow, find the grass, eat, and step forward. Clear, find, eat, step. It was a peaceful cycle, unbroken by urgency. The mammoth's coat was thick and shaggy, a mix of dark browns and lighter tans that blended with the bark of the sparse trees found in the valleys. Long guard hairs hung down almost to the ground, forming a heavy skirt that shielded the legs from the chill. Underneath, a dense layer of wool trapped the body's heat, keeping the animal warm and secure within its own personal atmosphere. Nearby, other shapes emerged from the mist. The herd was spread out, a loose collection of these giants drifting across the plain. They maintained a comfortable distance from one another, close enough to sense the presence of the group but far enough to graze without competition. Occasionally, a low, rumbling sound would vibrate through the air. It was barely audible to the ears, more felt in the chest than heard. It was a contact call, a gentle reassurance passed from one family member to another. I am here. We are here. The sound traveled through the ground, a subtle tremor that connected them across the distance. One of the younger mammoths, smaller than the matriarch but still large by any other standard, paused in its grazing. It lifted its head, blinking against the falling snow. Its small ears, covered in fur, twitched slightly. It stood perfectly still for a long moment, simply existing in the quiet. Snowflakes caught on its long eyelashes and settled on the high dome of its head. It breathed out a long sigh, a cloud of warmth that drifted up and dissolved. Then, with a slow shift of weight, it returned to the work of clearing the snow. The herd moved as a single entity in slow motion, shifting across the landscape like a changing tide. They left behind a trail of disturbed snow and deep, round footprints that would soon be filled again by the falling flakes. To the west, the plain rose gradually into a series of low hills. The terrain here was rockier, the ground uneven beneath the snow. Stark gray stones jutted out from the white slopes, their surfaces scoured by years of wind and ice. In the shelter of a limestone outcrop protected from the open sky, a small fire flickered. The flames were small, kept low to conserve fuel. The wood was dry pine, scavenged from a buried cluster of fallen trees. It burned with a clean, aromatic scent, the smoke rising straight up before dispersing against the stone overhang. Around the fire, a few figures sat in quiet repose. These were the humans of this time, people of the ice and the stone. They were wrapped in heavy furs, layers of hide that had been softened and sewn together to create a barrier against the elements. Their presence on the landscape was subtle. They did not dominate the space, they occupied a small, warm pocket within it. One figure, an older man with a beard frosted white at the edges, sat cross-legged near the fire. He held a piece of antler in his hands, smoothing its surface with a rough stone. The scraping sound was rhythmic and soft, a steady shhh that blended with the crackle of the fire. He worked without haste. The object he was making was not for immediate use, it was a task for the waiting hours. His eyes were focused on his hands, watching the way the stone tool shaved away tiny curls of antler. Beside him, a woman rested against a pile of furs, her eyes half closed. She was listening to the silence of the valley. She could hear the faint wind beginning to pick up high on the ridges, a distant whispering that did not yet reach their sheltered hollow. She adjusted the fur around her shoulders, pulling it tighter, savoring the warmth that the fire radiated against her shins. There was a sense of deep patience in the camp. In this season, the days were short and the nights were long. There was much time for sitting, for waiting, for simply being. The frantic pace of the summer hunts was a distant memory. Now survival meant conservation of energy. It meant staying warm, staying dry, and waiting for the weather to turn. A child, wrapped so thickly in furs that only a small face was visible, slept soundly near the back of the shelter. The rhythmic breathing of the sleeper added another layer of peace to the scene. The firelight cast dancing shadows on the rock wall behind them, painting shapes that flickered and changed with every draft of air. Outside the shelter, the afternoon deepened. The gray light of the sky began to darken, shifting toward a deep charcoal. The snow continued to fall, but the flakes were smaller now, finer, like dust settling on an old room. The landscape seemed to expand as the light faded, the horizon stretching out into the dimness. The mammoth herd had moved further down the valley, their forms becoming indistinguishable from the shadows of the rocks. They would find a grove of spruce trees or a sheltered dip in the land to spend the night, standing together to share their warmth, dormant mountains in the dark. The man by the fire set down his work. He inspected the smooth surface of the antler, running a thumb over the curve. Satisfied, he placed it on the ground beside him. He reached for a piece of wood and placed it gently onto the coals. The fire hissed, then flared up slightly, illuminating the faces of the people. Their expressions were calm, smoothed by the firelight. There was no tension in their shoulders, no furrowed brows. They were accustomed to the cold, accustomed to the waiting. This was their home, this wide, frozen world. They understood its rules and respected its pace. The woman opened her eyes and looked out past the fire, toward the opening of the shelter. The world outside was turning blue, a deep twilight blue that signaled the arrival of the true night. She watched the snow falling in the blue light, each flake a tiny speck of brightness against the gathering dark. It was beautiful in a stark, absolute way. The cold had a clarity to it, a purity that stripped away everything unnecessary. Here, there was only the fire, the furs, the stone, and the snow. Farther away on a high ridge overlooking the valley, a snowy owl sat perched on a bare branch. Its white feathers blended perfectly with the snow-laden wood. Only its yellow eyes, bright and watchful, betrayed its presence. The owl did not move. It sat with the patience of a creature that knew time was abundant. It watched the valley floor, observing the subtle movements of the night. A hare moved cautiously near the base of the ridge, a small disturbance in the snow. The owl turned its head slowly, following the motion, but it did not fly. It merely watched, a silent sentinel in a sleeping world. The wind ruffled its feathers, but the bird remained anchored, a part of the tree, a part of the silence. The temperature dropped as the sun vanished completely behind the curve of the earth. The air grew heavier, denser. The snow on the ground hardened, the surface freezing into a crust that would crunch underfoot. The river that ran through the center of the valley was frozen solid, a winding ribbon of white ice. Underneath the thick layer of ice, the water still flowed, dark and secret, moving toward the distant sea. But on the surface, everything was motionless. The willows that lined the riverbank were bowed low under the weight of the snow, their branches touching the ice like fingers testing the cold. Back at the human shelter, the group prepared for the long night. They shifted their positions, moving closer to the fire and to each other. The warmth of the bodies was shared, a communal heat that was essential for comfort. They did not speak much. Words were not needed to convey the plan for the night. They would sleep, they would wake to tend the fire, and they would sleep again. It was a routine as old as the hills around them. The man added one more log to the fire, a thick piece of pine that would burn slowly for hours. He watched the flames lick around the bark, taking hold, ensuring that the light would remain. The silence of the night was different from the silence of the day. It was deeper, more profound. The clouds overhead began to break apart, drifting away to reveal patches of the night sky. Stars appeared, sharp and brilliant in the cold air. They did not twinkle, they burned with a steady, piercing light. The constellations were vast and sprawling, patterns of light that looked down on the frozen earth with indifferent beauty. The Milky Way was a bright river of stardust arching across the heavens, a mirror to the frozen river below. Under this canopy of stars, the earth seemed to exhale. The heat of the day, what little there had been, radiated away into space. The cold tightened its grip, The rocks cracked audibly in the distance, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the quiet valley. It was the sound of the earth shifting, reacting to the freeze. The people in the shelter heard it, but they did not stir. It was a familiar sound, just the land settling in for the night. The woolly rhinoceros, another solitary wanderer of these plains, moved slowly through a patch of scrub brush. Its long, low body was built like a tank, covered in thick, reddish-brown hair. Its two horns, the front one immense and curved, parted the bushes as it walked. It was looking for the woody shrubs that grew near the riverbed. It moved with a lumbering grace, its heavy feet placing down carefully on the ice. The rhino paused to sniff the air, its nostrils flaring. It smelled the clean scent of snow and the faint, distant smoke from the human fire. It registered the scent but showed no alarm. The fire was far away, and the rhino was secure in its size and its solitude. It lowered its head to browse, stripping the bark from a willow branch. The passage of time in the Ice Age was not measured in hours or minutes, but in the slow transition of light and the movement of the stars. The night progressed with a glacial slowness. The moon rose, a waning crescent that cast a pale, silver light over the snow. The moonlight transformed the landscape into a monochrome dreamscape. Shadows stretched long and black across the white fields. The ridges stood out in sharp relief, their edges defined by the silver glow. In the shelter, the fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The intense orange light had softened to a deep red pulse. The heat was steady, a radiant warmth that kept the biting cold at bay. The man woke, his internal clock alerting him that the fire needed tending. He moved quietly, careful not to disturb the others. He reached for a handful of dry kindling and sprinkled it over the coals. The wood caught with a soft pop and a small flame emerged, dancing in the dark. He added a slightly larger piece of wood, waited until it caught, and then settled back into his furs. He looked out at the moonlit valley for a moment, his breath misting in the air. The world was asleep. The stillness was absolute. He closed his eyes and drifted back into the rhythm of rest. Far to the north, beyond the valley, the great ice sheets loomed. They were miles thick, colossal walls of blue and white ice that covered half the continent. They were not static, they were flowing, moving rivers of ice that ground the earth beneath them to dust. But their movement was so slow that it was imperceptible to the eye. To an observer, they were eternal, unmoving mountains of cold. The wind that blew off the glaciers was ancient, carrying the chill of 1,000 winters. It flowed down from the ice sheets, sweeping across the tundra, shaping the snow drifts, pruning the trees. It was the architect of this world, the invisible hand that sculpted the land. On the open plain, a small herd of reindeer rested. They were huddled together, their legs tucked beneath them, their noses tucked into their fur to conserve warmth. Their wide hooves acted like snowshoes, keeping them on top of the drifts. Now those hooves were still. The reindeer were light sleepers, their ears always swiveling to catch the sound of a predator, but tonight was calm. The wolves were distant, their howls faint and far away, carried off by the wind. The reindeer chewed their cud, a peaceful, repetitive motion. The steam from their collective breath formed a low fog that hung over the herd. The night wore on. The constellation of the Great Bear rotated slowly around the pole star. The moon climbed higher, shrinking as it rose, becoming a small, sharp sliver of light. The cold deepened, reaching its lowest point in the hour before dawn. This was the time when the world felt most suspended, caught between the memory of the day past and the promise of the day to come. The frost grew thicker on the rocks, forming delicate, fern-like patterns of ice crystals. The trees creaked softly as the sap inside them froze. Deep in a burrow beneath the snow, a ground squirrel hibernated. Curled into a tight ball, its tail wrapped over its nose, it was in a state of suspended animation. Its heart beat only a few times a minute. Its body temperature had dropped to near freezing. It was oblivious to the wind, the moon, and the stars. It existed in a dark, warm void, waiting for the spring that was still months away. The earth above it was a protective layer, insulating it from the harshness of the surface. As the hours passed, the eastern horizon began to change. The deep black of the sky softened to a dark violet. The stars in the east began to fade, their light washed out by the approaching dawn. The change was imperceptible at first, a gradual lightening of the heavy curtain of night. Then a band of pale yellow light appeared along the rim of the earth. The silhouette of the mountains became sharper, their jagged peaks cutting into the brightening sky. The birds were the first to acknowledge the coming day. A raven, perched high on a cliff face, ruffled its feathers and let out a croak. The sound was flat and dry, echoing briefly in the canyon. It hopped to a higher ledge, turning its black eyes toward the light. The raven was a scavenger, a survivor, and it was ready for whatever the day would bring. It watched as the light spilled down from the peaks, touching the tops of the trees in the valley. In the human shelter, the fire was once again a bed of coals. The people began to stir. The movement was slow, a gradual transition from the stillness of sleep to the gentle activity of waking. There was no jarring alarm, no rush to be anywhere. The woman sat up and stretched, her breath visible in the gray morning light. She reached for the water skin, breaking the thin layer of ice that had formed at the opening, and took a drink. The water was shockingly cold, waking her senses. She looked at the man who was already awake, watching the dawn. They shared a quiet look, a silent acknowledgement of another night survived, another day begun. The sun finally broke the horizon, a sphere of pale fire that cast long golden shadows across the snow. The light hit the ice crystals on the ground, making the plains sparkle as if covered in diamond dust. The world was illuminated, revealed in all its cold, white glory. The sky was blue again, a pale, icy blue that promised a clear, cold day. The mammoth herd, which had spent the night in the shelter of the spruce grove, began to move. The matriarch led the way, stepping out of the trees and onto the open plain. Her breath came in great plumes of steam. She tested the air with her trunk, smelling the morning. The others followed, falling into line behind her. They moved slowly, their giant legs churning through the snow. They were heading toward the river, where the wind had scoured the snow away from the dried grasses on the bank. Their journey was a slow parade, a timeless migration across the frozen earth. The man in the shelter stood up and walked to the edge of the overhang. He looked out at the valley, his eyes tracking the movement of the mammoths. He watched them with a sense of respect, recognizing them as fellow travelers in this harsh land. He did not reach for his spear. Today was not a day for hunting. Today was a day for gathering, for repairing, for living. He turned back to the fire where the woman was adding fresh wood. The smoke rose up, a thin gray line connecting the earth to the sky. The day settled into its rhythm. The sun rose higher, though it provided little heat. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the dry leaves that still clung to the oak trees. The snow buntings, small white birds, flitted over the drifts, searching for seeds. The world was alive, but it was a quiet, enduring life. It was a world at rest, held in the gentle, firm grip of the ice. The waiting continued, a peaceful, endless waiting under the vast, silent sky. The landscape itself seemed to breathe with the slow cycle of the sun. The shadows shortened, then began to lengthen again as the day wore on. The light shifted from gold to white to gold again. The snow remained, a constant canvas upon which the day was painted. The footprints of the animals were the only writing on this page, a story of movement and survival told in impressions in the ice. A herd of wild horses appeared on the crest of a hill. They were stocky animals with thick, dun-colored coats and dark manes that stood upright. They moved with a nervous energy, their heads tossing, their nostrils flared. They trotted down the slope, their hooves kicking up sprays of powdery snow. They stopped at the bottom of the hill, pawing at the ground to uncover the grass. Their tails swished back and forth, a constant motion against the stillness. They were alert, their ears swiveling to catch every sound. But there was no danger today. The predators were sleeping or far away. The horses grazed, their teeth clipping the dry stems with a sharp, rhythmic sound. The air was so clear that distant objects appeared close. A mountain peak miles away looked sharp and detailed, every crag and crevice visible. The silence magnified the small sounds, the snap of a twig, the call of a bird, the crunch of snow. It was a world of high fidelity where nothing was hidden by noise. The clarity was peaceful, allowing the mind to rest, to focus on the immediate, the tangible. As the afternoon wore on, the light began to fade once more. The cycle was short in these northern latitudes. The sun, having made its low arc across the sky, began its descent. The golden light returned, deeper and richer than in the morning. The snow took on a pinkish hue, reflecting the colors of the setting sun. The clouds on the horizon turned violet and crimson. The mammoth herd stopped their grazing. They turned their bodies toward the sun, soaking in the last rays of light. They stood motionless like statues carved from the earth itself. The matriarch let out a low rumble, a sound that signaled the end of the day's journey. The herd gathered closer, reassembling their formation for the night. The young ones moved to the center, protected by the bulk of the adults. They waited as the light died, patient and enduring. Back at the shelter, the humans were also preparing for the evening. The fire was built up again, the flames leaping higher as fresh wood was added. The smell of cooking meat wafted through the air, a hare caught in a snare earlier in the day. It was a small meal but enough. They ate slowly, savoring the food. The conversation was low and sporadic, gentle murmurs that did not break the peace of the evening. The child played with a smooth stone, tossing it from hand to hand, watching the firelight catch on its surface. The transition to night was smooth and inevitable. The colors faded from the sky, replaced by the deep, enveloping blue. The stars returned, taking their places in the heavens. The moon, slightly fuller than the night before, rose to watch over the valley. The cold descended again, a heavy, tangible weight. But inside the shelter it was warm. The furs were soft, the fire was bright, and the company was safe. The man lay back, looking up at the rock ceiling of the overhang. He traced the cracks in the stone with his eyes, patterns he knew by heart. He listened to the wind rising outside, a sound that made the shelter feel even more secure. He felt the solid ground beneath him, the earth that supported them all. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds of the night wash over him. The crackle of the fire, the breath of his family, the distant wind. The earth was resting. It was a time of sleep for the land, a long, deep slumber under the ice. And in this rest there was a profound beauty. There was no chaos, no hurry. Only the slow, steady pulse of life enduring, waiting, existing. The Ice Age was not a war against the cold, it was a life within it. A quiet, resilient life that found its way in the silence. The snow continued to fall, lightly now, dusting the world in fresh white. The night stretched out, long and peaceful, holding everything in its dark, gentle embrace. The cycle was complete, and it would begin again, just as slowly, just as quietly, when the light returned. But for now, there was only the night, the cold, and the peace of a world allowed to simply be. The boundary between the open steppe and the dense forest was not a sharp line, but a gradual transition of texture and shadow. The vast white plains, swept smooth by the wind, slowly gave way to the vertical interruptions of birch and spruce. Here the snow lay differently. It was not packed hard and scoured into waves, but lay deep and soft, undisturbed in the shelter of the trees. The wind that roamed the open world lost its force among the trunks, becoming nothing more than a gentle draft that swayed the highest branches. The silence here was different too. It was not the expansive, hollow silence of the plains, but a close, muffled quiet, held in place by the millions of needles and the thick bark of the ancient woods. A giant deer, the megaloceros, moved through this quiet corridor. It was a stag of immense proportions, its shoulder height rivaling that of the mammoths on the plain, but it was the antlers that defined the creature. They were a sprawling canopy of bone, a wide, heavy rack that stretched out to either side, spanning nearly 4 meters. To carry such weight required a neck of profound strength and a gait that was measured and careful. The stag did not run. Running was a risk in the tight spaces of the forest. Instead, it walked with a regal, fluid grace, tilting its head sideways to navigate the narrower gaps between the trees. The stag stopped at the base of a large spruce. The bark was rough and gray, crusted with patches of pale green lichen. The animal extended its neck, its breath misting against the wood. It began to scrape at the lichen with its bottom teeth, a slow, rhythmic rasping sound that barely traveled 10 paces. The forest absorbed the sound instantly. The stag's coat was thick, a dark brown that merged seamlessly with the shadows of the tree trunks. It was a creature designed for the cold, its body a furnace of heat wrapped in insulation. It chewed the lichen slowly, its dark eyes scanning the middle distance not in fear, but in a state of constant, passive awareness. Nearby, the ground dipped into a small, frozen hollow. At the bottom lay a pool of water that had not entirely frozen. It was fed by a warm spring, a vein of heat from deep within the earth that kept a small circle of water liquid even in the depths of winter. Steam rose from the surface, drifting up through the branches like a phantom spirit. The edges of the pool were rimmed with spectacular ice formations, intricate crystals that grew outward like glass ferns. A cave lion lay on a flat rock overlooking the spring. It was a massive cat, larger than its southern cousins would ever be, with a thick plush coat of pale gold. It was not hunting, it was simply resting. The lion lay on its side, its heavy head resting on its front paws. Its eyes were closed, its breathing slow and deep. The steam from the spring warmed the rock, making it a perfect resting place. Every few minutes the lion's ear would twitch, swiveling to catch the sound of a falling pinecone or the snap of a twig, but the eyes remained closed. The predator was at peace, its hunger sated, its energy conserved. In this frozen world, rest was as vital as food. The lion stretched one leg, the large paws extending, the claws sliding out and then retracting again in a moment of lazy comfort. Deeper in the woods, the human presence manifested as a thin trail of smoke rising from a conical tent. This shelter was different from the rock overhang. It was constructed of mammoth tusks and ribs, draped with heavy hides that had been sewn together with meticulous care. The structure was sturdy, built to withstand the weight of the snow and the push of the wind. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and curring leather. A woman sat on a bed of furs near the central hearth. She was engaged in the slow, repetitive work of weaving a basket. The materials were willow shoots gathered before the deepest freeze and kept pliable near the fire. Her hands moved with a practiced, unconscious rhythm. Over, under, pull, over, under, pull. She did not need to look at her hands to know what they were doing. Her gaze was soft, unfocused, resting on the glowing embers of the fire. The basket was taking shape slowly, a spiraling circle of woven wood. It was a task that required patience, a task suited for the long hours of shelter. Next to her, a young man was working on a piece of flint. He was not striking it, but pressing it with a tip of antler, flaking off tiny chips of stone to create a serrated edge. The sound was a soft click, 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 a metronome for the passing time. There was no urgency in their movements. The day was theirs to fill. The storm outside had passed and the forest was quiet. They were warm, they were fed, and they were together. The light inside the tent was dim, filtered through the smoke hole at the top. It was a warm, amber light that turned the skin of the occupants a rich gold. The space was small, intimate. Piles of furs lined the edges, creating soft nests for sleeping. Dried herbs hung from the supports, adding a faint, spicy scent to the air. It was a womb of warmth in a world of ice. The woman paused in her weaving to stretch her back. She looked up at the smoke hole, seeing a circle of gray sky. A single snowflake drifted down through the opening, melting instantly as it hit the rising warm air. Outside, the day began to brighten as the sun climbed higher. The light filtered through the canopy in shafts of brilliance, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The snow on the forest floor was patterned with the shadows of the branches, a complex shifting mosaic of blue and white. A red squirrel, small and quick, ran along a fallen log. It stopped to dig at a stash of pine nuts buried weeks ago. Its movements were jerky and fast, a contrast to the slow grandeur of the larger animals. It found a nut, sat up on its haunches, and began to nibble, its tail twitching with every bite. The forest was not a lifeless place. It was teeming with hidden activity. Beneath the snow, in the network of tunnels created by the heat of the earth and the movement of small bodies, voles and lemmings went about their lives. They scurried through their white corridors, safe from the eyes of the owl and the fox. They had their own world down there, a sub-Nivean landscape where the temperature remained constant, just below freezing, protected from the biting wind above. Farther to the east, the forest opened up again, revealing a broad, frozen river. The ice was thick here, a solid highway that wound its way through the landscape. The surface was windswept, polished by the breeze until it shone like dull metal. In the center of the river, the ice had buckled and cracked, forming jagged ridges where plates had collided. These ridges caught the snow, creating drifts that looked like frozen waves. A group of wild horses stood on the river ice. They were licking the frost from the surface, finding moisture in the frozen water. Their hooves clicked sharply on the hard ice, a sound that carried far down the river valley. They were calm, their heads low. One of the mares stood guard, her ears pricked forward. She watched the tree line but saw only the dark shapes of the pines. The horses were secure on the open ice, where their vision was unobstructed and their speed could be used if necessary. But for now, there was no need for speed. There was only the slow intake of water and the quiet companionship of the herd. The sun moved across the sky, a pale disk that offered light but little heat. The shadows shifted, rotating around the base of the trees like the hands of a slow clock. The temperature hovered well below freezing, preserving the world in a state of suspended perfection. Nothing rotted here, nothing decayed. What fell stayed until it was buried or consumed. It was a clean world, sterile and pure. Back in the forest, the megaloceros had moved on. It had left behind a patch of scraped bark and a set of deep footprints widely spaced. It was now moving through a stand of birch trees, their white bark peeling in paper-thin strips. The stag brushed against a trunk and a shower of snow fell from the branches above, dusting its back in white. It shook its skin, a ripple of muscle that dislodged the snow and continued on. It was heading for a clearing where the sun might have warmed the ground enough to soften the brows. The human tracker, the young man from the tent, had stepped outside. He was dressed in heavy leggings and a tunic of reindeer hide, fur facing inward. He wore boots lined with dried grass for insulation. He moved silently, his steps careful and deliberate. He was not hunting the stag, he was simply checking the snares set for hare along the game trails. He moved through the woods with a familiarity born of a lifetime of observation. He knew which trees dropped their branches in the wind, which slopes were prone to sliding where the snow was deepest. He reached a snare, a simple loop of twisted sinew attached to a bent sapling. It was empty. He did not show disappointment, he simply knelt, adjusted the loop slightly, and smoothed the snow around it. Patience was the primary tool of his people. He stood up and looked around. The forest was vast, a cathedral of pillars that stretched in every direction. He felt small within it, but not insignificant. He was a part of it, just another moving piece in the great puzzle of the winter. He walked to a nearby pine tree and broke off a small lump of dried resin. He rolled it between his gloved fingers, feeling its hardness. He pocketed it. Later, it would be melted down and mixed with charcoal to make glue for hafting tools. Nothing was wasted. Every walk was an opportunity to gather, to observe, to learn. He turned back toward the camp, his path retracing his own footprints. The walk back was easier, the path already broken. As the afternoon wore on, the sky began to cloud over again. A heavy, low mist began to seep out of the valleys, rising up to fill the spaces between the trees. It was a freezing fog, thick and gray. It dampened all sound, reducing the world to a small bubble of visibility. The trees became ghostly silhouettes, fading into nothingness just a few yards away. The world felt even more intimate, enclosed in the gray vapor. In this fog, a herd of musk oxen stood their ground. They were the ultimate survivors of the cold, built like boulders covered in long, shaggy hair. Their coats were so long that they brushed the snow, hiding their legs completely. They looked like hairy mounds of earth. They stood in a loose circle facing outward. They were not under attack, this was simply their resting formation. It allowed them to watch all directions and protected the calves in the center. The musk oxen were motionless. Their breathing was slow, the steam from their nostrils merging with the fog. Ice had formed on the long guard hairs of their coats, clinking softly when they shifted their weight. They were patient beasts capable of standing still for hours, conserving every ounce of heat. Their eyes, dark and calm, stared out into the mist. They were waiting for the fog to lift, for the wind to change, for the next phase of the day. They were masters of waiting. The silence in the fog was profound. It was a heavy, blanketed silence. Even the sound of the wind was gone. The only sound was the occasional creak of a tree branch or the soft thud of a clump of snow falling from the canopy. It was a meditative atmosphere where time seemed to stop completely. The boundaries of the world had shrunk, bringing the focus down to the immediate, the texture of the snow, the curve of a horn, the gray swirl of the mist. Inside the tent, the woman had finished the basket. She set it aside and picked up a piece of hide that needed scraping. She used a stone scraper, a tool with a dull edge designed to remove the fat without cutting the skin. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound was rhythmic and soothing. The fire had burned down to a steady glow. She added a piece of birch wood, the bark curling and flaring up with a bright, clean flame. The light pushed back the shadows in the corners of the tent. The tracker returned, pushing aside the heavy flap of the entrance. He brought with him a gust of cold air and the smell of the pine forest. He shook the snow from his shoulders and sat down near the fire, holding his hands out to the warmth. He did not speak immediately. He simply sat, absorbing the heat, transitioning from the cold world outside to the warm world inside. After a while, he pulled the resin from his pocket and placed it on a flat stone near the fire to soften. The day began to fade, the gray light of the fog darkening to a deep charcoal. Night came early in the forest. The darkness rose up from the ground, filling the spaces between the trees. The fog did not lift, it merely became invisible in the dark. The temperature dropped sharply. The trees popped and cracked as the sap froze harder. High above the clouds and the fog, the aurora borealis began to dance. Great curtains of green and violet light swept across the upper atmosphere. They moved with a silent, undulating grace, folding and unfolding like celestial silk. But down in the forest, the display was hidden. There was only the dark, the cold, and the silence. The cave lion had left its rock. It moved silently through the dark woods, its large eyes collecting the faintest scraps of light. It was patrolling its territory, a slow, methodical walk that covered miles. It stopped to mark a tree, rubbing its cheek against the rough bark. It moved without sound, its padded feet absorbing the crunch of the snow. It was the ghost of the forest, a presence felt rather than seen. It was not hungry tonight. It was simply occupying its space, asserting its existence in the quiet night. The wild horses on the river had moved to the shelter of the riverbank. They stood under the overhang of a willow thicket, shielded from the falling frost. They slept standing up, dozing in short bursts. The mare who had been watching was now resting, relieved by another sentinel. The herd was a single organism, rotating its wakefulness to ensure the safety of all. Deep in the earth beneath the roots of a great oak, a family of badgers slept. They were piled together in a heap of black and white fur, a tangle of warmth. They had gathered dry grass and leaves in the autumn to line their den. Now that bedding kept them insulated from the frozen ground. Their breathing was a soft chorus of sighs and snores. They were oblivious to the fog, the lion, and the stars. Their world was entirely dark, warm, and scented with earth and musk. The night deepened. The silence became a physical weight. The forest seemed to hold its breath. The snow ceased to fall, leaving the air clear and biting. The fog began to freeze, coating everything in a layer of rime ice. Every needle on every pine tree was encased in delicate white crystal. The world was being decorated in the dark, transformed into a palace of ice. The humans in the tent prepared for sleep. The fire was banked, the coals covered with ash to keep them alive until morning. The heavy furs were pulled up. The breathing of the sleepers slowed, matching the rhythm of the night. They dreamed of summer, of green grass and running water, or perhaps they dreamed of nothing at all, their minds resting as completely as their bodies. The tent stood as a small, dark cone in the white forest, a tiny island of humanity in the vast sea of the wild. The megaloceros found a spot beneath a dense cluster of firs. The ground here was nearly bare of snow, protected by the thick roof of branches. The stag lowered its great body, folding its legs carefully. It settled its chin on a patch of dry moss. The weight of the antlers was relieved, supported by the ground. The animal closed its eyes. It chewed its cud for a while, a slow, rhythmic jaw movement that generated a small amount of internal heat. Then it stopped. It lay still, listening to the silence. The river groaned, a low, resonant sound that traveled through the ice. It was the sound of the water fighting the freeze, a reminder that the world was still moving, still changing, even in its sleep. The sound faded, leaving the silence even deeper than before. A snowy owl, perhaps the same one from the valley or perhaps another, glided silently through the trees. Its wings made no sound. It was a white shadow, a drift of snow that had learned to fly. It landed on a high branch, its talons gripping the frozen wood. It turned its head, surveying the forest floor. It saw the track of a mouse, the sleeping shape of the stag, the distant glow of the human tent. It watched without judgment, without emotion. It was simply a witness to the night. The hours passed. The constellation of Orion marched across the southern sky, visible now through gaps in the breaking clouds. The 3 stars of the hunter's belt shone with a fierce brightness. The star Sirius, the dog star, followed behind, a diamond of blue-white fire. The universe wheeled overhead, vast and indifferent. On the ground, the frost grew thicker. The rime ice on the trees sparkled in the starlight. The forest had become a sculpture garden, static and beautiful. The air was so cold it felt solid, a medium that held everything in place. To breathe was to inhale ice, to exhale fog. The tracker woke briefly. He listened to the wind in the trees. It had shifted, coming now from the north. It brought with it the promise of more snow, of a deeper cold. He pulled the furs tighter around his shoulders. He was not afraid. He knew this weather. He respected it. He closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep, lulled by the familiar song of the winter wind. The forest waited. It waited for the dawn, for the spring, for the slow turning of the great wheel of time. It was patient. It had stood here for thousands of years, and it would stand for thousands more. The individual lives, the stag, the lion, the human, were brief sparks in the long darkness, but together they formed the tapestry of the age. A tapestry woven of ice and fur, of silence and breath, of endurance and rest. As the night approached its end, the darkness seemed to thicken one last time. The stars shone with their maximum intensity, a final burst of glory before the sun returned. The cold reached its zenith, freezing the very air. And in that deepest, coldest, quietest moment, the earth was truly at rest. There was no movement, no sound, no struggle. Only the white, silent peace of the Ice Age night. Then imperceptibly, the eastern sky began to gray. The cycle continued. But for now, in the heart of the forest, under the watching stars, the world slept on. The peace was unbroken. The silence was whole. And the snow, the eternal, patient snow, lay over it all, a blanket of white that held the world in its soft, cold keeping. The second part of the long wait was complete, woven into the fabric of the night. The story of the ice was not one of events, but of existence. And existence in this time was a quiet, slow, and beautiful thing. The sun rose over the frozen estuary, a pale, cold disk climbing slowly above a horizon of jagged ice. This was the place where the great river met the sea, though in this frozen epoch the boundary between the two was lost beneath a continuous sheet of white. The water, locked in stasis, had formed a landscape of chaotic beauty. Huge blocks of blue ice, pushed up by the tides and the pressure of the flow, stood like ruined monuments against the sky. The wind here was constant, a steady stream of air that had traveled uninterrupted across hundreds of miles of sea ice. It smoothed the edges of the ice blocks, polishing them until they gleamed like glass, and carved the snowdrifts into sharp, curved ridges known as sastrugi. The light of the morning was dazzling. It reflected off the millions of ice facets, creating a world of blinding brightness. There were no shadows yet, only a uniform, radiant white that challenged the eye. The air was salt-heavy and incredibly cold, biting at any exposed skin. It was a sterile, clean cold, scouring the landscape of any scent of decay. In this environment, life existed in the margins, in the small pockets of shelter found between the heaved plates of ice. A herd of saiga antelope moved across this windswept expanse. They were strange, ancient-looking creatures, their bodies sandy-colored and compact. Their most defining feature was their nose, a large, bulbous, proboscis-like structure that hung down over their mouths. This nose was a marvel of adaptation, a natural heater that warmed the freezing air before it reached their lungs and filtered out the dust kicked up by the wind. They walked with their heads low, their noses almost touching the snow. The herd moved in a loose, shifting formation. They were constantly in motion, a nomadic tide that flowed over the ice. They did not stop to rest for long. Their survival depended on finding the sparse patches of lichen and moss exposed by the wind. Their hooves were small and sharp, clicking softly on the hard-packed snow. The sound was like the falling of hail, a multitude of tiny impacts that blended into a continuous, rhythmic background noise. They were dusty animals, their coats matted with the fine silt of the steppe, but here on the pristine ice, they looked stark and dark against the white. One of the males paused, lifting his head to scan the horizon. His horns were translucent and amber-colored, ringed with ridges curving backward in a gentle lyre shape. He stood motionless for a moment, the wind ruffling the thick fur on his neck. He was not alarmed, merely attentive. He blinked his large, dark eyes, watching the shimmering heat haze, or rather the cold haze that distorted the distant line of the shore. Seeing nothing but the ice and the sky, he lowered his head and continued the endless search for food. The herd flowed around him, a river of living bodies moving within the frozen river of the landscape. On the edge of the estuary, where the land rose up to meet the ice, a group of humans had established a temporary station. There was no permanent shelter here, only a windbreak constructed from blocks of hard snow and a few stretched hides. They were here for the ice fishing, a task that required the same patience as the turning of the seasons. A man knelt by a hole chopped through the thick ice. He was wrapped in layers of seal fur, the smooth, water-resistant pelt facing outward to shed the snow. His hood was pulled forward, creating a tunnel of warmth for his face. He held a line made of twisted sinew, thin but incredibly strong. At the end of the line, deep in the black water below, hung a hook carved from bone. He did not move. To fish in this manner was to become a statue. He had to feel the slightest vibration of the line, the faintest touch of a fish in the dark depths. His hands, though protected by mittens, were sensitive to the tension. He watched the hole, a circle of black in the white world. The water inside did not freeze, kept open by his occasional stirring with a scoop made of antler. He breathed through his nose, slow and shallow breaths that minimized the cloud of steam that might obscure his vision. Beside him, a woman sat on a folded pile of hides. She was not fishing. Her task was to process the catch. A few silver-skinned fish lay on the ice, already frozen solid by the air. She was using a slate knife to clean them, her movements efficient and practiced. The sound of the knife against the scales was a soft rasping scritch-scritch that was lost almost immediately in the wind. She worked without haste, cleaning the fish and stacking them like firewood. They were food for the days to come, protein to fuel the internal fires against the cold. The relationship between the people and the ice was one of respect and knowledge. They knew the color of safe ice, a deep, clear blue or black. They knew the white, cloudy ice was full of air and weak. They knew the sound of the tide shifting beneath the sheet, a deep, groaning boom that could travel for miles. They lived by reading these signs, navigating the frozen world with a map of sensory details etched into their minds. Further inland, the landscape changed. The flat ice gave way to rolling tundra, a terrain of frozen earth and low, scrubby vegetation. Here, the snow was shallower, blown off the high points to reveal the brown and gray of the dormant earth. A creeping willow, no taller than a finger, spread its branches across the rocks, hugging the ground to escape the wind. A woolly rhinoceros, a solitary giant, navigated this terrain. It was different from the one in the valley. This one was older, its coat a patchwork of molting fur and new winter growth. Its main horn was worn smooth from years of sweeping snow aside. It walked with a heavy, plodding gait, its head swaying low. It was searching for the woody stems of the dwarf birch. When it found a patch, it used its horn to batter the frozen earth, breaking the crust to reach the roots. The rhino was a fortress of a creature. Its skin was thick, padded with fat, and covered in dense hair. It had poor eyesight but a keen sense of smell. It stopped frequently to sniff the wind, its ears swiveling. It smelled the salt from the sea, the musk of the saiga heard miles away, and the faint, dry scent of the snow itself. It was content in its solitude. It did not seek the company of others. Its life was a singular journey, a slow procession of one across the plains. The sky began to change as the day progressed. High cirrus clouds drifted in, thin veils of ice crystals that created a halo around the sun. These sun dogs, bright spots of light on either side of the sun, were a common sight in this frozen atmosphere. They stood like sentinels in the sky, mock suns that added to the surreal brightness of the day. The light filtered through the clouds, becoming diffuse and pearlescent. The shadows on the ground softened, losing their hard edges. In a sheltered ravine carved by meltwater in summers past, a pack of cave hyenas was resting. These were not the scavengers of a later age, but large, formidable predators adapted to the cold. They had thick, shaggy coats, spotted with dark rosettes that blended with the rocky ground. They were social animals, living in a complex hierarchy of family bonds. The pack was asleep, a pile of bodies huddled together for warmth. One female, the matriarch, lay with her head on her paws, her eyes half open. She watched the entrance of the ravine, alert but relaxed. A younger hyena, a cub from the previous spring, woke up and stretched. It nudged the matriarch, soliciting attention. She licked its face once, a rough, affectionate gesture, then closed her eyes again. The cub settled back down, pressing its back against the warmth of the group. There was a domesticity to the scene. These were fierce animals, capable of cracking the leg bones of a mammoth, yet here they were soft, tactile, and peaceful. They breathed in unison, a collective rise and fall of flanks. The air in the ravine was still, protected from the biting wind above. The smell of the den was earthy and pungent, the scent of wild dogs and old bones. Back at the fishing camp, the man felt a tug on the line. It was a subtle weight, a heaviness that hadn't been there a moment before. He did not jerk the line, he waited, letting the fish take the hook. Then with a smooth, continuous pull, he hauled the line up. The water in the hole rippled and a large fish, splashing and twisting, broke the surface. It landed on the ice, flapping wetly. The cold air stunned it almost instantly. The man unhooked it and slid it over to the woman. He checked his bait, adjusted his hood, and lowered the line back into the dark water. The rhythm resumed. Wait, feel, pull. The passage of time was marked by the slow movement of the sun across the southern sky. It never rose very high. In these latitudes, the sun was a constant companion on the horizon, circling rather than rising and setting in a vertical arc. The light was always golden, always long-angled. It painted the world in perpetual afternoon. To the north, a great wall of blue dominated the view. It was the edge of the continental ice sheet, a cliff of ice that rose hundreds of feet into the air. It was miles away, yet its presence was overwhelming. It was a landscape in itself, a mountain range of frozen water. The face of the glacier was not smooth, it was fractured and crevassed, a chaotic jumble of blocks and spires. The ice glowed with an inner light, a deep, electric blue that seemed to come from the core of the glacier. This wall was alive. It moved, though too slowly to be seen. It groaned and cracked, shedding tons of ice onto the plain below. The sound of a calving glacier was like thunder, a deep, rolling boom that shook the ground. But today the giant was quiet. It stood silent and imposing, a reminder of the power that held the world in its grip. The wind that blew down from its heights was the breath of the Ice Age, katabatic winds, heavy and cold, pouring down the slopes like water. A flock of ptarmigan, white birds with feathered feet, scratched at the ground near the base of a willow thicket. They were almost invisible against the snow, their plumage a perfect camouflage. Only their black eyes and beaks gave them away. They moved with jerky, bobbing heads, pecking at the buds of the willow. When the wind gusted, they fluffed their feathers, becoming round white balls of insulation. They were the gleaners of the tundra, finding sustenance in the smallest things. The day began to wane. The sun dipped lower, touching the jagged line of the ice sheet. The sky turned a bruised purple, then a deep indigo. The sundogs faded, dissolving into the gathering twilight. The temperature, which had been bearable in the sun, began to plummet. The cold became a physical weight pressing down on the land. The humans at the fishing camp gathered their gear. They did not speak much. The cold made speech difficult, and the wind carried words away. They loaded the frozen fish onto a simple sled made of runners and hide. They pulled the sled away from the ice, heading toward the more permanent shelter of the land. They walked with a synchronized gait, heads down, bodies angled forward against the wind. The sound of the sled runners on the snow was a high-pitched hiss, sh-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch, a sound of friction and travel. They reached a semi-subterranean dwelling, a structure dug into the side of a hill to escape the wind. The entrance was a long, low tunnel that trapped the cold air before it could reach the living space. They crawled through the tunnel, pushing the supplies ahead of them. Inside, the atmosphere was transformed. The space was small, round, and warm. The walls were lined with stones and packed earth. The roof was supported by whale bones and covered with thick layers of turf and moss. A fire burned in a central hearth, fed by oil-rich bones and dried dung. The air was thick and smoky, but it was warm. It smelled of rendering fat, damp fur, and humanity. Other people were there, faces illuminated by the yellow light of the oil lamps, shallow stone bowls filled with animal fat and a moss wick. An old woman was chewing on a piece of hide to soften it. Her jaw moved methodically, working the stiffness out of the leather. A child sat near her, playing with a set of knuckle bones, tossing them into the air and catching them. The click of the bones was a sharp, clear sound in the muffled room. The man who had been fishing removed his outer parka. His face was red from the wind, his eyebrows frosted white. He rubbed his hands together near the fire, the circulation returning with a prickly heat. He accepted a bowl of warm broth, drinking it slowly. The liquid was rich and fatty, coating his throat and warming him from the inside out. This was the reward for the day's endurance, the safety of the hearth, the taste of food, the presence of kin. Outside, the wind picked up. It began to scour the plains, lifting the loose snow and driving it across the ice in shifting sheets. The world outside became a blur of white and gray, a chaotic, uninhabitable void. But inside the earth lodge, the storm was just a sound, a dull roar that emphasized the security of the walls. The saiga antelope had stopped moving. They found a depression in the ground, a shallow bowl sheltered by a ridge. They bedded down, pressing their bodies close together. The dust in their coats helped to insulate them. They tucked their noses into their flanks, breathing their own warmth. They became a single, warm mound in the darkness, waiting out the wind. The woolly rhino did not seek shelter. It simply stopped, turned its rear to the wind, and lowered its head. Its sheer mass was its protection. The snow piled up against its legs, forming a drift that streamlined its shape. It stood like a boulder, immovable and enduring. It dozed, standing up, its metabolism slowing, a mountain of flesh and fur defying the storm. The night sky, when the clouds broke briefly, was awash with stars. They were hard and bright, diamonds scattered on black velvet. There was no moon tonight. The darkness was absolute, save for the starlight and the faint, ghostly reflection of the snow. The silence returned, filling the spaces between the wind gusts. It was a silence that felt old, a silence that had occupied this land for millennia. Under the ice of the estuary, the water continued to flow. It was a dark, secret world, unaffected by the storm above. Fish moved slowly in the currents, their metabolism slowed by the cold. They were suspended in the darkness, living their own quiet lives beneath the ceiling of ice. The tide turned and the ice sheet groaned again, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the water and the land. In the hyena den, the pack was awake. The nocturnal cycle had begun. They moved within the ravine, grooming each other, reaffirming their bonds. They did not venture out into the storm. They had food cached nearby, parts of a reindeer carcass scavenged days ago. They gnawed on the frozen bones, their powerful jaws crushing the marrow. The sound of crunching bone was loud in the confined space. They were content, safe in their rocky fortress. The night stretched on, a vast span of time measured in the beating of hearts and the shifting of the wind. The humans slept, a tangle of limbs and furs. The fire burned down to embers, casting a dim red glow. The air in the lodge cooled slightly but remained well above freezing. The earth itself insulated them, the ground providing the warmth that the air could not. Far away on the slopes of the distant glacier, a block of ice the size of a cathedral broke loose. It slid down the face of the cliff and crashed onto the frozen plain below. The impact was massive, sending a shockwave through the ice, but there was no one there to hear it. The sound echoed in the empty amphitheater of the glacial valley, bouncing off the walls of ice until it faded into the wind. It was a solitary event in a world of solitude. The glacier settled, its equilibrium restored, and continued its slow, inexorable march toward the sea. The wind began to die down as the night deepened. The drifting snow settled, smoothing out the footprints of the day. The landscape was reset, wiped clean of the temporary marks of life. The sastrugi were reshaped, their ridges sharpened by the gale. The world became a pristine sculpture once more, perfect and untouched. In the quiet hours before dawn, a new sound emerged. It was the howling of wolves, distinct from the hyenas. It was a long, mournful sound, rising and falling in pitch. It carried for miles in the clear, cold air. The wolves were communicating, locating each other in the dark. It was a haunting, beautiful song, the anthem of the Ice Age. Inside the lodge, the humans heard it in their sleep. It did not wake them, it was a familiar part of the night, a lullaby of the wild. The frost grew on the skylight of the lodge, a translucent skin of ice that thickened with every hour. The world was sealing itself up, wrapping itself in layers of cold. The molecules of the air moved slower. The sap in the dormant willows hardened. The earth was locked, held fast in the grip of the winter. And yet within this frozen stasis, life persisted. The heart of the hibernating squirrel beat its slow rhythm. The fish swam in the dark water. The humans dreamed. The rhino stood its ground. The saiga breathed through their warm noses. It was a quiet defiance, a soft, stubborn refusal to yield to the cold. The balance was held. The earth rested, but it did not die. It waited. It waited with the infinite patience of stone and ice, for the light to return, for the wheel to turn, for the next day to begin in the long, white history of the North. The stillness was not empty, it was full of presence. It was a heavy, peaceful stillness that lay over the land like a benediction. The third part of the journey through the ice was a journey into the depth of the cold, a study in resilience and rest. The night held its breath and the world slept on. The high plateau was a world of stone and sky, lifted far above the tree line where the air was thin and sharp. Here the snow did not lie in soft, accumulating drifts but was driven hard against the earth, packed into the crevices of the limestone and polished into slick, translucent sheets by the relentless wind. The ground was a mosaic of gray rock and white ice, a stark, monochromatic pattern that stretched for miles toward the jagged peaks of the mountain range. The mountains themselves were ancient, their summits buried under permanent caps of ice that shone with a brilliant, blinding white in the midday sun. The wind was the only constant voice in this high place. It did not howl or roar, instead it sang a high, thin note as it passed over the sharp edges of the stones. It was a dry wind, stripped of all moisture by the altitude, and it carried the scent of ozone and cold dust. The temperature here was consistently low, a deep freeze that preserved the landscape in a state of suspended animation. There was no melting here, even when the sun was at its zenith. The ice sublimated directly into vapor, disappearing into the blue void of the sky without ever becoming water. Across this harsh, beautiful expanse, a herd of steppe bison moved with the slow, inexorable momentum of a glacier. These were massive animals, far larger than their descendants, with high, muscular humps rising above their shoulders and long, dark horns that curved outward and upward. Their coats were thick and woolly, a deep chocolate brown that appeared almost black against the snow. They were built for this environment, their bodies designed to retain heat and repel the wind. The herd was spread out across the plateau, each animal claiming a small patch of ground. They moved with a synchronized slowness, heads lowered against the wind. The bison did not use their hooves to clear the snow, they used their massive heads. They swung them from side to side, the heavy horns acting as plows, sweeping the hard-packed crust away to reveal the dry, frozen tussocks of grass beneath. It was a rhythmic, heavy motion. Sweep, step, graze. The sound of their eating was a low, tearing noise, audible only in the brief lulls of the wind. A large bull, the sentinel of the flank, paused in his grazing. He stood like a statue carved from dark stone, his breath venting in thick white clouds from his wet nostrils. Frost clung to his beard and the coarse hair of his forehead. He looked out over the drop-off where the plateau fell away into a deep, shadowed valley. He was not looking for anything in particular, he was simply existing, his senses tuned to the environment. His large, dark eyes reflected the white horizon, calm and unblinking. After a long moment, satisfied with the stillness of the world, he returned to his work, the heavy muscles of his neck bunching as he cleared another patch of grass. The interaction between the animals was gentle. Occasionally, one bison would drift too close to another. There would be a soft grunt, a slight shift of weight, and the intruder would move away, finding a new space. There was no aggression, only a mutual understanding of space and resource. The herd was a single entity, a warm, living island in the ocean of cold stone. The heat rising from their collective bodies created a shimmering distortion in the air above them, a faint mirage of warmth. Farther up the slope, where the limestone rose in vertical cliffs, the entrance to a cave stood like a dark eye in the face of the mountain. It was not a small burrow, but a cathedral of stone, its opening wide enough to admit the light for a few yards before the shadows took over. Inside, the air was still and damp, a stark contrast to the dry wind outside. The temperature was constant here, hovering just above freezing, immune to the fluctuations of the day and night. Deep within this stone chamber, a cave bear lay in deep hibernation. This was a creature of immense proportions, a giant of the ursid family with a broad skull and powerful limbs. It lay curled in a depression in the cave floor, a bed worn smooth by generations of bears before it. Its breathing was so slow it was almost imperceptible, a faint rise and fall of the heavy fur every minute or so. The bear was not merely sleeping, it was in a state of metabolic suspension. Its heart beat slowly, a dull, rhythmic thud in the silence of the cave. It lived off the thick layers of fat it had accumulated during the short, frantic summer. In this darkness, time had no meaning. The sun rose and set outside, storms raged and passed, but in the cave there was only the eternal, protective dark. The bear dreamed perhaps of sweet berries and rushing water, or perhaps it drifted in a void of pure rest. The silence of the cave was heavy and absolute. Water dripped from a stalactite somewhere deep in the back of the cavern, a slow, metronomic plink, plink, plink that echoed softly against the stone walls. It was the clock of the earth, measuring time in droplets of mineral-rich water. The bear did not stir. It was a part of the mountain now, as much a fixture of the cave as the rocks themselves. Outside, on a ridge overlooking the bison herd, a small group of humans sat in a natural windbreak formed by a circle of boulders. They were not hunting today. They were watching, waiting, and working. The vantage point gave them a clear view of the migration routes, allowing them to track the movement of the herds without disturbing them. They were wrapped in furs that matched the gray and white of the landscape, wolf skins and reindeer hides sewn with precision. One of the men, his face weathered and lined by years of sun and wind, was engaged in the delicate art of flint knapping. He held a core of high-quality flint in his left hand, a dark, glassy stone that he had carried from a quarry miles away. In his right hand, he held a hammerstone, a smooth, rounded river rock. He worked with a focus that excluded the rest of the world. He struck the flint, click, a flake of stone detached, falling onto the leather pad on his thigh. He turned the core, studied the ridges and the angles, and struck again. Click. The sound was sharp and clean, a man-made punctuation in the natural soundscape of the wind. He was not making a weapon for war, but a tool for life, a scraper perhaps, or a blade for cutting leather. The process was slow and unforgiving. One wrong strike could shatter the core and ruin hours of work. He switched tools, picking up a piece of antler tine. He placed the tip against the edge of the flint and applied pressure, pushing down and outward. A tiny, razor-sharp chip popped off. He was refining the edge, creating a serration that would cut through hide and muscle. He worked with the patience of the mountains around him. There was no rush. The day was long, and the task required a steady hand and a calm mind. Beside him, a younger companion watched, learning by observation. There were no words spoken. The instruction was visual, a transfer of knowledge through the act of seeing. The younger one watched how the elder held the stone, the angle of his wrist, the amount of force he applied. It was a silent education, passed down through the quiet hours of the day. The sun moved past its zenith, beginning its slow descent toward the western peaks. The light changed, shifting from the harsh white of midday to a warmer, more golden hue. The shadows of the rocks lengthened, stretching out across the snow like dark fingers. The texture of the snow became more pronounced. every ripple and ridge highlighted by the low angle of the light. A golden eagle, a speck in the vast blue sky, circled high above the plateau. It rode the thermal currents rising from the heated rock faces, spiraling upward with scarcely a beat of its wings. It looked down on the world with telescopic vision, seeing the bison, the humans, the entrance to the bear's cave. It saw the patterns of the land, the flow of the ice, the layout of the world. It was the master of the air, silent and detached. It drifted over the ridge, its shadow racing across the ground below, and then vanished behind a peak. The bison herd continued to graze, moving slowly toward the edge of the plateau where the wind had cleared a large patch of sedge. The sound of their chewing was a constant, comforting background noise. The calves, born the previous spring and now nearly as tall as their mothers, stayed close to the center of the herd. They were learning the rhythm of the winter, the endless cycle of finding food and conserving warmth. As the afternoon wore on, the temperature began to drop. The thin air held no heat once the sun's angle lowered. The cold tightened its grip on the plateau. The rocks seemed to contract, giving off faint ticking sounds as they cooled. The humans on the ridge adjusted their furs, pulling them tighter around their necks. The flint knapper put away his tools, wrapping the finished blade in a piece of soft leather. He placed the stone core back into his pouch. The work was done for the day. They did not leave the ridge immediately. They sat for a while longer, watching the sun touch the tops of the distant mountains. The peaks turned a brilliant shade of pink and orange, the alpenglow that signaled the end of the day. The snow on the glaciers reflected the color, turning the high world into a landscape of fire and ice. It was a moment of profound beauty, a daily spectacle that never lost its power. The humans watched it with a quiet reverence, their faces illuminated by the dying light. Down in the valley below the plateau, the shadows had already swallowed the land. The river that cut through the canyon was frozen, a ribbon of white winding through the dark pines. The darkness rose up the slopes like a rising tide, claiming the trees, then the cliffs, and finally reaching the edge of the plateau. The steppe bison stopped grazing as the light faded. They began to settle down for the night. They did not lie down completely as the ground was too cold. Instead, they adopted a resting stance, legs tucked under them but bodies upright, reducing the surface area exposed to the frozen earth. They huddled closer together, their breath forming a low fog bank that hung over the herd. The large bull remained standing for a while longer, his silhouette dark against the darkening sky, before he too settled into the group. The wind died down with the sun. The silence of the high altitude became even more intense. It was a vacuum of sound, a stillness so deep it rang in the ears. The atmosphere was thin and clear, offering no resistance to the gaze of the universe. The first stars appeared, pale and faint at first, then growing in brilliance as the sky darkened to a deep violet. The transition from day to night was seamless, a smooth gradient of color and light. The constellations here looked different than they did in the valley. They seemed closer, larger, more immediate. The Milky Way emerged, a sprawling arch of diamond dust that spanned the entire horizon. The humans left their windbreak, moving quietly across the crunching snow to a small shelter they had constructed in a cleft of the rock. It was a simple structure, a roof of hides propped up against the stone wall. They crawled inside, out of the exposure of the open plateau. They did not light a fire, there was no wood here to burn. They relied on their furs and their body heat. They ate a meal of dried meat, chewing slowly in the dark. The night fully established itself. The plateau was now a landscape of silver and black, illuminated by the starlight. The snow glowed with a ghostly luminescence. The air was still and incredibly cold, a cold that could freeze breath instantly. In the cave, the bear shifted slightly in its sleep. A dream fluttered through its mind, a memory of a fish slipping through its paws, and then it was gone. The bear settled deeper into the earth, its heart beating its slow, steady drum. It was safe here, held in the stone womb of the mountain. A wolverine, a solitary wanderer of the high country, loped across the ice. It was a small, powerful animal, built low to the ground with dark, shaggy fur. It moved with a rolling gait, tireless and determined. It was checking a series of scent marks it had left days ago. It stopped at a pile of rocks, sniffing intently. Finding nothing of interest, it continued on, a dark smudge moving across the silver snow. It did not fear the cold, it was made of it. The earth turned, carrying the plateau through the long hours of the night. The constellations wheeled overhead, marking the passage of time. The great bear, the hunter, the sisters, they all marched in their silent procession. On the plateau, the frost grew heavy on the coats of the bison. They looked like boulders covered in rime ice. They did not move. They waited out the night with the stoic endurance of their kind. The heat of their bodies was a small defiance against the entropy of the universe. The silence was occasionally broken by the sound of the ice expanding. A sharp crack would echo across the plateau, sounding like a whip crack. It was the sound of the water trapped in the rock freezing and expanding, slowly wedging the mountains apart. It was a geological process happening in real time, the slow erosion of the peaks by the power of the cold. The humans slept. Their dreams were simple warmth, food, the faces of their kin. They were visitors in this high place, passing through on their own migration. They respected the rules of the plateau, move slowly, conserve energy, respect the wind. As the night deepened, a meteor streaked across the sky. It was a sudden bright slash of green fire that burned for a second and then vanished. No one saw it. It was a private event between the stone and the sky. The trail of ionization faded, leaving the stars as they were. The cold reached its nadir in the hours before dawn. The air was brittle, crystalline. The world felt fragile, as if a loud noise could shatter the sky like glass. But there was no noise. There was only the peace of the high altitude, the peace of a world above the clouds. Far below, the clouds began to form in the valleys, a sea of white fog that cut the peaks off from the rest of the world. The plateau became an island in the sky, floating on a bed of mist. The moon rose late, a gibbous orb that washed out the fainter stars. Its light was cold and hard, casting long, sharp shadows from every rock and ridge. It illuminated the sleeping herd, the dark entrance of the cave, the small shelter of the humans. It was a spotlight on a stage where the actors were all asleep. The wolverine found a crevice in the rocks and curled up, wrapping its bushy tail around its nose. It closed its eyes, joining the rest of the world in rest. The wind whispered one last time across the snow and then fell silent. The earth rested, the mountains held their breath, the ice held its shape. Everything was paused, waiting for the signal of the sun to resume the slow motion of life. But for now, the pause was enough. The stillness was complete. The night on the high plateau was a testament to the beauty of the void, the elegance of the empty, frozen world. The fourth part of the long winter was a study in altitude and endurance, a quiet observation of life clinging to the roof of the world. The stars watched, the snow sparkled, and the silence reigned supreme. The landscape here was defined by a vast geometric repetition. It was a region of patterned ground, where the freeze and thaw cycles of 10,000 years had cracked the earth into a giant mosaic of polygons. Ridges of soil, pushed up by the expanding ice beneath, formed honeycomb shapes that stretched to the horizon. In the summer, these troughs were marshy and wet, but now under the deep grip of the winter, they were frozen solid. The ground was hard as iron. The tussocks of sedge and cottongrass that grew on the raised centers of the polygons were stiff and brown, combed flat by the prevailing winds. The sky above was a sheet of pearl-gray cloud, high and thin, diffusing the sunlight into a soft, glowing haze that cast no shadows. It was a light without direction, illuminating every side of every blade of grass with equal intensity. The air was still, held in a heavy suspension of cold. There was no moisture to be felt, only the dry, biting touch of the sub-zero atmosphere. It was a world of texture rather than color. The rough crumble of frozen earth, the sleek glass of wind-polished ice, the coarse weave of the dry vegetation. Moving through this patterned world was a solitary woolly rhinoceros. This individual was immense, a mature bull in the prime of his life. His body was a barrel of muscle and fat, supported by short, stocky legs that ended in 3 wide toes. He did not sink into the snow. The ground here was swept clear by the wind, leaving only a thin, hard crust that crunched softly under his weight. His coat was a deep, rusty brown, a thick mat of wool underlying long, shaggy guard hairs that hung almost to the ground. He looked like a moving haystack, a dark mound drifting across the lighter geometry of the plains. The rhinoceros carried 2 horns on his nose. The front one was magnificent, a sweeping curve of keratin that was flattened on the sides, worn smooth by years of use. It was his shovel, his plow, his tool for uncovering the world. He walked with his head low, the tip of the horn skimming the ground. He stopped at a patch of dwarf willow, a low, woody shrub that clung to the shelter of a ridge. With a slow, powerful swing of his head, he battered the frozen earth, breaking the icy crust to reveal the stems beneath. He ate with a slow, grinding deliberation. His upper lip was wide and square, designed for grasping large mouthfuls of coarse vegetation. He sheared through the woody stems with ease, the sound of snapping twigs loud in the silence. Snap, crunch, grind. It was the sound of a machine, methodical and unstoppable. He was a creature of solitude, content in his own company, his small eyes watching the ground, his ears swiveling independently to monitor the empty plain. He breathed in long, heavy sighs, the steam billowing out and freezing on the hairs of his muzzle, turning his face white with frost. To the south, the flat terrain was broken by a series of low, rolling eskers, long, winding ridges of gravel deposited by ancient rivers within the ice. On the lee side of one of these ridges, sheltered from the draft, a pack of wolves was resting. They were not the lean, desperate hunters of stories. They were well-fed, their winter coats thick and plush. They lay in a pile, a tangle of gray and white fur, limbs draped over limbs, heads resting on flanks. The pack was asleep. The alpha female lay at the top of the rise, her paws crossed in front of her. Her eyes were closed, but her ears were active, turning like radar dishes to catch the faintest sound. A younger wolf, a yearling, shifted in his sleep, letting out a soft yip as he dreamed. The alpha did not move, but her tail gave a single, slight thump against the ground, a silent signal of presence and comfort. The wolves were conserving energy. In this cold, energy was the currency of life. Every movement cost something, so they spent the majority of their time in this state of deep relaxation. They soaked up the warmth from each other, creating a communal heat source that defied the freezing air. The wind blew over the top of the ridge, whistling through the dry grass, but down in the hollow the air was still. The smell of the pack was warm and musky, a scent of fur and family. One of the wolves sat up slowly and stretched. He extended his front legs, bowing low, then arched his back, a long ripple of motion that ran from his neck to the tip of his tail. He yawned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, his pink tongue curling. He shook himself, a vigorous rattle that sent a cloud of loose snow flying from his coat. Then, having reset his muscles, he circled 3 times and lay back down, tucking his nose under his tail to warm the air he breathed. A mile away, in a shallow depression that might have once been a pond, a small group of humans was at work. They were far from their main camp, on a foraging expedition that had lasted several days. They had built a temporary shelter, a simple windbreak made of piled snow blocks and a stretched hide, just enough to break the bite of the air. 2 women were kneeling on the frozen ground. They were digging for the starchy roots of the bistort plant, which grew in abundance here. It was hard work. The ground was frozen solid. They used digging sticks, stout pieces of hardwood with points hardened in the fire and weighted with perforated stones. They drove the points into the earth, leaning their weight onto the shafts to pry up clods of frozen soil. Thud, crack, lift. They worked in a comfortable silence, a rhythm established over years of shared labor. They did not need to speak to coordinate their actions. One woman would break the ground, the other would sift through the loosened earth, her gloved fingers searching for the knotty tubers. When she found one, she would knock it against her palm to remove the dirt and toss it into a woven bag. The roots were frozen hard as stones, but later, roasted in the fire, they would soften and provide a sweet, nutty sustenance. The sound of their work was dull and repetitive, absorbed by the vastness of the landscape. They were dressed in layers of reindeer hide and fur, their silhouettes bulky and indistinct. Their breath rose in steady plumes. They were not cold. The exertion of the digging kept their blood moving, kept the internal fires burning. Occasionally, one would stop to wipe sweat from her forehead, pushing back the hood of her parka to let the cold air cool her skin for a moment. Nearby, a man was tending a small fire. Fuel was scarce out here on the open tundra, so the fire was small, fed by dried dung and twists of dry grass. It was not a fire for roaring warmth, but a fire for utility. He was melting snow in a skin bag suspended over the heat, careful not to let the flames touch the leather. He watched the snow turn to slush, then to water. It was a slow process. He added a handful of dried herbs to the water, creating a weak tea that would warm them and lift their spirits. He sat cross-legged on a mat of woven grass, his back to the wind. He was carving a piece of ivory, a small offcut from a mammoth tusk found earlier in the season. He was using a burin, a stone tool with a chisel-like edge. He scraped the ivory with short, precise strokes, shaping it into a bead. The curl of ivory shavings fell onto his lap. He worked with a profound patience, his focus entirely on the small object in his hands. The world around him was vast and empty, but his world was the size of the bead. The light began to shift as the afternoon wore on. The cloud cover, which had been uniform all day, began to break apart in the west. The sun, low on the horizon, broke through the gaps. Shafts of golden light streamed across the plain, illuminating the ridges of the polygons and casting long, dramatic shadows. The snow crystals on the ground caught the light, sparkling like scattered diamonds. The brown tussocks turned to gold. The world was suddenly full of contrast and color. The woolly rhino paused in his grazing. The sudden light made him blink. He turned his head toward the sun, feeling the faint warmth on his face. He stood motionless for a long time, a dark monument in the golden field. A flock of snow buntings descended around him, small white birds that flitted among the disturbed earth where he had been digging. They pecked at the seeds exposed by his labor. The rhino ignored them. They were part of his world, like the wind and the snow, small annoyances or companions that required no reaction. The wolves on the ridge woke up as the light changed. The pack began to stir. There was a round of greeting, a series of nuzzles and soft whines. They touched noses, reaffirmed their bonds, they stretched and yawned. The alpha female stood up and looked out over the plain. She saw the distant shape of the rhino, the faint smoke from the human fire. She watched them with a detached interest. They were not prey, not today. The pack was well fed. They were simply other inhabitants of the landscape. The sun touched the horizon, beginning to sink below the rim of the earth. The golden light deepened to orange, then to a bruised purple. The temperature dropped immediately. The cold, which had been a presence all day, now became a physical force, tightening the skin and stiffening the joints. The humans stopped their digging. They gathered their tools, cleaning the dirt from the points of the digging sticks. They pulled the bag of roots closed, securing it with a leather thong. They moved to the fire, sitting close together to share the warm tea. They passed the skin bag around, each taking a sip of the hot herbal liquid. It was a moment of quiet communion. They watched the sunset, the colors fading from the sky. They did not speak of the beauty, they simply witnessed it. It was the closing of the day, the transition to the time of rest. The night arrived with a clarity that was breathtaking. The clouds cleared completely, leaving a sky of infinite depth. The stars emerged one by one, then in clusters, then in vast, sweeping rivers of light. The constellation of the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters, hung high overhead, a tight knot of blue jewels. The air was so clear that the stars seemed to tremble. The silence of the night was different on the open tundra. There were no trees to rustle, no leaves to whisper. The only sound was the wind moving over the grass, a soft, dry hissing sound like sand pouring over stone. Occasionally, the ice in the ground would crack with a loud report, a sonic boom of the frost that echoed for miles. The woolly rhino had found a place to sleep. He chose a low spot between two ridges where the wind was less severe. He lowered his massive body to the ground, his legs folding under him. He let out a long, rumbling breath and closed his eyes. His breathing slowed. He was a mountain at rest. The frost began to form on his coat, a new layer of white on the brown wool. The wolves had moved off the ridge. They trotted in a single-file line across the polygons, their paws making no sound. They were patrolling the boundaries of their territory, marking the edges with scent. They moved with a fluid, effortless grace, their bodies designed for the long haul. They stopped at a frozen stream, sniffing the ice. Satisfied that no intruders had passed, they curled up in a new spot, a cluster of willows that offered shelter. They slept again, the day's brief activity finished. At the human camp, the fire was allowed to die down to a bed of coals. The people crawled into their sleeping bags, which were made of 2 layers of fur, one facing in, one facing out. They lay close together, sharing warmth. The windbreak protected them from the worst of the breeze. The man who had been carving held the finished bead in his hand for a moment in the dark, feeling its smooth, round shape. Then he tucked it into a pouch and closed his eyes. The earth radiated its heat into the void of space. The ground temperature plummeted. The permafrost tightened its grip. The polygons of the earth seemed to sharpen in the starlight. A snowy owl glided over the camp, a silent white ghost. It saw the dying glow of the coals, the huddled shapes of the sleepers. It flew on, searching for the movement of a lemming in the grass. It was the silent watcher, the eyes of the night. It landed on a hummock of earth, turning its head almost completely around to scan the horizon. It blinked its yellow eyes, patient and still. The aurora borealis began to shimmer in the north. It started as a pale green glow, a faint arch across the sky. Then it began to move, sending down rays of light that danced and flickered. The curtains of color swept across the stars, folding and unfolding in a silent celestial display. Green, pink, and violet lights washed over the snow, tinting the white world with alien colors. The display lasted for hours, a silent symphony of light. The rhino slept through it, the wolves slept through it, the humans slept through it. Only the owl watched, its head tracking the movement of the lights. The aurora was a common sight here, a part of the winter night as ordinary as the moon. As the night wore on, the moon rose. It was a waning moon, a crooked smile in the sky. It cast a cold, silver light that competed with the aurora. The shadows on the ground shifted, swinging around as the moon climbed. The world was a study in silver and black, a photographic negative of the day. A small herd of reindeer moved through the distance, visible only as dark shapes against the snow. They were moving toward the coast, seeking the salt lick of the frozen spray. They walked with a steady, clicking gait, their antlers silhouetted against the stars. They passed the sleeping rhino, giving him a wide berth. They passed the wolf pack, sensing their presence but knowing they were asleep. They were travelers in the night, moving through the shared dream of the landscape. The cold deepened further in the pre-dawn hours. This was the hardest time, the time when the world seemed most lifeless, but deep in the frozen tussocks, life was waiting. The seeds of the summer flowers lay dormant, protected by the snow. The insects were frozen in suspended animation, waiting for the thaw. The roots the women had dug for were waiting. The earth was not dead, it was merely pausing. The wind shifted, bringing a scent of moisture from the distant ocean. The stars in the east began to fade. The aurora dimmed and vanished, retreating into the upper atmosphere. The sky turned a deep indigo blue. The first hint of dawn was a lightening of the horizon, a pale gray line that slowly expanded. The world began to reassemble itself from the shadows. The polygons of the ground regained their definition. The brown of the grass returned. The woolly rhino opened his eyes. He remained still for a long time, listening. He heard the call of a ptarmigan, a low, guttural croak. He heard the wind. He stood up, stiff from the cold, and shook himself. A cloud of ice crystals flew from his coat, sparkling in the dawn light. He lowered his head and began to graze again. The humans woke. They moved slowly, stiff and cold. They rekindled the fire, blowing on the embers until a flame caught. They warmed their hands, rubbing life back into their fingers. They ate a handful of dried meat and drank the last of the tea. Then they packed their gear. The windbreak was dismantled, the snow blocks kicked over to return to the earth. They picked up their digging sticks and their bags. They set off across the plain, small figures moving against the vastness of the sky. The day had begun again. The cycle continued. The sun rose, a cold white disk, and the long shadows stretched out once more. The landscape of the frozen tundra lay open and wide, a canvas of silence and endurance. The fifth part of the journey was a passage through the open lands, a testament to the quiet dignity of the solitary and the small. The earth rested under the wide sky, holding its secrets in the frozen soil, waiting for the slow, inevitable turn of time. The landscape here was defined not by ice but by dust. It was a region of deep, accumulated earth known as less, where the wind had deposited silt for thousands of years. The ground was soft and yellow-gray, a thick blanket of sediment that smoothed out the contours of the underlying rock. Over time, water and wind had carved deep ravines into this soft landscape, creating a labyrinth of winding canyons with steep, vertical walls. These walls stood 50 feet high in places, revealing the layers of history in bands of varying color, pale cream, ochre, and darker stripes of ancient soil. The air in the canyon was still, protected from the constant breeze that swept across the open steppe above. While the world up on the rim was exposed and biting down here in the shadow of the earth walls, it was quiet and strangely insulated. The sound of the wind was a distant rushing noise, a high-altitude river of air that did not touch the canyon floor. The acoustics were deadened by the soft walls. A footstep here made a dull thud rather than a click or a crunch. It was a hushed world, a sanctuary of silence cut into the plain. A scimitar-toothed cat walked slowly along a narrow ledge halfway up the canyon wall. It was a predator distinct from the cave lion, with a different build and a different way of moving. It had long front legs and a sloping back, giving it a hyena-like posture, though it was undeniably feline in its grace. Its coat was a mottled gray and brown, a pattern that blended perfectly with the shadowed earth of the ravine. It had a short tail, ending in a tuft of black fur. Its most defining feature, the serrated teeth, were hidden beneath its jowls, visible only as a slight protrusion of the upper lip. The cat was not hunting. It was seeking a place to rest out of the midday sun. It moved with a fluid, liquid motion, placing each paw with deliberate care. It stopped to sniff at a cluster of dry roots hanging from the earth above the ledge. The roots smelled of dry dirt and dormancy. The cat sneezed, a quiet sound that was instantly absorbed by the walls. It continued along the ledge until it found a small alcove, a shallow depression scooped out by wind eddies. It circled once, trampling the loose dust, and then lay down. It rested its chin on its front paws, its pale eyes watching the canyon floor below. It was perfectly camouflaged, a part of the wall itself. Below, on the flat, sandy floor of the ravine, a small stream meandered. In the summer, this would be a rushing torrent of meltwater, but now it was a chain of frozen pools connected by a trickle of dark water flowing under thin ice. The mud along the banks was frozen hard, preserving the tracks of every animal that had passed through in the last week. There were the round, heavy prints of a mammoth, the sharp, cloven marks of deer, and the wide, three-toed impressions of a rhinoceros. A herd of wild horses, the equus ferus, made their way down the canyon. They used these ravines as highways, natural corridors that protected them from the wind and the snow. They were stocky, sturdy animals with dun-colored coats and dark dorsal stripes running down their spines. Their manes were short and stiff, standing upright like brushes. They walked in a single file line, a long chain of brown bodies moving against the pale walls. The lead mare stopped at one of the frozen pools. She pawed at the ice, testing its thickness. It cracked under her hoof, revealing the dark water beneath. She dipped her muzzle to drink, the cold water chilling her teeth. The others waited patiently behind her. There was no pushing or shoving. They stood with their heads low, their tails swishing occasionally. The dust of the canyon floor coated their legs, a fine powder that softened the lines of their bodies. Further down the ravine, where the canyon widened into a small amphitheater, a group of humans was at work. They were not living here permanently, but they had established a temporary station for a specific purpose. They were gathering ochre. The canyon walls here were rich in veins of red and yellow mineral earth. A man and a woman stood at the base of the cliff, using sharp stones to scrape the pigment from the hard-packed soil. The sound of their work was a rhythmic scraping, a soft shhhkrr that repeated endlessly. The red dust fell into leather bags held open at their feet. Their hands were stained with the color, a deep, vibrant rust red that marked their skin like a second layer. They worked slowly, careful not to bring down the overlaying dirt. They were harvesting color from the earth, a resource as valuable as flint or fur. A few yards away, another person sat on a large, flat rock. They were processing the raw pigment. They poured a small pile of the red earth onto the stone and used a round river cobble to grind it into a fine powder. The grinding sound was low and gritty, a constant friction of stone on stone. Grind, turn, grind. The motion was hypnotic. The person added a drop of fat from a small skin container, mixing it into the powder to create a thick red paste. This paint would be used to mark their tools, their clothes, and perhaps the walls of a deep cave miles away. The air in the canyon was filled with the smell of dry earth and crushed mineral. It was an ancient, elemental scent. The light that filtered down from the rim was soft and diffuse, bouncing off the yellow walls to create a warm, golden glow. It felt like late afternoon, regardless of the actual time. The high walls cut off the direct sun for most of the day, leaving the bottom of the ravine in a perpetual, comfortable twilight. The scimitar cat on the ledge watched the horses pass. It watched the humans working. It showed no interest in attacking. It had eaten recently, and the effort of descending the wall was not worth the trouble. It closed its eyes, drifting into a light doze. The sounds of the canyon, the horses drinking, the scraping of the ochre, the wind high above, became a lullaby. The geological history of the place was visible in the walls. A dark stripe of soil marked a time, thousands of years ago, when the climate had been warmer and vegetation had flourished. A layer of coarse sand marked a time of great floods. A band of white volcanic ash, thin as a fingernail, marked a distant eruption that had dusted the world in gray. The canyon was a library of time, and the inhabitants were merely the latest footnotes on the page. A raven flew over the canyon, its shadow racing across the opposite wall. It croaked once, the sound echoing strangely in the narrow space. It did not land. It was riding the wind currents above, heading for the open plain. The humans looked up briefly, tracking its flight, then returned to their work. The connection between the earth and the sky was distant here. The focus was on the ground, on the walls, on the immediate surroundings. As the day progressed, the light in the canyon began to change. The sun moved past the zenith and began to dip towards the west. The shadows on the east-facing walls lengthened, creeping up from the floor. The golden glow faded, replaced by a cooler blue-gray light. The temperature began to drop. The stone walls, which had absorbed a small amount of heat during the day, began to radiate it back into the air, keeping the canyon floor slightly warmer than the rim above. The horses finished drinking and continued their migration. They walked slowly, their hooves making a soft thudding sound on the packed dirt. They disappeared around a bend in the canyon, leaving only their tracks and the broken ice on the pool as evidence of their passing. The silence returned, filling the space they had vacated. The humans finished their task. They tied the leather bags shut, securing the precious red dust. The grinder cleaned the flat stone, wiping the last of the paste into a small container. They gathered their tools. They did not camp in the ravine. It was too narrow, too prone to flash floods or rockfalls. They would climb out to a sheltered spot near the rim for the night. They walked away, their figures becoming small in the scale of the canyon walls. The scimitar cat woke as the humans left. It stretched, extending its long front claws. It stood up and shook the dust from its coat. It looked down at the empty canyon floor. The twilight was deepening. It was time to move. The cat navigated the narrow ledge with ease, finding a path that led up toward the rim. It moved silently, a ghost of the rocks. It was a creature of the edges, living in the boundaries between the open plain and the deep earth. Night fell quickly in the ravine. Once the sun was gone from the sky above, the canyon plunged into darkness. It was a deep, velvet darkness. The stars were visible only as a narrow strip directly overhead, a river of light flowing between the black banks of the canyon rim. The wind died down completely. The air became still and heavy. A badger, a nocturnal forager, emerged from a burrow at the base of the wall. It had a striped face and a low, heavy body. It began to root around in the dry leaves that had collected in a crevice. It was looking for beetles or grubs. It moved with a single-minded focus, its nose close to the ground. The sound of its foraging was a loud rustling in the quiet night. The temperature continued to fall. The water in the stream froze solid again, the ice thickening. The mud on the banks hardened, turning the footprints of the horses into stone-like molds. The canyon was sealing itself up for the night. On the high rim, the wind picked up again. It whistled over the edge, carrying snow from the north. Some of the snow drifted down into the canyon, falling like fine sugar. It dusted the ledges and the floor, turning the yellow earth white. The snowflakes spiraled down in the still air, dancing in the dark. The silence of the canyon was different from the silence of the plain. It was an enclosed silence, a private quiet. There were no distant sounds here. The world was limited to what was within the walls. It was a feeling of being held, of being contained within the earth. Deep in the layers of the fossilized bones of ancient animals waited. The skull of a mammoth buried 10,000 years ago lay encased in the silt. The bones of a horse caught in a flood were preserved in the clay. The canyon was not just a home for the living, it was a tomb for the dead. The history of life was written in the dust, layer upon layer, silent and unseen. The badger found a beetle and ate it with a crunch. It continued its patrol, moving along the base of the wall. It stopped to scratch its side, its claws making a rasping sound against its thick fur. Then it waddled on, disappearing into the shadows. High above, the moon rose. It did not shine directly into the canyon, but its light caught the opposite rim, illuminating the edge of the cliff. A line of silver appeared against the black sky. It was a stark, dramatic contrast. The light reflected off the snow on the rim, casting a faint, ghostly glow down into the depths. It was just enough light to see the shapes of the rocks and the curve of the stream. The night wore on, the canyon breathed. The air cooled and sank, flowing down the ravine like a river of cold water. It pooled in the lowest spots, creating pockets of intense freezing. The plants that grew here, the hardy grasses and the deep-rooted shrubs, were adapted to this. They endured, they waited. In a small cave near the top of the canyon wall, a family of bats hung in hibernation. They were wrapped in their wings, tiny packages of life suspended from the ceiling. They were cold to the touch, their bodies matching the temperature of the stone. They would not wake until the spring brought the insects back. They were part of the stone now, as still and silent as the crystals in the rock. The earth rotated, carrying the canyon through the shadow of the planet. The strip of stars overhead shifted, new constellations appearing and disappearing as the view changed. The Milky Way passed over, a bridge of light connecting the two sides of the ravine. The scimitar cat, now far away on the open steppe, was just a memory in the canyon. The humans were asleep in their camp on the rim. The horses were miles down the valley. The ravine was empty of large life. It was left to the dust, the wind, and the slow, geological passage of time. A small rock, loosened by the frost, detached from the high wall. It fell through the darkness, bouncing once on a ledge before hitting the canyon floor. Clatter, thud, the sound was sharp and sudden. It echoed briefly, bouncing back and forth between the walls before fading away. Then the silence returned, deeper than before. It was a reminder that the canyon was active, that it was still being shaped, grain by grain, stone by stone. The frost began to grow on the dry grass stems at the bottom of the ravine. Delicate, feathery crystals formed on the dead vegetation. They grew slowly, molecule by molecule, building intricate structures of ice. The canyon floor became a garden of frost, a white and silver landscape hidden in the dark. The hours passed. The cold settled deep into the ground. The less froze, the water between the soil particles turning to ice. The walls became hard as concrete. The canyon was a fortress of cold. As the dawn approached, the sky above the rim began to lighten. The stars faded, the strip of blue broadened, the light crept down the walls inch by inch. It touched the frost on the floor, making it sparkle. The shadows retreated. The day began again, the wind on the rim picked up. The dust began to move. The cycle of erosion and deposition continued. The canyon waited for the next traveler, the next storm, the next layer of history to be laid down. But for now it was quiet. The sun had not yet reached the bottom. The world below was still resting, held in the soft, yellow embrace of the earth. The sixth part of the long winter was a story of depth and dust, a quiet interlude in the veins of the land. The earth slept and the canyon held its dreams. The valley of the braided river was a landscape of infinite grays and whites, a vast, flat expanse where the water had once wandered in 1,000 different channels. Now in the heart of the deep winter, the water was locked away. The riverbed was a mile wide, a tapestry of frozen gravel bars and winding ribbons of ice. The stones, polished smooth by centuries of tumbling in the meltwater, lay exposed to the sky. They were slate gray, charcoal, and pale granite, locked together in a frozen pavement that stretched as far as the eye could see. Between these islands of stone, the channels of ice wove a complex pattern, shining with a dull, matte luster under the overcast sky. The air here was heavy and still. The valley walls, distant and low, funneled the cold air down from the north, letting it settle into the river bottom like a heavy gas. It was a place of suspension. The energy of the rushing water was gone, replaced by the static energy of the ice. The silence was not empty, it was the silence of a held breath, a pause in the geological conversation between the water and the stone. Into this wide gray corridor, the reindeer herd flowed like a slow, living tide. There were hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, a mass of animals moving with a singular purpose. They did not run. They walked with a steady, rhythmic gait, their heads bobbing in unison. The sound of their passage was a unique music of the Ice Age. It was a clicking sound, a dry, sharp click-click-click produced by the tendons snapping over the bones in their feet. It was a sound that carried for miles in the clear air, a continuous crackling static that announced their presence long before they were seen. The reindeer were built for this world. Their coats were thick and dense, composed of hollow hairs that trapped the air and provided insulation superior to any other fur. The color of the herd was a shifting palette of browns, whites, and grays, blending perfectly with the stones of the riverbed. Their hooves were wide and crescent-shaped, spreading their weight over the snow and acting as scoops for digging. A female reindeer, her antlers still crowning her head in the winter months, paused on a gravel bar. She lowered her head, sniffing the ground. She could smell the lichen, the reindeer moss buried beneath the snow and the frozen crust. She began to dig. She used her front hooves, pawing at the ground with a methodical determination. Scrape, scrape, pause. She cleared a small crater, revealing the pale, branching structure of the lichen. She ate quickly, cropping the dry, fungal life from the stones. It was low-energy food, but it was abundant, and it was enough to keep the internal fire burning. Around her, the herd continued to move and graze. Steam rose from their bodies, creating a low-hanging fog that obscured the individual animals in the center of the group. The mist moved with them, a cloud of their own making. Their breath vented in rhythmic puffs, white plumes that appeared and vanished in the gray light. They were a peaceful community driven by the simple needs of the body: move, eat, endure. On a high terrace overlooking the river, a small group of humans had set up a watching post. They were not camped here permanently. The river valley was too exposed for a long-term settlement. They were here to observe the migration, to harvest what they needed from the edge of the herd. They had built a low wall of stones to break the wind, crouching behind it on piles of dry spruce boughs. One of the men was working on a pair of snowshoes. The frames were made of bent birch wood shaped into long teardrops. He was lacing the webbing with rawhide strips. The work required patience and strength. He pulled the leather tight, weaving it over and under the wooden rim. Pull, twist, knot. His hands were bare, acclimated to the cold, but he paused frequently to tuck them into the warmth of his fur tunic. He did not look at the herd constantly. The sound of their clicking feet told him they were still there, still moving. His focus was on the tension of the knot, the geometry of the web. Beside him, a woman was tending a small fire. She was feeding it with pieces of driftwood scavenged from the riverbanks, old dry wood that had been bleached white by the sun and the water. The fire was small, kept in a pit lined with stones to reflect the heat upward. She was melting fat in a stone bowl, rendering it down to be stored in a bladder. The smell of the warm fat mixed with the clean, metallic scent of the snow. She stirred the liquid slowly with a bone spoon, watching the bubbles rise and break. Her movements were economical. In this cold, every wasted motion was wasted heat. The light on the river began to shift. The sun, which had been hiding behind a layer of stratus clouds, found a gap near the horizon. A shaft of pale, lemon-yellow light struck the ice, illuminating the valley floor. The effect was transformative. The gray stones turned to silver. The ice channels glowed with an inner light. The steam rising from the reindeer herd caught the sun, turning into a cloud of gold. The reindeer barely reacted to the light. They continued their slow march, their heads down. A calf, born the previous spring and now nearly grown, walked close to its mother. It nudged her flank, a gesture of reassurance. The mother did not stop, but she slowed her pace slightly, allowing the calf to stay in her lee, protected from the slight draft that blew down the river. The bond between them was silent and practical, a connection of proximity and shared warmth. Farther out on the ice, a solitary figure moved against the flow of the herd. It was an Arctic fox, a small creature of pristine whiteness. Its coat was so thick that it looked round, a ball of fur on tiny legs. It moved with a bouncing, energetic gait. The fox was not hunting the reindeer, they were far too large. It was scavenging, looking for the leftovers of a wolf kill or a carcass exposed by the wind. The fox stopped at a patch of snow that looked undisturbed. It cocked its head, listening. Its large, rounded ears swiveled, tuning into the sounds beneath the surface. It could hear the faint scratching of a lemming moving through its tunnel under the snow. The fox tensed, its muscles coiling. Then it leaped. It went high into the air, diving nose first into the snow. It disappeared for a moment, leaving only its white tail waving like a flag. It emerged a second later, its muzzle covered in snow, empty-mouthed. The lemming had escaped. The fox did not dwell on the failure. It shook the snow from its face and trotted on, its tail trailing behind it. It was a creature of optimism, always moving toward the next opportunity. The humans on the terrace watched the fox. They did not move to harm it. The fox was a neighbor, a fellow scavenger in the white wilderness. Its fur was valuable, but today they were not trapping. They simply watched the white speck move across the gray ice, a small spark of life in the vast landscape. The sun began to set, though it had hardly risen. The angle of the light became extremely low, casting shadows that stretched for hundreds of yards. The shadows of the reindeer merged, forming a continuous band of darkness on the ice. The sky above turned a deep, bruised purple, transitioning to a dark indigo at the zenith. The first stars began to appear, faint pinpricks of light struggling against the twilight. The temperature dropped rapidly as the light faded. The stones of the riverbed, which had absorbed a fraction of the sun's energy, released it quickly. The cold became a solid presence, a weight that pressed down on everything. The river ice contracted, letting out a deep, resonant boom that echoed off the valley walls. It was the voice of the river, a reminder of the power trapped beneath the surface. The reindeer herd began to settle for the night. They did not stop moving entirely, but the forward momentum slowed. They clustered on a large, open gravel bar away from the banks where predators might lurk. They stood close together, thousands of bodies creating a microclimate of warmth. The steam from their breath formed a low cloud that hung over them, a blanket of fog that insulated the herd from the biting air. They chewed their cud, their jaws moving in a slow, rhythmic grinding. It was a sound of peace, of digestion, of survival. At the human camp, the fire was allowed to die down to a bed of glowing coals. The man finished his snowshoe, tying off the final knot. He tested the frame, flexing it gently. It was strong and flexible. He placed it beside its mate, a job well done. The woman removed the bowl of fat from the heat, covering it with a flat stone to keep it clean. They prepared for sleep. They checked their furs, shaking out any loose snow. They crawled into a small shelter made of hides stretched over a frame of driftwood. Inside, it was dark and smelled of wood smoke and leather. They lay close, sharing the heat, listening to the wind whisper over the stones. The night fully descended. The valley was now a landscape of black and silver. The moon, a waxing gibbous, rose over the eastern ridges. Its light was cold and hard, illuminating the braided channels of the river. The ice shone like polished steel. The gravel bars were islands of darkness. The Arctic fox found shelter in a hollow beneath a large boulder. It curled into a tight ball, wrapping its bushy tail over its nose to trap the warm air from its breath. It closed its eyes, its metabolism slowing slightly to conserve energy. It was safe, hidden, and warm. The wind picked up in the middle of the night. It scoured the valley floor, blowing the loose snow into shifting drifts. It hissed over the ice, polishing the surface until it was slick and glass-like. It whistled through the antlers of the reindeer, but the herd stood firm. They were designed to withstand the wind. Their outer guard hairs were stiff and hollow, creating a windproof shield. Their undercoat was soft and dense. They stood with their backs to the gale, a fortress of fur. Deep beneath the ice, in the few channels where the water still flowed, life continued in the dark. Small fish, species that had adapted to the cold, hovered in the slow current. They moved very little, conserving their energy. They waited for the spring, for the melt, for the return of the sun and the insects. But for now, they were suspended in the cold, liquid dark. The silence of the valley was broken only by the wind and the occasional click of a reindeer hoof. It was a minimalistic soundscape, stripped of all unnecessary noise. The world was reduced to its elemental components: stone, ice, wind, and the slow pulse of blood in the veins of the living. The constellation of Cassiopeia, the queen, sat high in the northern sky, a bright W of stars. The humans knew these stars. They used them to mark the passage of the night, to know when the dawn was approaching. But the dawn was still hours away. The night was long, a vast stretch of time to be endured. On the edge of the herd, a large male reindeer stood watch. He had shed his antlers weeks ago, but his size was still imposing. He stood with his head high, tasting the wind. He could smell the ozone of the approaching weather front, the faint scent of the fox, and the smoke from the human camp. He was the guardian, the eyes and ears of the edge. He did not relax. He stood statue still, a dark silhouette against the moonlit snow. The hours passed slowly. The earth turned. The moon crossed the sky, its angle changing the shadows on the riverbed. The ice groaned again, a long, tearing sound that traveled for miles. The river was adjusting, settling, shifting in its frozen sleep. The man in the shelter woke briefly. He heard the ice groan. He knew the sound. It was the sound of safety, the sound of the river holding firm. If the ice was silent, it might be rotting, but the loud ice was strong ice. He rolled over, pulling the furs tighter, and drifted back to sleep. As the pre-dawn hours approached, the wind died down. The air became absolutely still. This was the coldest time. The frost began to grow on the rocks, forming delicate fern-like crystals. The whiskers of the reindeer were coated in white rime. The world was frozen in a moment of perfect clarity. A snowy owl, silent as a thought, flew down the center of the river channel. It was hunting, gliding low over the ice. It saw the dark mass of the reindeer herd but ignored it. It was looking for the smaller movements, the vole or the hare. It saw nothing. It banked smoothly, turning back toward the cliffs, its white wings merging with the pale sky. The eastern horizon began to lighten. It was a subtle shift, a change in the quality of the darkness rather than an arrival of light. The stars in the east began to fade. The deep blue of the sky softened to a gray-violet. The outline of the valley walls became sharper. The reindeer herd began to stir. The animals stood up, shaking the frost from their coats. The clicking sound began again, a low staccato that grew in volume as more animals moved. They began to drift, moving off the gravel bar and onto the ice, heading toward the next feeding ground. The migration continued. The humans woke. They crawled out of their shelter, their breath steaming in the cold air. They moved stiffly, stretching their limbs. The woman rekindled the fire, blowing on the coals until a flame leaped up. The man picked up his new snowshoes, examining them in the dawn light. They were good. They would serve him well. The Arctic fox woke, stretched, and trotted out from under its boulder. It paused to mark the stone, leaving a scent message for any other fox that might pass. Then it set off across the ice, a white shadow moving into the morning. The sun rose, a red ball of fire that cast a bloody light on the snow. The valley was illuminated once more. The gray stones, the white ice, the dark herd, everything was revealed. The river of stone and ice lay open to the sky. The cycle of the day began again, quiet, slow, and inevitable. The seventh part of the winter journey was a passage through the Valley of Stone, a study in movement and migration. The earth rested, the river slept, and the life upon it flowed on, gentle and enduring in the cold. The landscape here was dominated by the vast frozen expanse of a great interior lake. It was a sea of fresh water locked into a state of suspended animation, a flat white plain that stretched to the horizon where it met the pale gray of the sky. The surface of the lake was not uniform. In some places, the wind had swept the snow away, revealing the ice beneath, a deep obsidian black that looked like a window into the abyss. In other places, the snow had drifted into long, sculpted dunes, their ridges sharp and hard as stone. The scale of the lake was immense, a featureless void that dwarfed any living thing that ventured onto its surface. The wind on the lake was constant and unimpeded. It flowed over the ice with a low, rushing sound, a continuous stream of air that carried the bite of the distant glaciers. It was a purifying wind, stripping the land of scent and sound, leaving only the elemental roar of the air and the creak of the ice. Along the shoreline, where the water met the land, the ice had been pushed up into jagged ramparts, walls of broken slabs that glowed blue in the flat light of the winter day. Near the edge of this frozen ocean, where a stand of dead reeds poked through the snow like the bristles of a brush, a herd of musk oxen stood grazing. They were the monarchs of this cold world, creatures built entirely for the purpose of enduring the freeze. They were not tall, but they were incredibly broad, their bodies hidden beneath a coat of shaggy, dark brown hair that hung all the way to their hooves. This skirt of hair, the guard coat, was thick and coarse, shedding the snow and breaking the wind. Beneath it lay a layer of fine, dense wool, the kiviot, which provided an insulation so efficient that the snow did not melt on their backs. The herd moved with a glacial slowness. They were clearing a patch of ground near the reeds, using their front hooves to break through the crust. The sound of their digging was a dull thumping, muffled by the immense open space. When they found the dried grasses and sedges beneath, they ate with a steady, rhythmic cropping. They did not lift their heads often. There was no need. The land was flat and any threat would be visible for miles. Their eyes, dark and wide-set, were calm. Their horns, curving down and then up like hooks, were massive bosses of bone that shielded their foreheads. One of the bulls, an animal of tremendous bulk, stood slightly apart from the others. He was facing the wind, his head low. The frost had collected on his muzzle and on the long hairs of his beard, turning the front of his face into a mask of ice. He did not blink against the gale. He simply stood, a dark anchor in the white drift. His metabolism was adjusted to the season, burning slow and steady. He was a master of conservation, wasting no motion, spending no heat that did not need to be spent. He was waiting for the herd to finish this patch, waiting for the signal to move a few yards further, waiting for the spring that was still an eternity away. In the shelter of the broken ice blocks along the shore, a small white shape moved. It was an Arctic hare, a creature of pure reflex and speed. It sat motionless for a moment, its white fur blending perfectly with the snow. Only the black tips of its ears and its dark, liquid eyes betrayed its presence. It was nibbling on a willow twig that had been stripped of its bark. Its nose twitched constantly, analyzing the air for the scent of a fox or a wolf. The hare was tense, a coiled spring of muscle, but in this moment of safety it was also calm. It finished the twig and hopped a few feet to the left, its large, furry feet acting like snowshoes that kept it on top of the drift. Further inland, set back from the lake in a shallow dip of the terrain, a human dwelling stood against the sky. It was a structure born of the landscape, built from the only materials available in this treeless waste, bone and earth. The framework of the hut was constructed from the curved tusks of mammoths, locked together at the apex to form a sturdy dome. The ribs and leg bones of the great beasts formed the walls, woven together and packed with sod and moss to create a thick, insulating barrier. Over this frame, heavy hides were stretched and weighted down with stones. Inside the bone hut, the world was entirely different. The wind outside was a distant memory, a roaring noise that could not penetrate the thick walls. The air inside was still and warm, smelling of burning bone and cured leather. The heat came from a central hearth, a pit dug into the floor where a fire smoldered. The fuel was not wood, but spongy bone and dried dung, which burned with a slow, hot flame and produced a heavy, greasy smoke that hung in the upper reaches of the dome before escaping through a vent. A woman sat near the fire, her legs extended on a pile of furs. She was engaged in the essential work of the winter, sewing. She held a piece of reindeer hide in her lap, the skin soft and pliable from days of chewing and scraping. She was joining it to another piece to make a tunic. Her needle was a sliver of polished bone, sharp and fine. Her thread was sinew, stripped from the leg of a deer and twisted into a strong, waterproof line. She worked with a meticulous, rhythmic precision. She pierced the hide with an awl, pushed the needle through and pulled the sinew tight. Pierce, push, pull. She was creating a welted seam, folding a strip of leather between the two pieces to ensure that the joint would be waterproof. This was not just clothing, it was survival gear. A gap in a seam could mean frostbite, and frostbite could mean death. She checked every stitch, running her thumb over the line of the seam to ensure it was flat and smooth. Opposite her, a man was working on a tool. He held a long, straight shaft of mammoth ivory, a section of tusk that had been straightened by steaming and bending. He was sanding it with a piece of rough sandstone. The sound was a harsh, rhythmic, rasping scritch, scritch, scritch. He was making a spear point, a heavy, durable weapon for the hunting of large game. He worked slowly, rotating the shaft to ensure it was perfectly round. His face was a mask of concentration, illuminated by the orange glow of the fire. The light in the hut was dim and amber-colored. Shadows danced on the walls, playing over the texture of the bones that supported the roof. The space was cluttered with the artifacts of life, baskets of woven grass, bags of dried meat, piles of raw skins waiting to be processed. In the corner, a child slept, buried under a mound of furs, only a tuft of black hair visible. The breathing of the sleepers and the workers was a soft, collective rhythm that filled the small space. Outside, the day began to fade. The gray sky darkened, turning the color of slate. The wind on the lake picked up, driving the snow in horizontal sheets. The line between the ice and the sky vanished, dissolving into a chaotic blur of white. The temperature dropped, the cold becoming a physical weight that pressed against the walls of the hut. The musk oxen stopped their grazing. They moved together, forming a tight circle. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their heads facing outward. The calves were pushed into the center of the ring, protected by the massive bodies of the adults. The herd became a single organism, a fortress of hair and bone. They lowered their heads, letting the snow pile up on their backs. They would stand like this for the duration of the storm, immovable and enduring. The wind howled around them, but in the center of the circle, the air was still and warm. Back in the hut, the woman stopped her sewing. The light was getting too dim to see the fine stitches. She placed the needle carefully into a specialized case made of a hollow bird bone, plugging the end with a piece of moss. She folded the hide and set it aside. She reached for a ladle and stirred the contents of a skin bag that hung near the fire. It contained a stew of meat and melted fat, a rich, calorie-dense meal that would sustain them through the cold night. She handed a bowl to the man, who set down his ivory shaft. They ate in silence, savoring the warmth of the food. The broth was thick and salty, coating the tongue. They ate slowly, scraping the bowls clean with their fingers. There was no waste. In this world, every calorie was a victory. After the meal, they prepared for sleep. The fire was banked, the coals covered with a layer of ash to keep them alive until morning. The light in the hut faded to a dull red glow. The man and the woman moved to the sleeping platform, a raised area at the back of the hut lined with the thickest furs. They crawled under the covers, their bodies pressing together for warmth. The child shifted in its sleep, murmuring softly. The family settled into the quiet dark. The storm raged outside. The wind battered the bone hut, whistling through the gaps in the outer covering, but the structure held. It was aerodynamic, shaped like a low hill, letting the wind flow over it rather than against it. The heavy mammoth bones did not shudder. The hut was as solid as the earth itself. On the frozen lake, the ice began to sing. The pressure of the dropping temperature caused the ice sheet to contract and crack. The sounds were unearthly, high-pitched pings, deep, resonating booms, and long, drawn-out groans that sounded like the calls of whales. The noise traveled through the ice for miles, a haunting symphony of tension and release. Under the ice, the water was silent and dark, but the surface was alive with the sound of the freeze. The hare in the rocks had retreated deep into a crevice. It was out of the wind, wrapped in its own fur. It listened to the singing ice, its ears swiveling. It was safe for now. The predator birds were grounded by the storm, and the wolves would be seeking shelter. The night belonged to the wind and the ice. The hours of darkness stretched out. The earth turned on its axis, carrying the frozen lake through the long night. The storm eventually blew itself out, leaving behind a silence that was even more profound than before. The clouds broke, revealing a sky of hard, glittering stars. The Milky Way was a bright scar across the heavens, a river of light that mirrored the frozen river of the lake. The musk oxen remained in their circle. They were now covered in a layer of fresh snow, looking like a cluster of white boulders. They did not move. They dozed, their heart rates slow, their digestion generating the heat they needed. They were a testament to patience. They did not fight the winter, they outlasted it. In the bone hut, the air cooled. The frost began to form on the inside of the roof, sketching delicate white patterns on the dark leather. The breath of the sleepers rose in steady, rhythmic puffs. The man dreamed of the summer hunt, of green grass and the sun on his back. The woman dreamed of the fire, of the warmth that was life. The child dreamed of nothing, floating in the deep, restorative sleep of the young. Far to the north, the aurora borealis appeared again. It was a faint display tonight, a pale green glow that pulsed on the horizon. It was a cold light, offering no heat, only a visual reminder of the magnetic forces that protected the world. The light reflected off the ice of the lake, turning the black surface into a mirror of the sky. A wolverine, the tireless wanderer, crossed the lake ice. It moved with a loping gait, its large paws spreading its weight. It was checking a series of scavenging sites, old kills that might still hold a scrap of skin or bone. It stopped to sniff the air, smelling the faint odor of the musk oxen. It paused, considering, then moved on. The wall of oxen was impregnable. It would find easier food elsewhere. The wolverine was a pragmatist. It trotted on, a dark speck moving under the starlight. The night waned. The stars wheeled overhead, the great bear circling the pole. The cold reached its absolute depths. The ice on the lake thickened, growing downward into the water inch by inch. The world was being locked away, preserved in a vault of crystal. The first sign of morning was a subtle change in the color of the sky. The black turned to a deep, resonant blue. The stars began to retreat. The horizon, a flat line of white, became visible again. The wind picked up, but it was a gentle breeze now, not a gale. It pushed the loose snow across the ice, creating small, shifting dunes. The musk oxen began to break their circle. The bulls moved first, shaking the snow from their backs. A cloud of white powder flew into the air. They stretched their stiff legs, stepping out of the drift. The calves shook themselves, imitating the adults. The herd reformed into a loose group and began the slow process of finding food again. They moved toward the shore where the wind had exposed the dried grass. The day's work had begun. In the hut, the woman woke. She reached out from the furs and stirred the ashes of the fire. A faint red glow remained. She added a handful of dry moss and blew gently. The smoke rose, then a small flame flickered to life. She added a piece of bone, and the fire grew. The light returned to the interior, chasing back the shadows. The day had begun for the humans as well. The sun rose, a pale, cold disk that offered light but little warmth. It illuminated the vastness of the lake, revealing the new drifts and the polished ice. The world was white and gray and blue, a masterpiece of minimalism. The silence was broken only by the crunch of snow and the distant boom of the ice. The lake lay open and still, a giant eye looking up at the sky. Life on the edge of the frozen sea continued. It was a life of small movements and great patience. It was a life of endurance. The musk oxen grazed, the hare nibbled, the humans sewed and carved, the wolverine walked. Each played their part in the quiet drama of the ice age. The earth rested, holding them all in its cold, indifferent embrace. The eighth part of the winter tale was a story of the lake and the bone, a study in structure and survival. The stillness remained, deep and abiding, as the sun began its low, short arc across the southern sky. The deep boreal forest was a kingdom of shadows and silence, a vast encircling belt of green and white that wrapped around the northern latitudes. Here the trees were ancient and immense, their trunks thick columns of dark bark that supported heavy canopies of needle and cone. The snow did not lie flat in this world. It was sculpted by the trees, piled high in rounded mounds on the evergreen boughs, creating a ceiling of white that filtered the light into a dim, aquatic gloom. The air here was still, protected from the gales that scoured the open tundra. It smelled of pine resin, cold wood, and the damp, earthy scent of peat buried deep beneath the frost. In the center of this silent cathedral, a Eurasian lynx moved with the ghost-like tread of a spirit. It was a creature of perfect adaptation. its coat a thick plush mix of silver, gray, and pale rust, spotted with black rosettes that mimicked the play of shadow and light on the snow. Its paws were enormous, broad and furry, acting as natural snowshoes that allowed it to walk on top of the soft, deep drifts where other animals would sink and flounder. The lynx stopped at the base of a fallen cedar, its short tail twitching once. It sat down, wrapping its tail around its feet, and became a statue. The lynx was not hungry. It had eaten well the day before, a grouse caught in a flurry of snow and feathers. Now it was content to watch. Its eyes, large and golden with vertical slit pupils, scanned the forest floor. It saw the subtle tracks of a vole, the disturbed snow where a squirrel had buried a cone, the faint brushing of a bird's wing against a drift. Above the eyes, long tufts of black hair rose from the tips of its ears, twitching independently to catch the faintest sounds. The snap of a frozen twig, the rustle of a mouse, the sigh of the settling snow. A few hundred yards away, in a clearing created by the fall of an ancient spruce, a massive shape loomed in the gray light. It was a broad-fronted moose, a giant relative of the modern elk but heavier and more robust. Its antlers were not the flat, palmate shovels of later times, but thick, sprawling beams of bone that stretched 6 feet across. The moose stood chest-deep in a drift, its long legs hidden. It was browsing on the tips of a willow thicket that struggled to grow in the clearing. The moose ate with a slow, deliberate grandeur. Its long, bulbous nose was a marvel of dexterity, the upper lip prehensile and sensitive. It wrapped its lip around a branch, stripped the leaves and bark with a stripping motion, and chewed. The sound was a rhythmic crunching, loud in the quiet woods. Steam rose from its nostrils in steady jets, condensing instantly in the freezing air. The animal's coat was a dark chocolate brown, almost black in the dim light, thick and oily to repel the moisture. It was a solitary giant, a king of the deep woods, unafraid and unhurried. The forest floor was a complex topography of hidden life. Beneath the snow, a network of tunnels crisscrossed the ground, highways for the small mammals that lived their entire winters without seeing the sun. A red-backed vole scurried along one of these subnivean corridors. It was warm down here, the temperature hovering just around freezing, insulated by the feet of snow above. The vole found a cache of seeds stored in a hollow root and began to eat, holding the food in its tiny, pink paws. It was safe from the owl and the lynx, protected by the white blanket of the winter. Deep in the grove, where the trees grew so close together that their branches interlocked, a small group of humans had established a winter camp. This was not a temporary hunting blind, but a substantial settlement intended to last through the season. The main structure was a large, conical lodge built from stout poles of pine leaning inward to form a sturdy frame. The covering was a patchwork of heavy hides, elk, bear, and mammoth, layered like shingles to shed the snow. Inside the lodge, the atmosphere was warm and hazy with wood smoke. The floor was covered in a thick layer of spruce boughs, their needles releasing a fresh, sharp scent when crushed. Over these boughs lay rugs of fur, creating a soft, insulated living surface. A fire burned in the center, a carefully constructed pyramid of logs that produced a steady, radiant heat. An older woman sat near the fire, her legs crossed. She was engaged in the slow, tactile work of making cordage. Beside her lay a pile of inner bark strips harvested from willow and lime trees before the deep freeze. The bark had been soaked and pounded until the fibers separated. Now she was twisting them. She took 2 strands, rolled them down her thigh with the palm of her hand to twist them individually, then allowed them to twist back around each other to form a rope. Roll, twist, lock. Roll, twist, lock. The motion was repetitive and soothing. Her hands were rough and strong, the skin stained dark by the tannins in the bark. She worked without looking, her fingers knowing the tension and the texture of the fiber. The resulting cord was strong, flexible, and essential. It would be used for fishing nets, for snares, for tying the lashings of the lodge, for the strings of boots. It was the binding agent of their technology, spun from the trees themselves. Across the fire, a young man was working on a piece of wood. He was using a beaver tooth set into a handle of antler to gouge out the center of a birch burl. He was making a bowl. The wood was hard and knotted, resisting the tool. He worked patiently, shaving away tiny curls of wood, checking the depth with his thumb. He was in no rush. The winter was long, and the bowl would take as long as it needed to take. The sound of the tooth against the wood was a soft scraping, a counterpoint to the crackle of the fire. The light in the lodge was dim, a warm amber glow that softened the faces of the people. Shadows flickered on the hide walls, dancing with the movement of the flames. Suspended from the poles above were racks of drying meat and bunches of herbs, sage, yarrow, and dried berries. The air tasted of smoke, meat, and pine. It was a sensory cocoon, a place of safety and warmth in the heart of the cold. Outside, the day drifted on. The light in the forest did not change much. The sun remained low, hidden behind the trees, casting long blue shadows that stretched across the snow. The silence was deep, a heavy, muffling presence. Occasionally, a branch would groan under the weight of the snow, or a clump would fall with a soft whump, sending up a puff of white dust. These were the only disturbances in the stillness. The lynx rose from its spot. It stretched, extending its front legs and arching its back, its claws extending into the bark of the fallen cedar. It yawned, revealing pink gums and white teeth. It decided to move. It walked along the trunk of the tree, balancing effortlessly, then jumped down into the snow. It moved toward the edge of the clearing, keeping to the shadows. It was patrolling its territory, marking its boundaries with scent. It passed within 50 yards of the moose, but neither animal acknowledged the other. The moose was too big for the lynx to threaten, and the lynx was of no concern to the moose. They were neighbors, living in parallel lines that did not cross. A flock of crossbills descended on the upper branches of a spruce tree. These were specialized birds, their beaks crossed at the tips to pry open the scales of pine cones. They worked with frantic energy, hanging upside down, fluttering from cone to cone. They chirped softly, a conversational twittering that rained down from the canopy. They extracted the seeds, dropped the empty scales, and flitted to the next branch. The scales fell like brown rain, landing on the snow below. The afternoon deepened. The gray light turned to a dark, bruised violet. The temperature, already low, began to drop further. The trees seemed to draw closer together as the darkness gathered. The cold became a solid thing, a wall that pressed against the skin. The moose finished its browsing. It turned slowly, its heavy body pivoting in the deep snow. It moved toward a stand of dense firs, seeking the thermal cover of the thick branches for the night. It walked with a high-stepping gait, lifting its legs clear of the snow with each stride. It found a spot where the ground was nearly bare, protected by the roof of needles above. It lowered itself down, grunting softly. It began to chew its cud, the rhythmic motion of its jaw the only movement in the dark grove. Back in the lodge, the fire was built up for the evening. A large log of slow-burning hardwood was added to the back of the hearth. The people gathered closer to the heat. A pot of water, melted from snow, simmered near the flames, tossing up little bubbles. The woman finished her length of cord and coiled it neatly. She placed it in a basket with the others. She rubbed her hands together, feeling the heat return to her fingertips. They ate a meal of dried meat and fat, chewing slowly. Conversation was sparse. A few words about the snow, about the wood supply, about the tracks seen near the stream. They spoke in low voices, respecting the quiet of the night. A child sat near the man carving the bowl, watching the wood curls fall. The child picked one up, unrolling it, fascinated by the spiral shape. The night settled over the forest. It was a profound darkness. The canopy blocked most of the starlight, leaving the forest floor in absolute blackness. Only in the clearings, where the sky was visible, could the stars be seen, cold, hard points of light glittering through the gaps in the trees. The lynx had found a shelter for the night, a hollow under the root mass of a toppled pine. It curled up, its tail over its nose, and slept. It dreamed of the chase, of the leap, of the warmth of blood, but its body was still. A great gray owl, the phantom of the north, woke on its perch. It was a massive bird with a round head and a facial disc of concentric gray rings. Its eyes were small and yellow. It took off its wings soundless. It flew through the trees, navigating the maze of trunks with uncanny precision. It was hunting the vole, listening for the faint scratching sound under the snow. It swooped down, hovering for a second, then plunged its talons into the white powder. It missed, pulling up empty. It flew to a new perch, settled its feathers, and waited. It had all night. Patience was its greatest weapon. The silence of the forest night was living and watchful. The trees stood like sentinels, their branches weighted with snow. The sap inside them was frozen, waiting for the thaw. The needles were coated in a thin layer of rime. The forest was breathing, a slow, deep respiration of oxygen and cold. In the lodge, the humans prepared for sleep. They spread the furs, creating a communal bed. They removed their outer boots, placing them near the fire to dry. They crawled under the heavy robes, a pile of humanity seeking warmth in the dark. The fire burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow on the poles of the roof. The smoke drifted up, carrying their dreams out into the night. Far beneath the ground, under the roots of the trees, the earth was alive with the microscopic activity of fungi and bacteria. Even in the freeze, the slow decomposition of the forest floor continued. The nutrients were being prepared, broken down to feed the trees when the sun returned. The forest was a cycle, an endless loop of growth and decay, and winter was merely the pause in the breath. The wind picked up high in the canopy, a distant rushing sound like the ocean. The tops of the trees swayed gently, brushing against the stars. Snow shook loose from the high branches, falling in soft cascades that dusted the forest floor. A wolverine passing through the territory stopped to sniff the air near the moose's bedding site. It smelled the large animal, but knew it was too strong to attack. It moved on, its rolling gait carrying it miles across the forest in a single night. It found the remains of the lynx's kill, a few feathers and a wing. It ate them, crunching the bones, wasting nothing. Then it continued, a dark engine of survival in the white wilderness. The night wore on. The constellation of Orion hunted across the southern sky, visible only in fragments through the trees. The cold grew more intense. The wood of the lodge popped loudly as the temperature dropped. The sleepers did not wake. They were accustomed to the sounds of the winter. The owl caught a mouse. It swallowed it whole, sitting on a branch with its eyes closed, digesting. It was satisfied. It ruffled its feathers, expanding its insulation, and settled in to wait for the dawn. As the earth turned toward the morning, the darkness began to thin. The black of the forest turned to a deep charcoal, then to a misty gray. The shapes of the trees re-emerged from the gloom. The snow on the branches began to glow with a faint, inner light. The moose woke. It stood up, its joints cracking in the cold. It shook its coat, sending a cloud of frost into the air. It stepped out of the shelter of the firs, moving back toward the willow clearing. It was hungry again. The cycle of eating and warming continued. The lynx woke, stretched, and began to groom its fur. It licked its paws, cleaning the fur of ice and dirt. It was meticulous. A clean coat was a warm coat. It finished its grooming and set off, leaving a fresh line of tracks in the pristine snow. In the lodge, the woman was the first to rise. She stirred the coals, adding a handful of birch bark. The fire flared up bright and cheerful. She put water on to boil. The day had returned. The light filtered through the smoke hole, a pale shaft of gray. The forest stood silent and white, holding the morning in its arms. The snow lay deep and heavy. The trees were still. The life within the woods, the moose, the lynx, the human, the vole, continued their quiet, persistent existence. There was no drama, no struggle, only the enduring presence of life in the cold. The ninth part of the long winter was a story of the deep woods, a study in shelter and silence. The earth rested, wrapped in green and white, breathing slowly under the canopy of the north. The valley lay hidden between two steep ridges of volcanic rock, a jagged scar in the white landscape where the heat of the earth bled through the crust. From a distance, the location was marked only by the pillars of white steam that rose steadily into the gray sky, merging with the low-hanging clouds. It was a place of stark contrasts. The rim of the valley was buried in deep snow, frozen and lifeless, but the floor was a patchwork of black rock, vibrant green moss, and pools of steaming water. The air here was heavy with moisture and the faint, sulfurous scent of minerals from deep underground. It was a scent of old earth, pungent and warm. The geothermal springs bubbled up through fissures in the basalt, filling natural basins with water that was hot to the touch. The edges of these pools were encrusted with travertine, white and orange mineral deposits that formed smooth terrace steps. The snow that fell into the valley did not accumulate. It melted upon contact with the warm ground, turning into mist that swirled endlessly in the currents of air. The sound of the valley was a continuous, gentle gurgling, the voice of boiling water and escaping gas. A troop of Japanese macaques, the snow monkeys of the Ice Age, occupied the central pool. They were gathered in the water, submerged up to their necks, their faces red from the heat. Their thick gray-brown fur was fluffed out above the waterline, dusted with frost where the steam had frozen on the tips. They sat with their eyes half closed, soaking in the warmth. It was a communal bath, a ritual of survival and comfort. One of the older males sat on a submerged rock, his arms resting on the edge of the pool. He was the center of a small group. A female sat behind him, grooming his shoulders. Her small, dark hands moved with precision through his wet fur. She picked out bits of dirt and dead skin, her fingers parting the hair to inspect the skin beneath. It was a slow, methodical process. The male leaned forward, his expression one of pure bliss. He grunted softly, a low vibration in his throat that signaled contentment. The grooming was not just for hygiene, it was the glue of their society, a tactile language of bond and peace. A young macaque, barely a year old, clung to its mother's chest. It was small and fragile, its face pale and wrinkled. It nursed quietly, its eyes wide and watching the steam drift past. The mother held it close, one arm wrapped around its back, the other trailing in the water. She was relaxed, her head tipped back against a stone. She did not need to watch for predators here. The wolves and the leopards stayed away from the deep snow of the ridges, and the heat of the valley was a sanctuary. On the banks of the pool, where the ground was warm but dry, other monkeys sat huddling together. They formed sarudango, or monkey dumplings, tight clumps of bodies sharing warmth. They shifted occasionally, a leg moving here, a head turning there, but mostly they were still. They were conserving energy, letting the geothermal heat do the work of keeping them alive. A few younger ones played near the water's edge, rolling a round stone back and forth, but their play was subdued, slowed by the heavy atmosphere of the place. Further down the valley, where the water cooled and flowed into a wider stream, a different scene unfolded. A small herd of elk had made their way down the treacherous path from the rim. They stood in the shallows, drinking the mineral-rich water. The warmth of the liquid was a shock to their systems, a welcome relief from the freezing slush of the upper plains. They did not wade in like the monkeys, they kept their hooves on the solid gravel of the stream bed. A large stag, his antlers shed for the winter, lifted his head. Water dripped from his muzzle, creating expanding rings in the stream. He looked at the monkeys with indifference. The two species shared this oasis without conflict. The elk were browsers, interested in the moss and the few stunted shrubs that grew near the vents. The monkeys were foragers, digging for roots and insect larvae in the thawed mud. There was no competition, only a shared need for heat. The stag lowered his head again, tearing a mouthful of wet green moss from a rock. On a flat terrace of stone, separated from the animals by a screen of rising steam, a group of humans had set up a temporary rest. They were not building a shelter, the ground was too warm for snow blocks and too hard for poles. They were simply sitting, wrapped in their furs, absorbing the radiant heat of the rock. They had removed their boots, setting them on the warm stones to dry. Their bare feet, pale and calloused, rested on the earth, soaking up the warmth that seeped from below. An old woman lay on her back, looking up at the swirling mist. Her face was lined with the map of many winters. She breathed deeply, inhaling the moist mineral air. It was good for the lungs, clearing the congestion of the cold. She closed her eyes, listening to the burble of the springs. Beside her, a man was softening a piece of leather. He dipped it into a warm pool, then worked it with his hands, stretching and kneading the hide. The warm water made the leather pliable, easy to work. He did not rush. The task was a meditation, a simple rhythm of dip, stretch, fold. The humans did not disturb the monkeys. They had an unspoken truce in this place. The valley was neutral ground, a gift from the earth to all living things that found it. The man watched the monkeys grooming, recognizing the similarity to his own people. He felt a kinship with them, a shared understanding of the value of warmth and touch. He returned to his work, his movements slow and deliberate. The light in the valley was always diffuse, filtered by the steam and the clouds. But as the day wore on, the gray turned to a darker shade of slate. The mist seemed to glow with a faint blue luminescence. The temperature at the rim dropped, sending colder drafts of air down into the depression. These cold currents mixed with the rising steam, creating sudden swirling vortices of fog that danced over the water. The monkeys in the pool began to move. They climbed out of the water, shaking their coats. The water flew from their fur in droplets that sparkled in the dim light. They did not stay wet for long. The heat of their bodies and the dry air at the edge of the pool dried them quickly. They moved to the sleeping rocks, the warmest spots in the valley, and huddled together for the night. The grooming continued, a final check before sleep. The elk moved back up the slope, seeking the shelter of a rock overhang. They moved carefully, their hooves finding purchase on the slick stones. They blended into the shadows of the canyon walls, becoming invisible save for the white patch on their rumps. The humans put their boots back on. The leather was dry and warm. They gathered their belongings, a few tools, a skin bag of food, a spear. They did not leave the valley. They found a dry alcove near a vent where the ground was warm and dry. They spread their furs and lay down. There was no need for a fire here. The earth provided the heat. They slept with the sound of the water in their ears, a lullaby of the deep earth. The night transformed the valley. The steam clouds reflected the moonlight, creating a ghostly, illuminated ceiling. The pools of water looked like black ink, disturbed only by the rising bubbles. The silence was different here than on the tundra. It was a wet silence filled with the sounds of dripping and flowing. A Japanese sorrow, a goat antelope with a thick gray coat, stepped out of the shadows. It was a solitary creature, shy and elusive. It walked to the edge of the water, its small hooves making no sound on the moss. It drank quickly, its ears swiveling to catch any sound. It looked at the sleeping monkeys, then at the human alcove. Seeing no movement, it turned and vanished back into the mist. Deep beneath the valley, the magma chamber pulsed. It was the beating heart of the region, the source of the life-giving heat. It sent fluids rushing up through the cracks in the crust, dissolving minerals and carrying them to the surface. It was a geological engine that had been running for millions of years, indifferent to the ice age above. The steam condensed on the rocks, freezing into bizarre shapes where the heat was less intense. Ice feathers grew on the cold side of the boulders, fragile and intricate. They grew until the wind shifted, bringing a wave of warm air that melted them back into water. It was a constant cycle of freezing and thawing, a battle between the heat of the earth and the cold of the air. The macaque mother woke. Her infant had shifted, letting out a small squeak. She adjusted her hold, pulling him closer to her warmth. She looked around the huddle. Her family was safe. The large male was snoring softly, his head resting on his chest. She closed her eyes again, drifting back into the dreamless sleep of the secure. The humans slept deeply. The warmth of the ground relaxed their muscles, easing the tension of the long trek. They did not dream of hunting or cold. They floated in a warm void, their bodies repairing the wear and tear of the winter. The old woman's breathing was shallow and even, she was at peace. A large owl, a Blackiston's fish owl, perched on a snag of dead wood overlooking the stream. It was a massive bird hunting for fish in the unfrozen waters. It watched the surface with intense focus. A shadow moved in the water, a trout drawn to the oxygen-rich riffles. The owl dropped, its talons hitting the water with a splash. It rose heavily, the fish gripped in its claws. It flew to a rock and began to eat, tearing at the prey. The sound of its feeding was lost in the noise of the bubbling springs. The night passed, the moon moved across the narrow slit of sky above the valley. The shadows on the valley floor rotated. The steam pillars bent in the changing wind, leaning first to the east, then to the west. As the dawn approached, the temperature differential was at its greatest. The air at the rim was 50 degrees below freezing. The water in the pools was nearly boiling. The steam was thick and opaque, a wall of white fog. The first light of the sun did not reach the valley floor. It struck the snow on the high peaks, turning them pink and gold. The light slowly crept down the ridges, illuminating the icicles that hung from the cliffs. The monkeys began to stir. The pile of fur broke apart as individuals sat up and stretched. They yawned, showing their teeth. The young ones were the first to move, chasing each other over the warm rocks. They played a game of tag, their small hands gripping the stone, their feet finding purchase on the moss. The humans woke, they sat up, rubbing their faces. They felt rested, the heat of the earth having soaked into their bones. They ate a small meal of dried fruit and nuts. They did not speak. They packed their furs, rolling them into tight bundles. They put on their packs and picked up their spears. They looked one last time at the pools, at the monkeys, at the rising steam. Then they began the climb out of the valley, heading back into the cold world of the snow. The elk had already left, moving up to the ridge to browse on the lichens exposed by the wind. The owl was gone, roosting in a hollow tree miles away. The valley was left to the monkeys and the mist. The large male macaque walked to the edge of the pool. He tested the water with one toe. It was hot, perfect. He slid in, the water rising to his chin. He sighed, his breath mingling with the steam. He closed his eyes. The sun was rising, but down here it didn't matter. The heat was here. The water was here. The rest of the world could wait. The valley of steam continued its work. It breathed, it bubbled, it warmed. It was a small hidden pocket of resistance against the ice. It was a testament to the fire that burned within the planet, a fire that sustained life even in the deepest winter. The 10th part of the journey was a respite, a pause in the warm breath of the earth. The snow fell on the rim, but in the valley the moss was green and the water was warm. The earth rested and the steam rose, a white flag of peace in the gray sky. The day settled into its rhythm. The light brightened, filtering through the fog. The monkeys groomed, the water flowed. The silence was filled with the soft sounds of life. A single snowflake drifted down, surviving the heat to land on the black nose of the male macaque. It melted instantly, a tiny cold kiss that was gone in a heartbeat. He did not move. He simply sat, the king of the hot spring, watching the white world turn slowly around his warm, wet throne. On the ridge, a wolverine paused, looking down into the fog. It smelled the sulfur, the monkey musk, the faint trace of human. It did not descend. The heat was unnatural to it, a thing to be wary of. It turned away, loping along the skyline, a creature of the cold seeking the cold. The valley remained below, a secret held in the stone. The water in the pools was clear as glass. If one looked closely, one could see the tiny bubbles of gas forming on the bottom, rising in silver chains to the surface. Each bubble was a packet of ancient air released from the crust. They popped at the surface, releasing their faint, sharp scent. Pop, pop, pop. It was a microscopic rhythm, a counterpoint to the slow breathing of the monkeys. The green moss that grew near the vents was lush and soft. It was a microcosm of a tropical forest, a miniature jungle that lived on the heat and the moisture. Tiny insects, springtails and mites crawled among the fronds. They lived their entire lives in this few square feet of greenery, an island of life in a sea of ice. They knew nothing of the glaciers, nothing of the mammoths. Their world was moss and steam. The sun moved higher, though it remained invisible behind the clouds. The light turned a milky white, the shadows vanished. The world became two-dimensional, a painting of steam and stone. The humans reached the rim. They stopped to catch their breath. The cold air hit them like a hammer. They pulled their furs tighter, adjusting their hoods. They looked back down into the valley. All they could see was the white cloud filling the canyon, a river of fog. They turned their backs on the warmth and stepped out onto the tundra. The wind caught them, pushing them forward. They began to walk, their snowshoes crunching on the crust. They carried the memory of the heat with them, a small ember in the center of their bodies. Back in the pool, the young monkey left his mother's side. He swam awkwardly, paddling with his hands. He reached the male, climbing onto his back. The male did not shake him off. He tolerated the weight, a small anchor in the water. The young one groomed the male's ear, his tiny fingers picking at the fur. The cycle of care continued. The valley held its peace. The geological clock ticked on, slow and immense. The water rose, the water cooled, the water returned to the earth. It was a perfect system, balanced and eternal. The ice age was just a season here, a temporary condition outside the walls. Inside, the earth was alive and warm. The 10th part ended as it began, in the mist and the quiet, with the soft sound of water and the stillness of the waiting world. The coastline was a vertical world of pale, weathered stone. Cliffs of limestone, gray and white and streaked with the stains of mineral seepage, rose hundreds of feet from the edge of the frozen sea. The rock was ancient, composed of the compressed shells of creatures that had lived millions of years before the ice came. Now those fossilized remains looked out over a new ocean, one locked in the grip of the cryosphere. The cliffs were not smooth. They were fractured and fissured, riddled with caves, alcoves, and narrow ledges that offered sanctuary from the wind that swept in off the ice pack. The air here was sharp with the scent of salt and cold stone. It was a clean, bracing smell, distinct from the earthy scent of the tundra or the resin of the forest. The wind was a constant presence, sometimes a roar, sometimes a whisper, but always moving, always shaping the snow that clung to the rock faces. The ocean below was a chaotic jumble of sea ice, plates of white and blue that had been crushed together by the tides and frozen into a solid, motionless surface. Far out where the current was strongest, a lead of dark, open water steamed in the cold air, a black scar in the white expanse. Perched on a narrow ledge halfway up the cliff face, an alpine ibex stood looking out at the horizon. It was a master of this vertical terrain, a creature designed for gravity-defying balance. Its hooves were specialized tools, with hard, sharp edges for gripping the smallest irregularities in the rock and soft, rubbery pads in the center for traction on smooth surfaces. The ibex was a male, his horns long and curved, sweeping back over his shoulders in a heavy arch of ridged keratin. His coat was a thick, woolly mix of brown and gray, blending perfectly with the limestone. He did not move. He stood with his front feet together on a protrusion of rock no wider than a human hand. He was chewing his cud, his jaw moving in a slow, circular rhythm. His eyes, with their horizontal pupils, were half closed against the glare of the sun on the sea ice. He was at peace here, suspended between the sky and the ice. The wind ruffled his beard, but he remained planted, as immovable as the mountain itself. Above him, a few other members of the herd rested on higher ledges, brown shapes against the gray stone, dozing in the safety of the heights. In a large cave mouth near the base of the cliffs, just above the reach of the highest storm tides, a group of humans had taken shelter. The entrance was wide and arched, framing the view of the frozen sea like a painting. Inside, the floor was covered in a layer of dry sand and crushed shells. The ceiling was high, lost in the shadows, where the smoke from their fire drifted and pooled before finding its way out. A young woman sat near the entrance, utilizing the natural light to work on a collection of seashells. She had a pile of small, spiraled shells gathered from a beach miles to the south during the summer thaw. Now, in the depth of winter, she was turning them into ornaments. She held a shell in one hand and a small flint drill in the other. She pressed the point of the drill against the shell and rotated it back and forth between her palms. Swish, swish, swish. The sound was faint, a dry friction of stone on calcium. She worked with a meditative focus. The task required patience. If she pressed too hard, the shell would shatter. If she drilled too fast, the heat would crack it. She had to find the rhythm, the sweet spot of pressure and speed. A fine white dust collected on her lap. When the hole was finally through, she blew the dust away and threaded the shell onto a piece of sinew. She added it to a string of others, clicking them together. The sound of the shells clinking was light and musical, a tiny melody in the cavernous space. Deeper in the cave, an older man was tending to a seal skin. The hide was stretched on a frame of driftwood lashed tight with rawhide cords. He was scraping the flesh side with a bone tool, removing the last traces of fat and membrane to make the leather soft. His movements were rhythmic and heavy, scrape, lift, scrape, lift. He worked systematically, moving from the top of the hide to the bottom. He did not rush. The skin would be there all day. The work was his clock, measuring the passage of time in inches of clean leather. The fire in the center of the camp was small, fed by driftwood and the oily bones of seals. It burned with a yellow, sputtering flame, casting long, dancing shadows against the rock walls. The smell of the smoke was distinctive, briny and rich. Near the fire, a child played with a handful of smooth pebbles, arranging them in lines and circles in the sand. The child was silent, absorbed in the geometry of the stones. Outside, on the jumbled ice at the foot of the cliffs, a colony of seabirds, the thick-billed murres, huddled together. They were flightless in this season, their wings used for swimming rather than flying. They were black and white, standing upright like little sentinels. They crowded onto the rocky foreshore where the wind had swept the snow away. They were shoulder to shoulder, a mass of feathers and warmth. The colony was quiet. There was no squabbling over nests, no courting displays. Those were for the summer. Now the goal was simply to endure. They preened their feathers constantly, spreading oil from a gland at the base of their tail to waterproof their coats. A wet bird was a dead bird. They ran their beaks down each feather, zipping the barbs together to create an impenetrable shield against the cold. The sound of hundreds of beaks preening feathers was a soft, rustling whisper, like the sound of dry leaves in a breeze. Out on the sea ice near the edge of the open lid, a ringed seal lay sleeping. It was a dark, sausage-shaped mound on the white ice. It had hauled itself out of the water to rest, taking advantage of the sun. It lay on its side, one flipper tucked against its chest. It looked vulnerable, exposed on the flat surface, but it was alert even in sleep. Every minute or so, it would lift its head, scanning the horizon for the white shape of a bear. Seeing nothing, it would drop its head back onto the ice, its whiskers twitching. The seal was at home in this frozen world. It had a thick layer of blubber that kept its core temperature stable even when lying on ice. Its blood was rich in hemoglobin, allowing it to dive deep and stay under for long periods, but now it was simply resting. It let out a long breath, a puff of steam that drifted away on the wind. It was a creature of the boundary, living between the water and the air, master of both. Back on the cliff, the sun began to move behind the rock face. The light changed from the direct, harsh glare of midday to a softer, blue-shadowed twilight. The temperature dropped immediately. The limestone walls, which had held a fraction of the sun's warmth, began to cool. The air grew denser. The ibex on the ledge shifted his weight. He stretched his neck, reaching for a tuft of dry grass growing from a crack in the rock. He pulled it free and chewed, the dry stems crunching. He looked down at the human camp, seeing the smoke rising. He watched with a detached curiosity. The humans were far below, no threat to him on his high perch. He turned slowly, his hooves finding purchase on the invisible irregularities of the stone, and began to climb higher, seeking a sheltered overhang for the night. Inside the cave, the woman finished her necklace. She held it up to the light, the shells gleaming with a pearlescent luster. She smiled, a small, private expression of satisfaction. She tied the ends of the sinew together and placed the necklace in a pouch. She stood up, brushing the shell dust from her furs, and moved to the fire. She added a piece of driftwood, watching the flames lick around the salt-impregnated timber. The wood burned with flashes of green and blue, colors of the sea released by the heat. The man finished scraping the hide. He untied the lashings and rolled the skin up. He placed it in a corner of the cave, away from the moisture of the entrance. He sat down by the fire, his joints stiff from the repetitive work. He accepted a bowl of broth from the woman. They ate quietly, listening to the wind whistle past the cave mouth. The sound was like a flute, a hollow, mournful note that rose and fell with the gusts. The day faded into evening. The sky turned a deep, translucent purple. The horizon line between the sea and the sky became a blur of dark indigo. The stars began to appear sharp and cold. The constellation of the Great Bear hung over the ocean, its tail pointing down toward the ice. A snowy owl, a different individual from the forest and the tundra, perched on the top of the cliff. It looked out over the sea ice. It was watching for the movement of a hare or a lemming on the cliffs, or perhaps a seabird that had strayed from the colony. It sat motionless, a white gargoyle on the gray rock. Its head turned 270 degrees, scanning the landscape behind it. It blinked its yellow eyes, two bright coins in the darkness. Below, the murs had stopped their preening. They settled down for the night, tucking their heads under their wings. The colony became a single, silent mass of black and white. They relied on their collective heat to survive the night. The ones on the outside of the huddle would slowly work their way in, a constant slow-motion rotation that ensured everyone got a turn in the warm center. The seal on the ice woke up. The sun was gone. It was time to return to the water. It scuttled forward, sliding on its belly until it reached the edge of the lead. With a fluid, silent motion, it slipped into the black water. It vanished instantly, leaving only a few ripples that froze before they could spread. Under the ice, the seal was weightless, flying through the dark, liquid world. It began to hunt, using its sensitive whiskers to detect the vibrations of fish in the depths. The night fully claimed the coast. The cliffs loomed black against the starry sky. The wind dropped, leaving a heavy silence. The only sound was the occasional crack of the sea ice shifting with the tide. It was a deep, resonant sound, like the breaking of a massive bone. The sound traveled through the rock of the cliffs, a vibration that could be felt by the humans in the cave. The woman in the cave lay awake for a moment, listening to the ice. She knew the sound well. It was the voice of the world she lived in. She felt the solid rock beneath her, the warmth of the firs above her. She felt safe. The cave was a strong shelter, older than the tribe, older than the memories of the elders. It had sheltered bears and lions and humans for eons. She closed her eyes and joined the others in sleep. Deep in the back of the cave, where the light of the fire did not reach, the darkness was absolute. Here the silence was different. It was the silence of the earth itself. Water dripped from the ceiling, landing in a small pool with a rhythmic plink, plink, plink. Each drop carried a tiny load of mineral, depositing it to form a stalagmite. The process was infinitesimally slow. A centimeter of growth took 100 years. In the dark, the stone was growing, drop by drop, measuring the millennia in silence. A cave bear, long dead, had left its mark on the wall here. 3 deep scratches, parallel lines in the soft clay, had hardened into stone. It was a signature from the past, a reminder of the giants that had walked these halls. The air in the deep cave was cool and damp, preserving everything it touched. Outside, the moon rose. It was a half-moon, casting a pale silver light on the sea ice. The pressure ridges cast long, jagged shadows. The open water of the lead reflected the moon, a shimmering path of light on the black surface. The ibex found his overhang. He lay down, his legs tucked under him. He was high above the world, safe from the wolves that prowled the ice below. He chewed his cud, his eyes watching the moonrise. He was a creature of simple needs: grass, rock, and safety. He had all 3 tonight. A wolverine moved along the base of the cliff. It was sniffing around the edges of the bird colony. It tested the air, smelling the birds, the guano, the salt. It found a dead murre that had fallen from a ledge. It picked up the carcass and carried it away, disappearing into a jumble of fallen rocks. The scavenger had found its meal. It ate quickly, cracking the bones, then moved on, always restless, always searching. The tide turned, the sea ice groaned and shrieked as the plates ground against each other. The noise was loud, echoing off the cliffs. It sounded like the wailing of strange beasts, but the animals were used to it. The ibex did not flinch. The humans did not wake. The murres slept on. It was just the ocean moving, the restless energy of the planet shifting under its coat of ice. The night wore on, the cold intensified. The mist rising from the open water froze into diamond dust sparkling in the air. The frost grew on the limestone, coating the gray rock in white lace. The world was beautiful in its harshness, a landscape of texture and light. In the cave, the fire burned down to embers. The red glow illuminated the sleeping forms of the people. They were a small, warm island in the vast cold. Their breathing was slow and synchronized. They were at rest, their bodies repairing, their minds wandering in the dreamscape. The owl on the cliff took flight. It swooped down over the ice, its shadow racing across the snow. It saw a movement, a lemming near the shore. It dove, silent and deadly. It struck the snow, talons grasping. This time it was successful. It flew back to its perch with the prey. The circle of life continued, silent and efficient under the watch of the stars. The earth turned, the moon set, the sky began to lighten in the east. The blue hour returned. The stars faded. The limestone cliffs turned from black to gray to white as the light increased. The murres began to wake. They shuffled and stretched, flapping their wings. The colony came alive with soft murmurs and clicks. They prepared for the day, for the swim to the open water, for the hunt for fish. The humans woke, the woman stirred the fire. The man stretched. The child sat up, rubbing its eyes. They began the routine of the morning, fueling the fire, melting snow, preparing food. The cycle began again. The sun rose, painting the sea ice in shades of pink and gold. The lead of open water steamed, a cauldron of mist. The ibex stood up on his ledge, greeting the sun. He looked out over his kingdom of stone and ice. The landscape was vast, cold, and indifferent, but within it life found a way. The shells were drilled, the hides were scraped, the cud was chewed. The day unfolded with a slow, steady grace. The 11th part of the winter tale was a story of the edge, of the meeting place between the rock and the sea. The earth rested, the ocean slept under its lid of ice, and the cliffs stood watch, silent and eternal in the morning light. The lowlands here were a vast, frozen mosaic of water and earth, a wetland system that stretched for miles beneath a flat, gray sky. In the summer, this was a place of vibrant green, of croaking frogs and buzzing insects, a chaotic tapestry of life. But now, under the heavy hand of the winter, the fen was silent and still. The water was locked away beneath sheets of ice that varied in texture from opaque white to a deep, translucent black. The islands of solid ground were covered in snow, rising like white hummocks from the frozen sea. Everywhere, the dry, golden stems of reeds and bulrushes pierced the snow, standing tall and brittle, rattling softly when the wind passed through them. The air in the wetland was damp and cold, a different kind of cold from the dry bite of the high plateau or the steppe. It seeped into the bones, a heavy, settling chill that smelled of peat and old vegetation. The sky was a uniform blanket of clouds pressing down on the horizon, eliminating any sense of distance. The world felt enclosed, intimate, a room with walls of mist and a floor of ice. Moving through this landscape was a creature of unusual proportions. It was a giant beaver, the castoroids, an animal the size of a black bear. It moved awkwardly on the snow-covered bank, its massive, webbed hind feet shuffling with a heavy, waddling gait. Its fur was dark and coarse, a thick, waterproof coat that shed the snow as it moved. Its tail was not the flat paddle of its smaller cousins, but a long, narrow rudder covered in scales. The giant beaver paused at the edge of a large, frozen pond. It sat up on its haunches, sniffing the air. Its incisors were immense, curved tusks of orange enamel that protruded from its mouth even when closed. It was looking for a breach in the ice, a place where the current kept the water open. Finding a gap near the base of a willow thicket, it slid into the water. The transition was instantaneous. The clumsy giant became a creature of grace. It glided through the dark water, propelled by powerful kicks of its hind legs. It swam beneath the ice ceiling, a dark shadow moving in the liquid gloom. Under the ice, the world was silent and dim. The light that filtered down was green and murky. The beaver swam toward its lodge, a massive structure of mud and sticks that rose from the bottom of the pond like a sunken island. It entered through an underwater tunnel, surfacing inside the nesting chamber. Here, above the waterline but buried deep within the mound, the air was warm and moist. Other beavers were there, a family unit huddled together in the dark. They greeted the arrival with soft murmurs and touches of their noses. They were safe here, protected by feet of frozen mud and the moat of icy water. On the surface, a sounder of wild boars moved through the reed beds. They were built like tanks, with heavy shoulders and sloping backs covered in thick, bristly hair. Their coats were dark gray and brown, matted with the mud of the previous autumn. They moved in a line, plowing through the snow with their snouts. They were searching for the rhizomes of the reeds, the starchy roots buried in the mud. The lead sow stopped at a clump of cattails. She used her snout, reinforced with a disc of cartilage, to break the frozen crust of the mud. She dug with a fierce, rhythmic intensity. Snort, dig, push. She uprooted a tuber and crunched it, the sound loud in the quiet air. The others joined her, turning the patch of ground into a churned mess of black earth and white snow. They ate quickly, their tails twitching. They were focused animals, driven by a high metabolism that demanded constant fuel. Steam rose from their bodies, creating a fog bank that traveled with them. A few hundred yards away, on a dry ridge that overlooked the reed beds, a group of humans was at work. They had built a temporary shelter, a lean-to made of willow poles and thatched with thick bundles of dried grass. It blended perfectly with the landscape, a mound of golden vegetation against the snow. Two women were harvesting the reeds. They stood at the edge of the frozen pond, using flint knives to saw through the dry stems. The sound was a dry rustling shhh click, shhh click. They worked systematically, cutting the reeds close to the ice and gathering them into sheaves. They were not talking. The work required a rhythm, and speech would break it. They wore leggings of seal skin to keep the dampness out, and their breath formed white clouds that hung in the still air. When a bundle was large enough, one woman would tie it with a length of twisted grass and stack it on a simple sled. The reeds were valuable. They would be used for insulation, for weaving mats, for bedding, and for kindling. They were the harvest of the winter fen. The women worked with a calm efficiency, their movements synchronized. Cut, gather, tie, cut, gather, tie. Nearby, a man sat on a log, processing the harvested reeds. He was weaving a mat. He had set up a simple loom frame using 2 standing trees and a crossbar. The warp threads were weighted with stones, hanging down in a straight line. He wove the reeds in and out of the threads, packing them down tightly with a wooden beater. Thump, thump. The mat grew slowly, a thick golden fabric that would keep the cold of the ground away from their sleeping furs. The man's hands were busy, but his eyes scanned the wetland. He watched the boars in the distance, noting their direction. He saw a marsh harrier gliding low over the reeds, hunting for voles. He was a part of the landscape, an observer and a participant. He did not feel isolated here. The fen was full of life if one knew where to look. The light began to change as the afternoon wore on. The sun, which had been a diffuse glow behind the clouds, began to set. The clouds thinned in the west, allowing a band of orange light to bleed through. The golden reeds caught the light, glowing with an intense, fiery color. The snow turned a soft lavender. The ice on the ponds reflected the sky, becoming a patchwork of purple and gold. The wild boars finished their rooting. They were satiated for the moment. The sow grunted, a low, guttural command, and the group moved off toward a dense thicket of alder trees. They squeezed into the brush, finding a dry spot where the snow had not penetrated. They piled together a heap of bristles and warmth and settled down for the night. The giant beaver in the lodge woke from a nap. It swam out of the tunnel, emerging into the pond. It needed to replenish the food store. It swam to a cache of branches stuck in the mud at the bottom of the pond. It cut a branch of aspen with its teeth to sound a dull thunk in the water. It dragged the branch back to the lodge. It did not surface. It was a creature of the subsurface, living its life in the dark water. The humans finished their work. The sled was loaded with bundles of reeds. They pulled it up the slope to the lean-to. The sound of the sled runners on the snow was a soft hiss. They stacked the reeds against the wall of the shelter, adding another layer of insulation. They crawled inside, out of the damp air. Inside the lean-to, a small fire burned. It was fed with dried peat and reed stems. The peat burned with a slow, smoky heat smelling of earth and ancient plants. The smoke drifted up through the thatched roof, filtering out into the night. The people sat on the newly woven mats, feeling the difference in warmth. The ground was cold, but the reeds created a barrier of trapped air. They ate a meal of fish, smoked earlier in the week. The fish was tough and chewy, but rich in flavor. They ate slowly, picking the bones clean. The atmosphere was quiet and domestic. A child practiced weaving with a few scrap reeds, mimicking the movements of the adults. The man corrected the child's hand position gently, guiding the small fingers. The night descended fully. The wetland became a landscape of shadows. The wind died down completely. The silence was heavy and absolute. The only sound was the occasional pop of methane gas escaping from the rotting vegetation beneath the ice, a hollow bloop sound that echoed in the dark. A solitary wolf, separated from its pack, trotted across the ice. It was a large male, gray and white. It moved with a steady, tireless gait. It stopped to sniff the tracks of the boars. It lingered for a moment, weighing the scent. The boars were dangerous, armed with tusks and bad tempers. The wolf decided against it. It moved on, looking for something easier, a hare perhaps, or a muskrat. It faded into the darkness, a ghost on the ice. The temperature dropped steadily. The moisture in the air froze, turning into a diamond dust fog that hung low over the reeds. The frost began to grow on the stems, coating them in white crystals. By morning, the golden reeds would be silver. Under the ice, the water temperature remained constant, just above freezing. Small aquatic beetles swam through the weeds. Fish hovered in the slow current. They were in a state of torpor, their hearts beating slowly. They were waiting. The entire wetland was waiting. It was a giant battery, storing energy for the spring explosion. The humans slept. The peat fire glowed red in the dark. The smell of the smoke was comforting. They dreamed of the sun, of the return of the geese, of the green shoots of the spring. But the winter was still here, and they respected it. They slept deeply, secure in their shelter of grass and wood. High above, the clouds cleared. The stars came out, brilliant and sharp. The constellation of the Swan flew down the Milky Way. The reflection of the stars appeared on the black ice of the ponds, creating a double sky. The universe seemed to expand, stretching from the heavens down into the earth. The giant beaver groomed its fur in the dark of the lodge. It used a split claw on its hind foot to comb the oil through its coat. It was a meticulous process. It murmured to its mate, a soft whistling sound. They were warm, dry, and safe. The lodge was a fortress. The night wore on, the earth turned, the shadows moved, the frost grew thicker, the silence deeper. A great gray owl, hunting the fen, perched on a dead snag. It watched the snow for the movement of a vole. It saw nothing. It took off, its wings silent, and glided to a new perch. It was the master of the night air, ruling the space above the reeds just as the beaver ruled the space below the ice. The dawn came slowly. The eastern sky turned a pale, watery gray. The stars faded. The frost on the reeds caught the first light, sparkling like crushed glass. The mist over the ice began to swirl as the air warmed slightly. The boars woke up. They shook the frost from their backs. They grunted and squealed, jostling for position. They moved out of the thicket, heading back to the reed beds to feed. The cycle of the day began again. The humans woke. They stirred the fire. They drank warm water. They prepared for another day of harvest. There were more reeds to cut, more mats to weave. The work was never done, but there was no hurry. The winter was long. The sun rose, a pale disk behind the returning clouds. The light was flat and gray again. The wetland revealed itself, a vast, silent expanse of white and gold. The giant beaver swam back to its lodge with a fresh branch. The wolf was miles away. The owl was asleep. The earth rested. The fen lay still, holding its secrets in the mud and the ice. The water flowed slowly, unseen and unheard. The 12th part of the journey was a story of the wet earth and the dry reed, a study in texture and quiet industry. The life of the wetland continued, hidden and enduring, waiting for the turning of the wheel. The vast open steppe here was a landscape defined by the wind and the dry, biting cold. It was a high-latitude desert, a place where the precipitation fell not as heavy flakes, but as fine, diamond-hard crystals of ice that were driven horizontally across the ground. The terrain was rolling and endless, a sea of frozen earth covered in a thin, shifting skin of snow and dust. There were no trees to break the force of the gale. The only vegetation was the hardy, silver-green sagebrush and the tough clumps of dry steppe grass that anchored the soil against the constant erosion. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, vast and domed, stretching from one distant, flat horizon to the other. In this arid, frozen world, the silence was a high-pitched, continuous hum. It was the sound of the wind vibrating the dry stalks of the grass, a sibilant whisper that never truly ceased. It was a sound that emphasized the emptiness of the land, a sonic backdrop that made any other noise, the snap of a stem, the crunch of a footstep, seem startlingly loud. The light was bright and hard, reflecting off the millions of ice crystals that danced in the air, creating a shimmering, mirage-like haze near the ground. Moving through this haze was a small herd of woolly camels. They were strange, majestic beasts, perfectly evolved for this harsh, dry environment. They were tall, towering over the scrub with long, sturdy legs that ended in broad, padded feet. These feet did not sink into the loose sand and snow. They spread out, distributing the animals' weight, allowing them to walk with a soft, rocking gait. Their coats were thick and shaggy, a pale, sandy beige that matched the color of the dry grass. Long curtains of hair hung from their necks and their humps, swaying rhythmically with every step. The camels moved slowly, their heads held high on curved necks. They were browsing on the saltbush and the prickly shrubs that other animals ignored. Their mouths were lined with tough, leathery skin that was impervious to thorns. A large female paused at a bush, her split upper lip manipulating the branches with surprising dexterity. She stripped the leaves and the small, frozen berries, chewing with a sideways, grinding motion. Her eyes, large and dark, were protected by double rows of long, thick lashes that kept out the blowing grit and snow. She blinked slowly, a look of profound, ancient patience on her face. The herd was loosely organized. They did not bunch together like the musk oxen or the reindeer. They spread out, each animal claiming a wide circle of personal space. They communicated with low, soft moans and gurgles that were carried away by the wind. Steam rose from their nostrils, twin plumes of white that trailed behind them as they walked. They were ships of the steppe, navigating the frozen ocean of the plains with an unhurried, steady momentum. Beneath the surface of the snow, in the labyrinth of rocks that formed the spine of a low ridge, a colony of steppe pikas was active. These small, round relatives of the rabbit were busy with their winter work. They did not hibernate. Instead, they relied on the haples they had gathered during the summer, large mounds of dried grass and flowers stored in the crevices of the rocks. A single pika, a ball of gray-brown fur with round ears, emerged from a gap in the stones. It sat on a flat rock, its nose twitching. It was checking the weather, sensing the barometric pressure. It let out a sharp, high-pitched whistle, a eep sound that cut through the wind. It was a contact call, a signal to its neighbors that all was well. The pika scurried to a nearby patch of exposed grass, nipped off a stem, and darted back into the safety of the rocks. It was a life of small, quick movements, lived entirely within the shelter of the stone and the stored warmth of the earth. On the lee side of a large dune, sheltered from the prevailing wind, a group of humans had made camp. The dune provided a natural windbreak, creating a pocket of relatively still air. Their shelter was a low, round tent made of heavy camel hides, stitched together with sinew. The hides were pale and weathered, blending in with the snow. The tent was anchored with heavy stones and buried deep into the sand at the base to prevent drafts. Inside the tent, the light was dim and golden, filtering through the semi-translucent skins. A small fire burned in a pit in the center of the floor. The fuel was dried camel dung, which burned with a slow, hot intensity and very little smoke. The air smelled of sage and warm leather. A man sat cross-legged near the fire, holding a long, hollow bone from the wing of a large bird, perhaps a crane or a swan. He was making a flute. He held a small, sharp flint flake in his hand, using it to drill holes along the length of the bone. He worked with extreme care. The bone was brittle, a slip of the hand could crack it and ruin the instrument. He twisted the flint gently, blowing away the white dust that accumulated around the hole. Twist, blow, check. He was not in a hurry. The creation of the instrument was as important as the music it would eventually produce. He measured the distance between the holes using the width of his thumb. He was seeking a specific scale, a series of notes that would mimic the sounds of the wind and the birds. His face was calm, his eyes focused on the minute details of the work. Beside him, a young woman was grinding seeds. She used a flat stone slab and a rounded handstone. She poured a handful of wild rice seeds onto the slab and rubbed the handstone back and forth. Grind, scrape, grind. The sound was rhythmic and soothing, a low, gritty friction. The seeds were hard and dry, but under the pressure of the stone, they broke down into a coarse gray flour. This flour would be mixed with water and fat to make a simple flatbread cooked on a hot stone by the fire. The atmosphere in the tent was one of quiet industry. There was no need for conversation. The sound of the wind outside, the crackle of the dung fire, the scraping of the stone, and the scratching of the flint formed a domestic symphony. It was a space of warmth and creation in the midst of a cold, indifferent world. Outside, the afternoon sun began to lower. The light shifted from white to a pale metallic gold. The shadows of the camels stretched out across the steppe, long distorted shapes that moved over the undulations of the ground. The wind picked up slightly, lifting the loose snow into low drifts that snaked across the surface like white smoke. The camels stopped grazing. They turned their tails to the wind and lowered their bodies to the ground. They folded their long legs beneath them, settling into the snow. Their thick breast pads, calloused areas of skin on their chests, protected them from the cold of the earth. They huddled together in small groups of 2 or 3, sharing warmth. They began to chew their cud, their jaws moving in that familiar, sideways rhythm. They watched the horizon, their expressions unreadable and calm. The pikas retreated deep into their rock fortress. They gathered in the nesting chambers, lined with soft fur and dry grass. They nibbled on their stored hay, safe from the cooling air. The rocks, warmed by the sun during the day, retained a faint heat that would last well into the night. Back in the tent, the flute maker finished his work. He blew through the bone to clear the dust. He lifted the instrument to his lips, covering the holes with his fingers. He blew gently. A low, haunting note emerged, soft and breathy. He moved a finger and the note rose. He played a simple melody, a series of descending tones that sounded like the call of a lonely bird. The sound was beautiful and melancholic, filling the small space of the tent. The woman stopped grinding. She looked up, listening. The music was a new voice in the tent, distinct from the wind and the fire. It was a human voice, translated through bone and breath. She smiled, a small shifting of the corners of her mouth, and then returned to her work, the rhythm of her grinding adjusting slightly to match the tempo of the music. The sun set in a blaze of cold fire. The dust in the atmosphere turned the western sky into a canvas of deep reds, oranges, and purples. The colors were vibrant and saturated, a stark contrast to the pale world of the day. The snow reflected the sky, turning pink and violet. The dunes cast long blue shadows that deepened into black. Night fell, the temperature dropped precipitously. The dry air held no heat. The cold was sharp and stinging, freezing any exposed moisture instantly. The stars appeared, a vast canopy of glittering ice. The Milky Way was bright and clear, arching over the steppe like a bridge of light. The camels slept, their breathing slowed. The frost formed on their coats, turning them into white mounds. They were completely still, their energy focused inward on maintaining their core temperature. They were built for this, for the long, cold nights of the high desert. A Corsac fox, a small nocturnal hunter of the steppe, trotted across the snow. It had large ears and a thick grayish coat. It moved lightly, its paws barely making an impression in the crust. It was hunting for rodents, perhaps a pika that had ventured too far or a vole in the grass. It stopped to listen, its head cocked. It heard the faint scratching of a beetle under a rock. It dug quickly, snapping up the insect, and moved on. It was a solitary ghost moving through the starlight. Inside the tent, the fire burned down. The music had stopped. The flute lay wrapped in a piece of soft leather. The humans ate their meal of flatbread and dried meat. They drank tea made from melted snow and steppe herbs. They spoke in low murmurs, discussing the weather, the herd, the work of tomorrow. They prepared for sleep, arranging the furs on the sleeping mats. They lay close together, a tangle of limbs and warmth. The heavy camel hide of the tent insulated them from the wind, creating a quiet, dark womb. The wind outside changed its tone. It began to sing a higher note as it passed over the ridge of the dune. It scoured the land, reshaping the drifts, burying the tracks of the day. It was a sculptor, constantly remaking the face of the steppe. The moon rose late, a waning crescent that hung low in the sky. Its light was weak, barely illuminating the landscape. The darkness was dominant, the silence was profound. Deep in the earth beneath the frost line, the roots of the sagebrush and the grasses were dormant. They held their sugars and their moisture deep underground, waiting. They were ancient organisms, some of them hundreds of years old, survivors of countless winters. They waited with the patience of the vegetable world, a slow, enduring pulse of life. The night stretched on. The constellation of Draco wound its way around the North Star. The cold deepened. The stones of the pika colony cracked with the frost. The air was so dry that static electricity built up. The furs of the sleeping humans sparked faintly when they moved. The Corsac fox found a sheltered spot under an overhang of earth in a dry wash. It curled up, wrapping its bushy tail around its face. It closed its eyes, drifting into a light sleep, its ears still twitching at every sound. The camels did not move. They were statues of endurance. The frost on their eyelashes grew thick and white. They were part of the landscape, as natural and inevitable as the rocks and the sand. As the dawn approached, the wind died down. The air became still and crystalline. The eastern horizon began to glow with a faint, pearlescent light. The colors of the sunrise were softer than the sunset, pastel pinks, pale yellows, and soft blues. The stars faded one by one. The man in the tent woke. He lay for a moment, listening to the silence. He could tell by the sound of the air that the wind had dropped. He sat up, the furs falling away. He breathed in the cold air of the tent, seeing his breath hang before him. He reached for the tinder pouch, sparking a flame to bring the fire back to life. The camels began to stir. They stood up one by one, unfolding their long legs. They shook themselves, the frost falling from their coats like snow. They stretched their necks, looking for the first warmth of the sun. They began to move, heading toward a patch of scrub that caught the morning light. The pikas emerged from the rocks. They sat on their lookout stones, warming their fur in the rising sun. The sentry whistled again, a cheerful sound that marked the start of the new day. The sun cleared the horizon, flooding the steppe with bright, clean light. The world was revealed again, the rolling dunes, the silver sage, the vast blue sky. The flute lay silent in its wrapping, waiting for the evening. The day's work of survival began again. The camels grazed, the fox slept, the humans woke. The earth rested under the wide sky, holding the life of the steppe in its dry, cold hands. The 13th part of the journey was a story of the wind and the bone, a study in dry cold and the music of the open plains. The silence held, vast and unbroken, as the sun began its journey across the roof of the world. The geography of this region was defined by the bones of the earth rising up to meet the sky. It was a karst landscape, a vast plateau of white limestone that had been eroded by water and time into a maze of deep gorges, sunken valleys, and towering cliffs. The rock here was pale, almost luminous under the gray winter light, bleached by the sun and scoured by the rain of 1,000 years. It was a hard, unforgiving surface, fissured with cracks where stunted juniper trees and hardy pines clung to life, their roots twisting into the stone like gnarled fingers seeking a hold. The river that cut through the center of this plateau ran deep and green. It was a ribbon of cold, mineral-rich water that wound its way between vertical walls of stone. In the summer, the river would be wild and noisy, but now in the grip of the cold season, it was subdued. Ice shelved out from the banks, narrowing the channel, and the water moved with a slow, heavy viscosity. It did not roar, it whispered, a low, sibilant sound of water sliding over smooth stones and under ice ledges. The air in the gorge was still, protected by the high walls from the wind that swept the plateau above. It smelled of wet stone, pine needles, and the clean, metallic scent of snow. Along the bank of the river, moving with a distinctive, loping gait, was a clan of cave hyenas. These were not the scavengers of the open savanna, but powerful, heavy-bodied predators adapted to the cooler climate. They were larger than their southern cousins, with thick, shaggy coats of pale ginger and brown, spotted with dark rosettes that broke up their outline against the rocks. Their front legs were longer than their hind legs, giving them a sloping back and a posture that suggested immense strength in the shoulders and neck. The matriarch of the clan led the way. She was a formidable animal, her coat thick and plush, her ears rounded and alert. She walked with her head low, her nose skimming the ground, reading the history of the gorge in the scents left behind. She smelled the otter that had slipped into the water hours ago, the deer that had come down to drink, the damp, musty smell of the limestone caves. She moved with a quiet confidence, her large paws placing silently on the frozen mud of the riverbank. Behind her, the rest of the clan followed in a loose line. There were 6 of them, a mix of adults and subadults. They were social creatures bound by complex ties of kinship and hierarchy. They touched noses as they walked, bumping shoulders, communicating in a language of subtle postures and low, soft grunts. They were not hunting. They were patrolling, marking their territory, establishing their presence in the valley. They stopped frequently to investigate a drift of wood or a pile of stones, their curiosity a constant trait. One of the younger males found a large, bleached bone, the femur of a horse, washed up on the bank. He picked it up, his powerful jaws cracking the dry surface. He did not eat it. He carried it for a while, a toy or a trophy, before dropping it to trot after the others. The sound of the bone hitting the stones was a sharp clatter that echoed briefly off the canyon walls before being swallowed by the silence. High above the river, the limestone cliffs were riddled with the mouths of caves. Some were small, shallow alcoves that offered little shelter, but others were dark, gaping portals that led deep into the heart of the plateau. In front of one such opening, a sheer face of rock dropped 200 feet to the water below. A narrow, treacherous path wound its way up the cliff face, a trail worn smooth by generations of feet, both animal and human. Deep inside this cave system, far beyond the reach of the daylight, the world was absolute darkness. The silence here was heavy, a physical weight that pressed against the ears. The temperature was constant, a cool, damp chill that never varied with the seasons. It was a place out of time, a subterranean void where the outside world ceased to exist. In a large, cathedral-like chamber, a single point of light flickered. It was a small flame burning in a hollowed-out stone lamp filled with rendered animal fat. A twist of moss served as a wick. The light was warm and orange, pushing back the shadows to reveal the undulating walls of the cave. The limestone here was smooth and pale, covered in a thin sheen of moisture that glistened like skin. A human figure stood before the wall. It was a man dressed in simple leathers that were soft and worn. He held a small bowl of mixed pigment in one hand, red ochre ground to a fine dust and mixed with cave water and spit. In his other hand he held a hollow reed. He was not painting with a brush, he was breathing the image onto the stone. He placed his left hand against the cool rock, spreading his fingers wide. He took a mouthful of the red liquid, positioned the reed between his lips and blew. A fine spray of pigment exploded from the tube, dusting the wall in his hand. He did this again and again, moving the reed to cover the area. When he pulled his hand away, a negative image remained, a pale handprint surrounded by a halo of deep red. He stood back to look at the mark. It was a simple assertion of existence. I was here. The red hand floated on the white stone, vibrant and alive in the lamplight. He did not rush. The process was slow and ritualistic. He refilled his mouth, moved to a fresh patch of stone and repeated the action. Place, aim, blow. The sound of the spray was a soft phhhht followed by the silence of the cave. Beside him, sitting on a spread fur, another person watched. A woman, her face illuminated by the lamp, ground charcoal into a black paste. She was preparing the black pigment for the next stage. She worked quietly, the grinding stone making a rhythmic, soothing sound against the bowl. She watched the man's work with a critical, appreciative eye. They were partners in this act of creation, working together in the deep dark. The air in the chamber was still, carrying the scent of the burning fat and the metallic tang of the ochre. The smoke from the lamp rose straight up, vanishing into the cracks in the high ceiling. They were alone in the belly of the earth, separated from the sun and the snow by a mountain of rock. Here there was no wind, no cold, no hunger. There was only the stone and the paint. Outside, the day began to fade. The light in the gorge turned from gray to blue. The river looked black as ink. The hyena clan reached a bend in the river where the bank widened into a gravel beach. They decided to rest. The matriarch lay down on a patch of dry sand, her head resting on her paws. The others settled around her, a pile of warm fur in the cooling air. They groomed each other, licking the mud from their paws and the tangles from their coats. The sound of their rasping tongues was loud in the quiet valley. A young hyena rolled onto its back, exposing its belly to the sky. It pawed at the air, playful and relaxed. Another clan member nudged it gently and they began a mock wrestling match, jaws open but biting softly, growling with a low, playful rumble. It was a moment of domestic peace, a glimpse into the gentle side of these formidable predators. They were not monsters, they were a family resting after the day's patrol. The sun set behind the plateau rim. The sky above the gorge turned a deep violet, then a starry black. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, making the night in the valley profoundly dark. The only light came from the reflection of the stars on the ice and the faint phosphorescence of decaying wood in the forest above. Inside the cave, the humans finished their work. The man wiped his mouth and hands with a damp cloth. The woman packed the pigments away in leather pouches. They did not leave immediately. They sat by the small lamp, sharing a piece of dried meat. They spoke in whispers, their voices amplified by the acoustics of the chamber. A whisper here sounded like a shout. They spoke of the hunt, of the river, of the shapes in the rock. The man picked up the lamp. They began the long journey back to the surface. They walked through narrow tunnels, stooping low to avoid hanging stalactites. They climbed over piles of breakdown, rocks that had fallen from the ceiling centuries ago. They moved with the assurance of people who knew the path by heart. The light of the lamp bobbed ahead of them, a small star in the underground night. When they finally reached the cave entrance, the change in the air was shocking. The outside air was crisp, cold, and fresh, hitting their lungs with a sharp bite. The smell of the cave, damp, mineral, timeless, was replaced by the smell of the living world. They stood at the mouth of the cave, looking down into the dark gorge. They could not see the hyenas, but they could hear them. The clan had woken up and was moving again. A series of whoops and cackles echoed up from the riverbank. It was the rallying cry of the clan, a sound that communicated location and identity. It was a wild, eerie sound, bouncing off the cliff walls, multiplying until it sounded like 100 animals. The humans listened, respecting the voice of the night. They were safe on their high ledge. The hyenas were the masters of the gorge floor. The humans retreated to a shallow alcove near the entrance, where a windbreak of stones protected a sleeping area. They rekindled a larger fire, feeding it with pine branches. The flames leaped up, bright and crackling. They warmed themselves, transitioning from the spiritual cold of the deep cave to the physical cold of the night. They lay down on their furs, watching the firelight dance on the rock ceiling. The river continued its slow journey to the sea. Under the ice, the water flowed over the gravel, tumbling small stones, smoothing them into perfect spheres. The friction of the water against the ice created a low, humming vibration that could be felt through the ground. A chamois, a goat antelope with hooked horns and a dark mask, stood on a high pinnacle of rock on the opposite side of the gorge. It was looking for a safe place to sleep. It was a creature of the heights, agile and sure-footed. It leaped across a gap in the rocks, landing effortlessly on a ledge barely wide enough for its hooves. It settled down, tucking its legs under its body. It had a commanding view of the valley. It watched the human fire, a tiny orange spark in the black wall of the cliff. It watched the movement of the hyenas below, shadowy shapes on the gray stones. The night deepened. The clouds above the plateau broke apart, drifting away to the east. The stars were revealed, sharp and brilliant. The Milky Way poured its light into the gorge, a celestial river mirroring the terrestrial one. The limestone cliffs glowed softly in the starlight, ghostly pale walls rising into the darkness. The hyena clan moved up a side canyon, leaving the main river. They were heading for their own den, a complex of burrows dug into the soft earth under a rock overhang. They moved silently now, the time for vocalization over. They reached the den site and dispersed. Some entered the burrows, disappearing underground. Others stayed outside, curling up in the depressions of the earth. The matriarch took the prime spot, a sheltered hollow that offered a view of the approach. She lay down, closing her eyes but keeping her ears swiveled forward. The stillness of the gorge returned. The wind died down, the fire in the human camp burned down to coals. The humans slept, the chamois slept, the river flowed. Deep in the cave, in the chamber of the red hands, the lamp was out. The darkness was total again, but on the wall the handprints remained. The pigment dried, bonding with the calcite of the rock. In the silence and the dark, the image waited. It was a message sent into the future, a static shout in the quiet earth. The water dripped from the ceiling, plink, plink, measuring the time until the light would return, whether in hours or in millennia. A bat fluttered through the chamber, navigating by sound. Its high-pitched clicks bounced off the walls, painting a sonic picture of the room. It sensed the change in the wall texture where the paint lay, a subtle difference in the echo. It flew on, hanging itself up in a high crevice to sleep away the winter. The temperature on the plateau dropped to its lowest point. The pine trees cracked with the cold. The needles were coated in frost. The world was frozen and hard. But down in the gorge, the thermal mass of the limestone moderated the chill. It was cold but survivable. Morning came slowly to the deep valley. The sky turned a pale, icy blue. The stars faded. The sun hit the top of the western cliff, lighting it up like a beacon. The light crept down the wall, inch by inch, chasing the shadows back into the river. The humans woke. They stood at the edge of the cliff, stretching their limbs. They looked at the handprints of red paint on their own skin, remnants of the night's work. They did not wash it off immediately. It was a mark of the deep earth. They ate a morning meal, packed their pouches, and prepared to move. They would leave the cave, traveling up the gorge to the hunting grounds on the plateau. The hyenas slept on. They were nocturnal, and the day was their time for rest. The den was quiet. The sun warmed the patch of earth in front of the burrow, and a few of the younger ones came out to lie in the light, soaking up the weak rays. The chamois stood up, shook the frost from its coat, and began to climb higher, seeking the lichens on the wind-scoured peaks. The gorge was a world of vertical layers. The river at the bottom, the hyenas on the bank, the humans on the ledge, the chamois on the peak, and the birds in the air. Each occupied a niche, a horizontal slice of the vertical world. They lived their lives in parallel, connected by the stone and the water. The sun finally reached the river. The water sparkled. The ice gleamed. The limestone turned from gray to blinding white. The gorge was filled with light. The red handprints in the dark cave remained unseen, a secret heart in the mountain of stone. The earth rested heavy and solid, holding its memories in the dark while the surface world moved through the cycle of the day. The 14th part of the winter tale was a story of the deep rock and the mark of the hand, a study in stone and shadow. The silence held, ancient and waiting, as the river flowed endlessly toward the sea. The horizon here was not formed by the curvature of the earth or the line of distant hills, but by a towering vertical wall of ice. This was the edge of the great continental ice sheet, a massive frozen plateau that covered the top of the world. The cliff of ice rose hundreds of feet into the air, a sheer face of translucent blue and white that dwarfed everything standing at its base. It was a landscape of immense, crushing weight, where the accumulated snows of 100,000 years had been compressed into a substance as hard as rock and as clear as glass. The surface of the ice wall was not smooth. It was scarred and fractured, riddled with deep vertical cracks and horizontal bands of debris. These bands were layers of dust and gravel trapped within the ice, marking the seasons of the deep past. The ice glowed with an internal light, a deep electric turquoise that seemed to radiate from the core of the glacier. It was a cold light, spectral and ancient. At the foot of this frozen cliff lay a chaotic landscape of rubble. This was the terminal moraine, a vast field of boulders, gravel, and sand that the glacier had pushed ahead of it like a slow-moving bulldozer. The rocks here were of every shape and color: granite, limestone, basalt, gathered from mountains hundreds of miles to the north and deposited here in a jumbled heap. The ground was unstable, a mix of loose stone and ice-cored mounds that shifted slowly with the seasons. A solitary woolly mammoth bull walked through this field of debris. He was an old giant, his tusks crossed and curved into long, spiraling hooks. His coat was a patchwork of thick, matted wool and bare patches of leathery skin where the winter rub had worn the hair away. He moved with a slow, careful gait, placing his large feet deliberately among the shifting stones. He was not here to graze, there was no grass on the moraine. He was here for the salt. The glacier, in its grinding passage over the bedrock, released minerals that collected in the meltwater pools at its base. The mammoth found a shallow depression where the water had frozen into a slushy, mineral-rich ice. He knelt, his massive front legs bending, and used the tip of his tusk to break the crust. He scooped up the icy slush with his trunk, savoring the salty taste. It was a vital nutrient, a supplement to the dry grass of the steppe. He was alone. The rest of his herd was miles to the south in the sheltered valleys. He was a solitary wanderer, confident in his size and his strength. He took his time, chewing the ice, his breath forming a fog that obscured his face. The wind coming off the glacier was a constant downdraft, a katabatic wind that was heavy and freezing. It blew the fur on his back forward, ruffling the thick guard hairs. A few hundred yards away, in the lee of a massive erratic boulder, a house-sized block of granite dropped by the ice, a small group of humans was at work. They had not set up a camp, they were here on a gathering expedition. The moraine was a treasure trove of tool-making stone. The glacier brought flint, chert, and obsidian from distant sources, depositing them here for the taking. A man and a woman were sifting through a pile of gravel. They moved with a focused intensity, their eyes scanning the gray stones for the telltale shine of high-quality flint. The man used a piece of antler to turn over the rocks, listening for the sharp clack that signaled a dense, glass-like stone. When he found a nodule, he would pick it up, weigh it in his hand, and strike it lightly with a hammerstone to test its quality. If it rang true, he placed it in a leather bag slung over his shoulder. The woman was looking for something else. She was searching for pyrites, heavy metallic stones that sparked when struck against flint. Fire starters. She moved slowly, her gloved hands sifting the cold dust. She found a nodule, round and heavy, with a dull, brassy luster. She smiled, wiping the dust from it with her thumb, and added it to her pouch. They worked in silence. The presence of the ice wall demanded quiet. The glacier was alive, it groaned and cracked, sounds that were felt in the chest as much as heard. Every so often, a piece of ice would calve from the face of the cliff, falling with a thunderous crash that echoed across the desolate plain. When this happened, the humans would stop and watch, small and insignificant against the display of geological power. The mammoth would pause, his ears flaring, then return to his salt lick, unimpressed by the noise he had heard 1,000 times. The light on the moraine was stark and shadowless. The sun was hidden behind the high edge of the ice sheet for most of the day, leaving the foot of the glacier in a perpetual, cold twilight. The sky above was a pale violet, clear and deep. The air was incredibly dry, sucking the moisture from the skin and lips. An Arctic hare, white as the ice itself, sat on top of a flat rock. It was watching the humans. It had never seen such creatures before. It remained motionless, trusting its camouflage. It was a creature of the margins, living on the sparse lichens that grew on the rocks of the moraine. It nibbled on a piece of black rock tripe, a tough, leathery lichen, its nose twitching. The wind shifted, bringing with it a sudden flurry of snow crystals. These were not soft flakes, but hard, stinging pellets of ice that had been blown off the top of the glacier. They hissed as they hit the ground, accumulating in the crevices of the rocks. The humans pulled their hoods tighter, turning their backs to the gust. They continued their work undeterred. The harvest of stone was worth the discomfort. Further along the ice front, a stream of meltwater emerged from a tunnel at the base of the wall. The water was milky white, thick with glacial flour, finely ground rock dust. It flowed rapidly, even in the cold, kept liquid by the pressure and friction of the ice above. Where it pooled, the silt settled, creating mudflats that froze solid as soon as the water receded. A flock of snow geese, early arrivals or late leavers, rested on one of these frozen mudflats. They were white with black wingtips, their orange feet bright against the gray silt. They were resting on their migration, using the open water of the glacial stream to drink. They gabbled softly to each other, a low murmur of sound that mixed with the rushing of the water. They were vigilant, their heads up, watching for the Arctic fox that patrolled the moraine. Fox was there, weaving through the boulders. It was a small, sleek animal in its winter white coat. It moved like quicksilver flowing over the rocks. It saw the geese, but the distance was too great and the ground too open. It did not waste energy on a futile chase. It continued its patrol, sniffing every crevice for a lemming or a vole. It found the scent of the humans and paused, wary. It watched them from behind a rock, its black nose testing the air. Strange, but not threatening, it moved on. The mammoth finished with the salt lick. He stood up, his joints popping. He turned his massive head toward the south, toward the smell of the steppe grass. He began the long walk back, leaving deep, round footprints in the gravel. He walked with a swaying rhythm, his trunk swinging gently. He passed the humans at a safe distance. They stopped to watch him go, leaning on their spears. There was a mutual respect in the gaze, an acknowledgement of shared territory. The afternoon wore on. The sun moved enough to strike the upper edge of the ice wall. The rim of the glacier caught the light, flaring with a blinding brilliance. Prisms of light scattered through the ice, creating rainbows that arched over the moraine. It was a moment of stunning beauty in the harsh landscape. The blue of the ice deepened, contrasting with the gold of the sunlight. The humans gathered their bags. They were heavy with stone. It was time to leave the shadow of the ice. They began the trek away from the wall, walking carefully over the loose rocks. They headed toward the lower ground, where their camp waited in the shelter of a valley. They walked with a steady, ground-eating pace, their breath streaming behind them. As they left, the silence of the glacier seemed to intensify. The wind dropped. The ice face loomed in the gathering dusk, a silent sentinel at the end of the world. The temperature on the moraine plummeted as soon as the light faded. The rocks, which held no heat, radiated the cold. The meltwater stream began to freeze over, the ice creeping out from the banks to choke the flow. Underneath the rocks of the moraine, in the spaces between the boulders, a colony of collared lemmings was active. They were safe here from the fox and the owl. They moved through tunnels of their own making, finding the seeds and roots of the alpine plants that grew in the summer. One lemming paused at the entrance to its burrow, looking out at the darkening world. It saw the first star appear in the sky. It twitched its whiskers and ducked back underground. The night sky over the glacier was a spectacle of clarity. The lack of dust and moisture in the air meant the stars shone with a fierce, unwavering light. The Milky Way appeared to touch the top of the ice wall, as if the glacier were a stairway to the heavens. The aurora borealis began its dance. Ribbons of green and purple light unfurled across the northern sky. They moved slowly, undulating like curtains in a breeze. The light reflected off the face of the ice wall, turning the glacier into a shimmering mirror of the sky. The blue ice absorbed the green light, creating a color that existed nowhere else on Earth, a deep, glowing teal that pulsed with the movement of the aurora. The Arctic hare watched the lights. It sat perfectly still, a white statue bathed in green light. It did not know what the lights were, only that they were a part of the night, like the cold and the wind. The glacier groaned. A deep, resonant boom traveled through the ice, a sound like the earth splitting open. It was the sound of stress accumulating and releasing deep within the ice sheet. The hare flinched but did not run. The sound was familiar. Miles away, the mammoth continued his walk. He walked through the night, guided by the stars and the smell of the land. He did not need to sleep yet. His endurance was legendary. He was a machine of muscle and bone built to cross continents. The aurora lit his path, casting his shadow long and strange across the snow. The humans reached their camp. It was a small cluster of hide tents tucked into a fold of the land. Smoke rose from the smoke holes, a welcoming sign. They unloaded their stones, piling the precious flint near the entrance. They entered the warmth of the tents, leaving the cold world of the ice behind. Inside, they warmed their hands over the fire. They examined the stones they had found, turning them in the firelight. The flint was dark and glossy, perfect for making blades. The pyrite was heavy and solid. It had been a good day. They ate a meal of reindeer stew, the warmth spreading through their bodies. They spoke of the ice wall, of the sounds it made, of the mammoth they had seen. The night deepened. The cold became absolute. The air on the moraine was still, frozen into a vacuum of silence. The ice wall stood against the stars, a monument to the power of the cold. A snowy owl glided silently along the face of the glacier. It used the updrafts created by the cliff to patrol the edge. It saw the movement of the hare, but the hare was too close to the rocks. The owl flew on, a white phantom in the green light of the aurora. The glacier moved. It was an imperceptible motion, a few inches a day, but it was unstoppable. It ground the rocks beneath it, polishing them into smooth surfaces. It pushed the moraine forward, reshaping the landscape. It was a slow, heavy fluid, a river of ice that flowed over centuries. In the silence of the night, a single stone rolled down the pile of the moraine. Clatter, click, thud. It came to rest at the bottom. It was a small event, unnoticed by any living thing, but it was part of the process of the world changing. The stars wheeled overhead. The constellation of Cassiopeia sat high above the ice. The Great Bear dipped low toward the horizon. The earth turned, carrying the ice sheet through the long, dark hours. The hare retreated into a crevice under a slab of granite. It curled up safe from the cold. It closed its eyes. The world outside was hostile, but here in the rock it was quiet and secure. The dawn began as a faint lightening of the eastern sky. The aurora faded, the colors washing out into a pale gray. The stars retreated. The ice wall turned from black to blue to white. The sun rose, striking the top of the glacier first. The rim caught fire, glowing with a brilliant orange light. The light moved down the face of the ice, illuminating the cracks and the layers of dust. The moraine emerged from the shadows, a gray and brown field of chaos. The snow geese woke. They stretched their wings, calling to each other. They took off, a cloud of white and black wings rising into the cold air. They formed a V formation, turning south away from the ice. They were leaving the edge of the world. The humans woke. They stepped out of their tents, breathing the cold morning air. They looked back toward the north, toward the line of white on the horizon. The ice wall was still there, unchanged, eternal. They turned away, beginning the work of the day. They would knap the flint, shaping the stones into tools that would help them survive another winter. The mammoth was far away now, a speck on the distant steppe. He had found the grass. He was grazing, his back to the ice. The glacier rested. It held the history of the world in its layers. It held the cold of the ages. It stood silent and massive, watching the sun rise over the frozen earth. The 15th part of the journey was a story of the edge, of the boundary between the living land and the dead ice. The silence held deep and resonant as the white wall waited for the slow turning of time. The light was clear, the air was pure, and the world at the foot of the ice was a place of stark, simple beauty. The coastline here was defined by a landscape of soft, rolling instability. It was a world of dunes, a vast, undulating sea of sand that had been shaped by the wind into a series of frozen waves. The dunes stretched inland for miles, a labyrinth of beige and white where the sand mixed with the driven snow. The crests of the dunes were sharp, sculpted by the gale into knife edges that smoked with blowing grit. Between the ridges, in the deep troughs known as slacks, the air was still and protected. The vegetation that anchored this shifting world was tough and resilient. Marram grass grew in tufts along the spines of the dunes, its long, gray-green leaves rolled tight against the cold. The grass was stiff and dry, rustling with a dry, papery sound whenever the wind sighed through the hollows. In the deeper valleys, thickets of sea buckthorn grew, their branches armed with long, sharp thorns. Despite the deep winter, these bushes still held their fruit, clusters of bright, intense orange berries that stood out like embers against the monochrome palette of the sand and snow. A herd of red deer stags moved through this dune system. They were bachelor males, living apart from the hinds during the winter months. They were magnificent animals, their coats a thick, rough gray-brown that merged with the color of the dried grass. Their antlers were heavy and dark, rising from their brows in complex architectures of bone. They walked with a heavy, deliberate gait, their hooves sinking slightly into the frozen sand, leaving deep, cloven prints that were quickly filled by the drifting snow. The lead stag stopped at a sea buckthorn bush. He was a massive animal, his neck thick with muscle and winter fur. He used his hard, horny lips to navigate the thorns, plucking the frozen orange berries with delicate precision. The berries burst in his mouth, releasing a tart, acidic juice that was rich in energy. He chewed slowly, his breath misting in the cold air. The other stags followed his lead, spreading out among the bushes. The sound of their feeding was a series of soft crunches and the snap of brittle twigs. They were calm. The dunes offered them shelter from the open beach and a break from the wind. They moved slowly from bush to bush, harvesting the winter fruit. Occasionally, two stags would come close together. There was no aggression, no clashing of antlers. That season had passed. Now they simply acknowledged each other with a soft grunt or a flick of an ear, maintaining the peaceful hierarchy of the winter herd. On the seaward side of the dunes, the beach stretched out flat and wide. It was a desolate expanse of wet sand and ice. The tide was out, revealing a vast plain of gray sediment that smelled of salt and decay. The sea itself was a sluggish, semi-frozen mass. It was not a solid sheet of ice like the deep ocean, but a chaotic mix of water and slush known as phrasal ice. The waves did not crash, they slushed, rolling onto the shore with a heavy, hissing sound, shhh hiss, shhh hiss. Walking along the high tide line, a small group of humans moved with their heads down. They were wrapped in layers of seal skin and woven grass, their boots reinforced with thick rawhide soles to withstand the abrasive sand. They were not hunting animals today. They were hunting for stone. Specifically, they were looking for amber, the fossilized resin of ancient pine forests that the sea washed up during the winter storms. A woman walked slightly ahead of the others. She carried a basket woven from dune grass. Her eyes scanned the debris line, a tangled ribbon of seaweed, driftwood, and shells. She was looking for the telltale glint of gold among the gray pebbles. She stopped, crouching down to inspect a small, yellow object. She picked it up, rubbing the sand away with her thumb. It was a piece of amber, no larger than a hazelnut, rough and opaque on the outside. But when she held it up to the pale sun, a faint, honey-colored light glowed from within. She smiled, a small tightening of her cheeks against the cold, and dropped the stone into her basket. The search was a slow, meditative process. It required a specific kind of vision, a pattern recognition that filtered out the millions of stones to find the resin. The humans walked for miles, their pace steady and rhythmic. The sound of their boots on the wet sand was a soft crunching. The wind blew the hair back from their faces, carrying the taste of salt spray. They were scavengers of the sea, gathering the tears of the trees from a time before the ice. Further down the beach, where a stream cut through the dunes to reach the sea, a pack of dholes, Asiatic wild dogs, was playing. These were distinct from the wolves of the interior. Their coats were a rusty red, turning to white on their bellies and chests. They had rounded ears and bushy tails tipped with black. The pack was large, perhaps 12 individuals, a bustling family unit. They were not hunting, they were engaged in a bout of social bonding. Two young adults were chasing each other in tight circles on the sand, their paws kicking up sprays of grit. They made chirping and whistling sounds, a bird-like language that was unique to their species. The whistle was a contact call, a way of keeping the pack together in the dense cover of the scrub. An older female sat on a piece of driftwood watching the play. She was the alpha, the mother of the pack. She groomed her front leg, licking the fur with long, smooth strokes. She was relaxed but alert. She saw the humans walking in the distance, tiny dark figures against the gray sky. She watched them for a moment, her amber eyes unblinking, then returned to her grooming. The humans were far away and they were moving parallel to the pack, not toward it. There was no conflict. The landscape was one of muted colors: beige sand, gray water, white snow, and the rust red of the dogs. The light was flat, filtered through a layer of stratocumulus clouds that stretched to the horizon. It was a world of texture, of rough grass and smooth stones, of soft fur and hard ice. As the afternoon progressed, the tide began to turn. The slushy waves crept higher up the beach, reclaiming the sand. The sound of the ocean grew louder, a deep rhythmic roaring that underpinned all other sounds. The humans sensed the change. They stopped their gathering, turning inland toward the shelter of the dunes. They had found a good handful of amber pieces, enough to trade or to drill into beads during the long nights. They climbed the face of the foredunes, sliding slightly in the loose sand. They crested the ridge and descended into a large slack, a bowl-shaped depression protected from the wind. Here, they had established a temporary camp. A simple lean-to made of driftwood logs and draped with heavy hides stood in the center of the hollow. Inside the shelter, a fire was burning. The fuel was driftwood, dried by the wind and bleached white by the sun. It burned with a colorful flame, tinged with the salts of the sea, greens, blues, and violets dancing in the orange. The smoke rose straight up in the still air of the hollow, disappearing over the rim of the dune. The group settled in. They warmed their hands, the circulation returning with a prickly heat. The woman emptied her basket onto a flat stone. The pieces of amber tumbled out, dull lumps of resin. She selected one and began to polish it. She used a piece of soft leather and a paste made of fine ash and fat. She rubbed the stone vigorously. Rub, rub, rub. The friction warmed the amber, releasing a faint scent of pine. Slowly, the dull crust was worn away, revealing the clear, golden heart of the stone. Outside, the dholes had finished their play. They moved into the sea buckthorn thicket, vanishing into the brush. They curled up together in a den dug into the side of a sandbank, a tangle of red fur and warmth. They slept in a heap, their breathing synchronized. The whistling stopped, replaced by the soft sighs of sleep. The red deer stags moved deeper into the dune system. They found a sheltered valley where the marram grass grew tall and thick. They bedded down, crushing the dry grass into comfortable nests. They lay with their backs to the wind, their heads up, chewing their cud. They watched the sky darken, their large eyes reflecting the fading light. The sun set over the ocean, a brief flare of red light that stained the water and the ice. The gray clouds turned purple. The sand turned blue. The temperature dropped, freezing the wet sand of the beach into a hard pavement. Night fell, the coastline became a world of sound and shadow. The roar of the surf was louder now, amplified by the darkness. The wind hissed through the grass. The sand shifted, grain by grain, moving in the dark. A sand lizard, buried deep in a burrow beneath the roots of a buckthorn bush, slept the deep sleep of hibernation. It was cold and stiff, its life processes suspended. It knew nothing of the deer or the dogs. It waited for the warmth of the sand to return in the spring. The moon rose, a full, bright orb that illuminated the dunes with a spectral light. The landscape looked like a sea of silver waves. The shadows in the troughs were ink black. The amber in the human camp glowed in the firelight, capturing the memory of the sun. The woman held the polished stone up to the fire. It was clear now, a drop of golden syrup frozen in time. Inside, trapped forever, was a tiny gnat, a creature from a world that had vanished millions of years ago. She looked at the insect, a connection across time. She placed the stone in a pouch around her neck. The humans ate a meal of shellfish, mussels, and clams gathered from the rocks at low tide. They steamed them in a skin bag over the fire. The meat was salty and chewy, tasting of the sea. They ate slowly, tossing the empty shells into a pile near the entrance. The pile of shells was a record of their stay, a midden that would one day be part of the dune itself. The wind picked up in the night, moving the sand. It scoured the beach, erasing the footprints of the humans and the tracks of the dogs. By morning, the beach would be a clean slate, pristine and unmarked. The Dole pack woke briefly as a snowy owl flew overhead. They lifted their heads, listening to the soft whoosh of its wings. Then they settled back down. The night was for sleeping. The deer dozed, their ears twitching. They were safe here. The wolves did not like the open sand. The doles were resting. The stags were the kings of the dunes, their antlers silhouettes against the stars. The constellation of Orion rose over the water, the hunter striding across the sky. The stars were reflected in the wet sand, creating a second galaxy underfoot. The cold on the coast was damp and penetrating. The frost formed on the driftwood logs of the shelter, coating them in white velvet. The fire burned down to coals. The humans slept, huddled together under the hides. They dreamed of the golden stones, of the sun trapped in the rock. A shorebird, a purple sandpiper, stood on a rock near the water's edge. It was asleep, standing on one leg, its head tucked into its back feathers. It was a tiny ball of life on the edge of the frozen ocean. It rocked slightly in the wind, but its grip on the stone was secure. The tide reached its high point and began to recede. The noise of the waves lessened. The slushy ice was left stranded on the beach, forming a jagged ridge of white. The rhythm of the ocean continued, the heartbeat of the world. The night wore on, the earth turned. The moon moved across the sky, changing the angle of the shadows on the dunes. The sand flowed like water, slow and dry. As the dawn approached, the sky in the east began to lighten. It was a cold, gray dawn. The mist rolled in from the sea, covering the dunes in a blanket of fog. The world became soft and indistinct. The deer stood up, shaking the frost from their coats. They began to move again, heading for the buckthorn bushes. The lead stag stretched his neck, tasting the damp air. The doles woke. They stretched and yawned, engaging in a morning greeting ceremony. They licked each other's faces, tails wagging. They moved out of the den, disappearing into the mist like red ghosts. The humans woke. They stirred the fire. They drank warm water. They prepared for another day. They would walk the beach again, looking for the yellow stones. The light grew stronger, burning off the mist. The dunes were revealed again, a landscape of endless curves. The marram grass sparkled with dew. The sea buckthorn berries glowed orange. The world was quiet, washed clean by the night. The amber hunter stepped out of the shelter. She looked at the sea. It was calm. The ice was drifting offshore. She took a breath of the salty air. She felt the stone in her pouch warm against her skin. The earth rested, the sand lay still, the ocean breathed. The 16th part of the journey was a story of the dune and the shore, a study in sand and resin. The life of the coast continued, rhythmic and enduring, waiting for the turning of the tide. The mountain valley ended in a sheer amphitheater of rock, a semicircular cliff that rose straight up into the pale sky. In the summer, this was a place of thunderous noise, where a massive waterfall poured over the lip of the stone, crashing down into a deep, churning pool. But now, in the heart of the great winter, the water had been silenced. The falls were frozen mid-fall, transformed into a colossal sculpture of blue and white ice. It was a suspended cataract, a curtain of pillars and stalactites that hung from the cliff face like the pipes of a giant organ. The ice was not uniform. It told the story of the winter's progress. The outer layers were opaque and white, formed from snow that had melted and refrozen. The inner layers, visible deep within the structure, were a translucent, electric blue, the result of immense pressure squeezing out the air bubbles. At the base of the falls, where the spray had once misted the air, a chaotic mound of ice boulders had formed, a jumble of frozen shapes that looked like rounded glass stones. The silence here was profound. The roar of the water was locked away, replaced by a stillness that felt heavy and expectant, as if the river were holding its breath, waiting for the release of spring. High on a ledge overlooking this frozen spectacle, a snow leopard lay in repose. It was the ghost of the mountains, a creature so perfectly adapted to its environment that it was nearly invisible against the gray rock and the white snow. Its coat was thick and plush, a smoky gray overlaid with dark rosettes that mimicked the shadows of the stones. Its belly fur was long and white, providing insulation against the cold rock beneath it. The leopard was resting, its body draped over the stone with the fluidity of water. Its most defining feature, its tail, was a thick furry rope almost as long as its body. It was wrapped around the cat's nose and paws, acting as a built-in scarf to trap the warmth of its breath. The leopard's eyes were a pale, icy green, watching the valley floor with a gaze that was detached and calm. It was not hungry. It had fed days ago, and its metabolism was slow, conserving energy in the thin, cold air. It blinked slowly, a long, languid motion that signaled total relaxation. Below the leopard, on the steep slopes of scree that flanked the valley, a small herd of Argali sheep grazed. They were the largest of the wild sheep, magnificent animals with heavy, muscular bodies and coats of dense, sandy brown wool. The rams carried massive horns that curled around their ears in a great spiral, the tips pointing outward. The horns were ridged and weathered, a testament to years of survival in the high country. The Argali moved with a surprising grace for such heavy animals. The slope was covered in loose slate and shale, a treacherous surface that shifted underfoot. But the sheep placed their hooves with precision, finding the stable points in the sliding rock. They were digging for the dry fescue grass that grew between the stones. They pawed at the snow, uncovering the brown tufts and cropped them with their tough lips. The sound of their movement was the clatter of stone on stone, a dry, rattling noise that echoed faintly in the amphitheater. Near the base of the frozen waterfall, protected by a massive overhang of rock, a small group of humans had established a winter station. The overhang was deep, creating a dry, sheltered space that was free of snow. The floor was covered in a layer of fine dust and gravel. The humans had built a windbreak across the opening using piled stones and brushwood, leaving a gap for entering and exiting. Inside this rock shelter, the air was still and smelled of wood smoke and damp stone. A fire burned in a shallow pit, fed by the gnarled branches of mountain juniper. The wood burned with a sweet, resinous scent, producing a blue smoke that drifted up the rock face. A woman knelt by the fire, engaged in the slow, rhythmic process of stone boiling. She had a watertight basket woven from spruce roots and sealed with pine pitch filled with snowmelt. Next to the fire, several smooth, round river stones were heating in the coals. They were gray and hot, radiating a fierce heat. Using a pair of wooden tongs made from a split branch, she picked up a glowing stone. She blew the ash from its surface and then lowered it gently into the water basket. The water hissed instantly, hiss-shh-h. Steam billowed up, a white cloud that enveloped the woman's face for a moment. The water bubbled and rolled around the hot rock. She repeated the process, adding another stone and then another. The water in the basket began to boil, a rolling, vigorous movement caused entirely by the transfer of heat from the earth. Into this boiling water, she added chunks of dried meat and wild onions gathered from the lower valleys. The steam changed scent, becoming rich and savory. It was a slow way to cook, a method that required patience and a steady supply of hot rocks. But it was efficient, requiring no pottery that could break in the nomadic life. The woman worked with a calm focus, her movements practiced and safe. She respected the heat of the stones and the fragility of the basket. An older man sat near the back of the shelter where the roof slanted down to meet the floor. He was working on a piece of bone, a section of rib from a large herbivore. He was incising it with a sharp burin, carving a series of parallel lines along the edge. Scrape, pause, scrape. He was making a tally stick, a record of something known only to him, perhaps the phases of the moon or the number of days since the solstice. He stopped occasionally to rub his thumb over the marks, feeling the texture of the count. His eyes were clouded with age, but his hands were steady. He was wrapped in a cloak of Argali skins, the thick wool facing inward. He looked out through the gap in the windbreak, watching the blue ice of the waterfall. He had seen it freeze and thaw many times. It was a calendar in itself, a marker of the great seasons. The light in the valley began to shift as the sun moved behind the high peaks. The direct light vanished, plunging the amphitheater into shadow. The ice of the waterfall lost its white brilliance and turned a deep, somber blue. The temperature dropped immediately. The air, which had been crisp, became biting. The snow leopard on the ledge stood up. It stretched, a long, luxurious extension of its spine. It yawned, its tongue curling, its whiskers trembling. It shook its coat, the thick fur rippling like water. It began to move down the cliff face, finding footholds that seemed impossible. It flowed over the rocks, soundless and fluid. It was not hunting the sheep, they were too far away and too alert. It was simply changing its vantage point, moving to a lower cave for the night. The Argali herd sensed the change in light. The dominant ram let out a low bleat, a signal to the others. They began to move up the slope, seeking the safety of the high crags for the night. They climbed higher, their silhouettes becoming small against the darkening sky. They found a series of narrow ledges where no predator could follow without being heard. They lay down, their legs tucked under them, their backs to the rock wall. Back in the shelter, the soup was ready. The woman used the tongs to remove the cooled stones from the basket, setting them aside to be reheated later. She ladled the broth into wooden bowls. The group ate quietly. The warmth of the liquid spread through their chests, a defense against the cold night. They ate the meat with their fingers, chewing slowly. The conversation was sparse. They spoke of the wind, of the depth of the snow, of the tracks of the leopard seen earlier in the week. They did not speak with fear, but with respect. They were neighbors in this stone world. The leopard had its path and they had theirs. Night descended fully. The valley became a pit of darkness, illuminated only by the stars that filled the slice of sky above. The Milky Way was a river of light that ran parallel to the frozen waterfall. The air was absolutely still. The silence was so deep that the sound of a falling pebble on the scree slope sounded like a gunshot. The snow leopard reached the bottom of the cliff. It walked across the frozen pool at the base of the falls. Its paws made no sound on the ice. It stopped to sniff the air near the human shelter. It smelled the wood smoke, the cooked meat, the scent of man. It did not approach. It turned away, melting into the shadows of the boulders. It was a solitary spirit, a watcher in the night. The temperature continued to fall. The ice of the waterfall contracted. Crack. A sharp sound echoed through the amphitheater, the voice of the ice adjusting to the cold. The humans in the shelter heard it, but they did not stir. It was the music of their home. Deep inside the ice of the falls, the water that had not frozen, the tiny veins of liquid that still trickled through the core continued to move. It was a secret flow, a hidden pulse of life within the frozen monument. It moved slowly, drop by drop, waiting for the release that was months away. The man with the tally stick put his work away. He lay down on his sleeping furs, pulling the heavy robes over his head. He listened to the breathing of his family, the crackle of the dying fire, the silence of the mountain. He closed his eyes, his mind drifting like the smoke. On the high ledge, the Argali ram slept. His heavy horns rested on the ground. He was safe. The wind blew over him, ruffling his wool, but he was warm. He dreamed of the high summer pastures, of the green grass and the sun, but the dream was distant. The reality was the rock, the snow, and the night. A pika, active even in the dark, scurried through the spaces between the rocks of the windbreak. It was looking for crumbs dropped by the humans. It found a piece of dried onion skin and nibbled it quickly. It was a tiny opportunist living on the margins of the larger lives. It darted back into its hole, its belly full. The night wore on. The constellation of the hunter marched across the gap in the cliffs. The stars were diamond-hard, glittering in the vacuum of the high altitude. The cold was a physical presence, a weight that pressed down on the land. The fire in the shelter burned down to a bed of red coals. The heat radiated out, warming the stones of the overhang. The shelter held a bubble of warmth in the vast ocean of cold. The snow leopard found a shallow cave near the stream outlet. It curled up, wrapping its tail around its face again. It closed its eyes. It was at home in the dark. It was the master of the night. The earth turned. The shadows moved across the face of the waterfall. The ice gleamed in the starlight, a pale, ghostly blue. As the dawn approached, the sky in the east began to lighten. It was a cold, steel-gray dawn. The stars faded. The mountains took shape again, emerging from the blackness. The peaks caught the first light, turning a brilliant, burning rose color. The alpenglow slid down the mountains, touching the top of the frozen falls. The ice caught the light. The top of the waterfall began to glow, as if lit from within. The light moved down the pillars of ice, turning them from blue to gold. The valley was illuminated. The Argali woke. They stood up, shaking the frost from their coats. They began to move down the slope, heading for the grazing grounds. The sound of the clattering stones returned. The humans woke. The woman stirred the coals, feeding the fire. The smoke rose again, a blue line against the gray rock. They prepared for the day. They would check their snares, gather more wood, endure the cold. The snow leopard woke. It stepped out of its cave, blinking in the light. It looked up at the waterfall, shining in the sun. It looked at the humans, at the sheep. It turned and walked up the valley, disappearing into the white landscape. The frozen waterfall stood silent and majestic. It was a monument to the winter, a paused moment in the life of the river. The water waited, the rock waited, the earth rested, holding the valley in its cold stone hands. The 17th part of the journey was a story of the vertical world and the suspended water, a study in rock and ice. The silence held, deep and enduring, as the sun climbed over the rim of the world. The landscape here was a vast frozen sponge, a low-lying mire where the earth had drunk deep of the autumn rains and then frozen solid. It was a world of hummocks and hollows, a rolling terrain of sphagnum moss and peat that stretched away into the gray distance. In the warmer months, this place was a treacherous, shifting wetland, a place of sinking mud and stagnant water. But now, under the iron rule of the winter, the bog was firm. The water that saturated the moss had turned to ice, locking the ground into a hard, uneven pavement. The surface was a tapestry of muted colors, the rusty red of the dried moss, the pale ochre of the sedge grass, and the stark white of the snow that filled the depressions between the mounds. A heavy mist hung over the mire, a low, clinging fog that obscured the horizon and dampened all sound. The air was thick with moisture, cold and penetrating. It did not carry the clean, dry bite of the high steppe or the sharp salt tang of the coast. Instead, it smelled of ancient earth, of decaying plants preserved in the cold acid of the peat, a deep, musty scent that was as old as the bog itself. The silence here was soft and muffled. The mist absorbed the noise of the wind, leaving a quietude that felt enclosed and private, as if the rest of the world had simply ceased to exist beyond the wall of white fog. Moving through this silent, white room was a creature of immense grandeur. It was a giant deer, the megaloceros, a stag in the prime of his life. He was a beast of imposing stature, standing tall at the shoulder, his body covered in a thick coat of dark brown fur that lightened to a creamy beige on his underbelly. But it was his headgear that defined him. He carried upon his brow a set of antlers that defied the logic of gravity. They were colossal, spanning nearly 12 feet from tip to tip, massive palms of bone that spread out like wings. To carry such a weight required a neck of extraordinary power. The muscles of the stag's shoulders and neck were thick and roped, visible even beneath his winter coat. He walked with a distinctive high-headed gait, balancing the great rack with every step. He moved slowly among the frozen hummocks, testing the ground with his hooves. Although the bog was frozen, there were still weak spots, places where the gases of decomposition kept the mud soft. The stag knew this. He placed his feet with care, a slow, deliberate rhythm of lift and place. He stopped at a cluster of dwarf birch trees, gnarly little shrubs that barely rose above the snow. With a twist of his head, he used the tines of his antlers to rake the snow away from the base of the bushes. Then he lowered his muzzle, using his sharp incisors to strip the bark and the buds. He chewed slowly, his breath drifting up to mingle with the fog. The sound of his eating was a soft crunching, a rhythmic noise that was swallowed instantly by the mist. He was alone in the white void, a king without a court, content in his solitude. The antlers were a burden, a heavy price to pay for dominance in the rut, but now in the winter they were simply weight. The stag had to be mindful of the trees, turning his head sideways to navigate between the trunks of the few pines that dotted the edge of the mire. He moved with a practiced grace, an awareness of his own dimensions that had become second nature. He paused to scratch his flank with a hind leg, the massive antlers swaying gently with the motion. A few miles away, near the edge of the bog where the ground rose to meet a line of glacial moraine, a small group of humans was foraging. They were moving across the frozen moss, their feet wrapped in layers of fur and bound with leather thongs to give them traction on the slick vegetation. They were not hunting the stag. He was too far away and too difficult to bring down in this terrain. They were hunting for something smaller, something stationary. Two women knelt on the ground near a patch of low-growing shrubs. The snow here was shallow, swept thin by the wind. They were brushing the white powder away with gloved hands, revealing the dark, glossy leaves of the cranberry plants. Beneath the leaves, nestled in the frozen moss, were the berries. They were hard as beads, bright red spheres that stood out against the green and white. The women worked with a quiet, repetitive intensity. They picked the berries one by one, dropping them into woven grass baskets. The sound of the frozen fruit hitting the bottom of the basket was a light, hollow tap-tap-tap. The berries were frozen solid, their juice locked away in ice. In this state, they would keep for months. They were precious pearls of sugar and vitamin, a burst of tart flavor in a diet of meat and fat. One of the women popped a berry into her mouth. She rolled it around with her tongue, letting the warmth of her mouth thaw the skin. It burst with a sharp, acidic tang that made her jaw ache pleasantly. She smiled at the sensation, the taste of the summer preserved in the winter ice. She continued picking, her fingers nimble despite the cold. She did not rush. The patch was large and the day was long. The light on the bog was flat and shadowless. The sun was a pale disk hidden behind the layers of mist, a diffuse glow that offered no direction. It was difficult to tell the time of day. The world seemed suspended in a perpetual afternoon, a gray stasis where nothing changed. The only movement was the slow drift of the fog banks, shifting like ghosts over the hummocks. Beneath the frozen surface, the bog was a vault of history. The peat, layer upon layer of compressed sphagnum, held the secrets of the past. Pollen grains from flowers that bloomed thousands of years ago were trapped in the dark earth. The trunks of ancient oaks, preserved by the acidic water, lay like black bones deep in the muck. It was a landscape of memory, holding the world that used to be. A stoat, a small predator in its winter coat of pure white, bounded across the moss. It was almost invisible against the snow, only the black tip of its tail giving it away. It moved with a frenetic energy, arching its back and leaping over the obstacles. It was hunting for voles that tunneled through the moss. It stopped at a small hole in the snow, sniffing deeply. It smelled the warm, musky scent of a rodent. With a fluid motion, it dove into the tunnel, disappearing from the surface world. The stag moved on. He left the birch trees and walked out onto a frozen pool. The ice was black and smooth, swept clear of snow. His hooves clicked sharply on the hard surface. He saw his own reflection in the ice, a dark, distorted shape moving below him. He did not recognize it. He simply saw a movement and paused, watching. When the reflection stopped, he lost interest and continued across the pond. He reached the other side and climbed a small rise. Here, the wind had exposed a patch of dried sedge grass. He lowered his head to graze. The weight of his antlers pulled his head down, but his neck muscles held firm. He ate the dry grass, his jaw moving in a slow, sideways rhythm. He was a machine of conversion, turning the dead grass into heat and muscle. The humans filled their baskets. The red berries piled up, a mound of color. They stood up, stretching their backs. The cold had seeped into their knees from the ground. They stamped their feet to restore the circulation. They looked around at the gray world. They could not see the stag, but they could see his tracks in the snow-deep, cloven prints that filled with water and then froze. They noted the direction, filing the information away for later. They turned back toward their camp, walking in single file. They followed their own trail back, stepping in their own footprints to save energy. The fog swallowed them up, closing in behind them as they walked. They were small figures in a vast, indifferent landscape. The afternoon darkened into evening. The mist turned from gray to a deep, bruised purple. The temperature dropped, tightening the grip of the frost on the moss. The bog released a sigh, a soft bubbling sound as a pocket of gas escaped from the deep peat and found a way through a crack in the ice. Bloop. The sound was loud in the silence. The stag found a place to bed down. He chose a high hummock, a dry island in the frozen sea. He lowered himself carefully, first the front knees, then the hindquarters. He settled his body onto the moss. The problem of the antlers remained. He could not lay his head flat, the rack was too wide. He rested his chin on a tuft of grass, keeping his head upright, the antlers balanced in the air. It was a posture of constant vigilance, even in rest. He closed his eyes, his ears swiveling to catch the sounds of the night. The stoat emerged from the snow, a vole in its jaws. It carried the prey to a hollow log, a dry den lined with fur. It ate quickly, fueling its high-speed metabolism. Then it curled up, a ball of white fur, and slept. The humans reached their shelter. It was a dugout, a semi-subterranean house dug into the side of a gravel ridge overlooking the bog. The roof was made of sod and skins, blending into the hill. They crawled inside out of the damp fog. The interior was warm and dry. A fire burned in a stone hearth. The air smelled of roasting meat and the sweet tart scent of the cranberries which they were crushing into a paste. They mixed the crushed berries with rendered fat and dried meat, creating a dense, high-energy food that would last for weeks. The woman who had picked the berries licked her fingers, tasting the mix. It was good. It was the taste of survival. Outside, the night took full possession of the bog. The fog did not lift, it thickened. The world became a black void. The stars were hidden. The only light was the faint, ghostly glow of the snow itself, reflecting the minimal ambient light. The silence was absolute. There was no wind to rustle the grass. No water flowed. The birds were silent. It was a heavy, oppressive silence, a weight that pressed against the ears. But the bog was not dead. Deep down, the slow chemistry of the peat continued. The preservation continued. The earth was holding its breath, waiting. The stag slept in short bursts. He would doze for 10 minutes, then wake, lift his head, sniff the air, and doze again. He was safe here. The wolves did not like the bog. The footing was too treacherous for a pack to run effectively. He was the master of this domain. The cold seeped into the ground, freezing the water in the moss cells. The sphagnum became brittle, crunching if stepped on. The ice on the ponds thickened, booming occasionally as it expanded. In the dugout, the humans slept. They were warm under their piles of furs. The fire died down to embers, casting a red eye into the darkness. They breathed in the earthy air, their chests rising and falling in unison. They were part of the landscape, burrowed into it like the badger and the fox. A barn owl, a pale ghost, flew low over the bog. It navigated by sound, its heart-shaped face funneling the noise of the night to its ears. It heard the rustle of a mouse in the grass. It swooped, its wings making no sound. It struck the snow, talons grasping. It missed. The mouse escaped into a tunnel. The owl flew on unfazed. It would find another. The hours of the night passed slowly. The earth turned. The fog swirled. The frost grew on the antlers of the stag, coating the brown bone in white velvet. He looked like a statue of ice, a mythical beast frozen in time. As the dawn approached, the temperature reached its lowest point. The air was crisp and biting. The mist began to thin slightly, revealing the dark shapes of the trees. The sun rose, a pale yellow ball struggling through the fog. It cast a weak light on the bog. The frost on the moss sparkled. The red cranberries that remained on the bushes glowed like rubies. The stag stood up. He shook his head, the heavy antlers swaying. He shook his body, dislodging the frost. He stepped off the hummock, his breath steaming. He was hungry again. He moved toward the birch trees, his long legs scissoring through the snow. The humans woke. They crawled out of the dugout, blinking in the morning light. They looked out over the bog. It was a sea of white and gray. They saw the mist lifting, revealing the vast expanse of the mire. They saw the distant shape of the stag, a dark silhouette against the fog. They watched him for a moment, admiring his size, his strength. Then they turned to their work. The stoat woke, stretched, and ran out onto the snow. It was ready for another day of hunting. The bog lay still. It had survived another night. The water was still frozen. The secrets were still kept. The life of the mire, the stag, the human, the berry, the moss continued its slow, quiet cycle. The 18th part of the journey was a story of the sponge and the fog, a study in moisture and suspension. The silence held, damp and heavy, as the gray day began its slow unfold across the frozen wetland. The forest here was defined by its verticality. It was a gallery forest, a long, narrow ribbon of woodland that followed the winding course of a river through the open plains. The trees were ancient black poplars and white willows, their trunks thick and deeply furrowed, rising like pillars to support a canopy of bare, interlacing branches. In the summer, this place would be a tunnel of green shade, but now in the deep winter, it was an architecture of gray and black against the white sky. The snow lay deep between the trees, undisturbed by the wind that scoured the open steppe. It was a soft, powdery snow piled high on the fallen logs and capping the tree stumps with rounded white mushrooms. The air in the gallery forest was still and heavy with a distinctive scent. It was the smell of the balsamic resin from the poplar buds, a sweet, sticky aroma that hung in the cold air like perfume. It was a smell of dormancy and potential, the scent of the sap waiting within the wood. The silence here was different from the open plains. It was an enclosed silence, dampened by the trunks and the snow. Sounds did not travel far. They were absorbed by the wood and the white powder, creating a sense of intimacy and isolation. Moving through the deep drifts was a herd of aurochs. These were the ancestors of cattle, but they were creatures of a different magnitude. The bulls were immense, standing as tall as a man at the shoulder with heavy, muscular necks and deep chests. Their coats were black, a deep, glossy darkness that absorbed the faint light. A pale stripe ran down the spine of the bulls, a streak of eel gray against the black. Their horns were their crowning glory, ivory-colored, thick at the base, curving out and then forward, ending in sharp, black tips. The lead bull, a magnificent animal in his prime, pushed through the snow with his chest. He was not struggling. He possessed a raw, earthy power that made the snow seem insubstantial. He lowered his massive head, sweeping his muzzle side to clear a patch of ground. He was looking for the dried sedges and grasses that grew in the understory of the forest. When he found a tuft, he wrapped his long, rough tongue around it and pulled, tearing the grass free with a rhythmic ripping sound. The herd was calm. There were cows here too, smaller than the bulls, with coats of a rich reddish-brown. They followed in the path broken by the males, stepping into the deep footprints to save energy. Steam rose from the herd in a continuous cloud, a fog of warmth that smelled of wet fur and digested grass. They moved slowly, browsing on the twigs of the willows as well as the grass. The sound of their teeth stripping the bark was a soft rasp-snap, a sound of steady consumption. The bull stopped at a young aspen tree. He rubbed his neck against the trunk, satisfying an itch. The tree shook, sending a shower of snow down onto his back. He did not flinch. He simply shook his head, his heavy horns swaying, and continued to graze. His eyes were dark and liquid, fringed with long lashes. He looked out through the trees with a gaze that was calm and untroubled. He was the master of this forest corridor, confident in his size and his strength. A few hundred yards down the river, where the ice was thick and covered in a layer of wind-blown snow, a river otter moved with a playful, fluid energy. It was a long, sleek animal, dark brown and glistening. It moved by bounding and sliding. It would take a few hops, then tuck its legs back and slide on its belly across the snow, leaving a long, smooth trough behind it. It was a creature of pure efficiency, using the low friction of the ice to travel with minimal effort. The otter reached a hole in the ice, a place where the current was swift enough to keep the water open. It slipped into the water without a splash, vanishing into the dark. Under the ice, it was a torpedo of muscle. It hunted for fish that were resting in the slow eddies near the river bottom. It found a small burbot, caught it, and surfaced in the same hole. It climbed out onto the ice, shaking the water from its fur. The droplets froze instantly on the surface of the snow. The otter ate quickly, then groomed itself, rolling in the dry snow to blot the moisture from its coat. In a clearing surrounded by the towering poplars, a small group of humans was at work. They had established a camp here, drawn by the shelter of the trees and the resources of the river. Their dwelling was a dome-shaped hut made of bent willow poles and covered with layers of reed mats and hides. It sat low to the ground, a brown mound in the white forest. Two people, a man and a young girl, were gathering the poplar buds. The buds were swollen and sticky, coated in the fragrant resin that scented the air. They moved from tree to tree, reaching up to snap the buds from the lower branches. For the higher ones, the man used a long stick with a hook carved at the end to pull the branches down. The work was sticky and slow. The resin coated their fingers, turning them black and tacky, but the resin was valuable. It was a medicine, a glue, and a waterproofing agent. They dropped the buds into a leather pouch. The smell of the balsam was strong on their hands, a sharp, clean scent that cleared the sinuses. The girl stopped to look at a track in the snow. It was the slide of the otter. She traced the long groove with her finger, smiling at the thought of the animal sliding. She did not call out, she simply observed, storing the image in her mind. Then she returned to the trees, reaching for another branch. The light in the forest began to fade early. The sun dropped behind the wall of trees, casting long, barred shadows across the snow. The vertical trunks became black silhouettes against the graying sky. The white of the snow turned blue, a deep, cool shade that signaled the approach of the true cold. The aurochs herd began to settle for the night. They found a stand of dense spruce trees mixed in with the poplars, where the evergreen branches created a roof that held in the heat. They bedded down, crushing the snow and the needles beneath their weight. The bulls lay on the outside of the circle, the cows and calves in the center. They chewed their cud, a collective sound of grinding and breathing. The steam from their breath rose up into the boughs of the spruce, freezing into rime ice on the needles. The otter retreated to its holt, a den dug into the riverbank under the roots of a great willow. The entrance was underwater, but the nesting chamber was high and dry, lined with dried grass and moss. It curled up with its mate, a tangle of warm, dry fur in the dark earth. The humans returned to their hut. They brought the pouch of buds inside. The air in the hut was warm and smelled of the resin and wood smoke. A fire burned in a central pit, small and controlled. The man took a handful of the buds and placed them in a stone bowl near the fire. He added a lump of animal fat. As the heat melted the fat, the resin dissolved into it, creating a thick aromatic salve. He stirred it with a twig, watching the mixture turn a golden brown. They ate a meal of roasted fish and roots. The hut was quiet, filled only with the sounds of eating and the soft crackle of the fire. The girl sat near the entrance, watching the smoke drift up through the hole in the roof. She could see a single star through the opening, a bright pinprick of light in the black circle of the sky. The night settled over the gallery forest. The temperature dropped sharply. The trees began to pop, crack, bang. It was the sound of the sap freezing and expanding, splitting the wood fibers deep inside the trunks. The sound echoed through the woods like the snapping of giant fingers. It was a lonely, sharp sound that emphasized the cold. The aurochs heard the trees popping. They did not react. They were used to the sounds of the winter woods. They lay still, heavy black boulders in the shadows. Their internal fires kept them warm. Their thick skin, shielded by the dense hair, was impervious to the frost. A snowy owl, moving silently through the canopy, landed on a high branch of a poplar. It looked down at the forest floor. It saw the faint glow of the human fire through the skin of the hut. It saw the dark shape of the aurochs herd. It turned its head, listening for the movement of a hare. The forest was quiet. The deep snow muffled the movements of the small animals. The owl waited, patient and still. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the dry leaves that still clung to the oak trees scattered among the poplars. The sound was a dry whisper, a shhh that ran through the canopy. In the hut, the humans prepared for sleep. The salve was finished and set aside to cool. The fire was banked. They lay down on their sleeping mats, pulling the heavy furs over them. They were safe in their willow dome. The forest protected them from the wind, and the fire protected them from the cold. They slept deeply, their dreams filled with the green of the coming summer. The river continued to flow under the ice. It was a dark, secret highway that moved through the forest. Fish swam slowly against the current, their gills pulsing. They lived in a world of constant twilight, unaffected by the wind or the snow. The night wore on. The constellation of the Great Bear stood on its tail, pointing towards the horizon. The moon rose, a pale crescent that filtered its light through the branches. The forest floor became a mosaic of silver light and black shadow. The tracks of the aurochs and the otter were highlighted in the moonlight, a record of the day's movement written in the snow. A pine marten, a small, agile predator of the trees, ran along a high branch. It was dark brown with a creamy yellow throat patch. It moved with incredible balance, jumping from tree to tree. It was hunting for squirrels or sleeping birds. It stopped to look down at the snow, its eyes bright beads in the dark. It saw nothing of interest and continued its high-wire patrol, a shadow moving among the stars. The cold reached its zenith in the hours before dawn. The mist from the river froze into a layer of hoarfrost that coated everything near the banks. The willows turned white. The reeds sticking out of the ice became crystal wands. The world was decorating itself in the dark. The lead aurochs bull shifted his weight. He let out a long, rumbling breath that formed a cloud around his head. He was awake, watching the darkness. He felt the cold, but it did not trouble him. He was an ancient creature, a survivor of the ice. He lowered his head again, resting his chin on his front legs. The sky began to turn gray. The stars faded. The popping of the trees slowed as the temperature stabilized. The owls flew back to their roosts. The pine marten found a hollow tree and curled up to sleep. The first light of dawn touched the tops of the poplars. The gray bark turned a pale gold. The shadows stretched out long and thin. The forest woke slowly. The humans stirred. The man added wood to the fire. The girl rubbed her eyes. They stepped out of the hut into the morning. The air was sharp and smelled of the balsam and the frost. The aurochs herd stood up. They shook the snow from their backs. The bull stretched, extending his neck. He looked at the humans, a calm, measuring gaze. Then he turned and began to move through the deep snow, leading his herd toward a patch of willow scrub. The otter woke and slid into the river again. The water was warmer than the air. It began its morning hunt. The gallery forest stood tall and silent, a cathedral of trees in the white plain. The vertical lines of the trunks were black strokes against the snow. The life of the woods continued, the grazing, the sliding, the gathering. It was a quiet, enduring rhythm. The earth rested, the trees held their sap, and the river flowed on. The 19th part of the journey was a story of the tall trees and the black cattle, a study in resin and snow. The silence held, fragrant and deep, as the sun climbed slowly into the winter sky. The forest here was a world of white on white, a vast, luminous expanse where the land and the trees mimicked one another. It was a birch forest stretching for miles across the undulating hills of the interior. The trees were slender and uniform, their trunks wrapped in paper-thin bark that was as pale as the snow beneath them. Only the black, diamond-shaped lenticels on the bark broke the whiteness, looking like thousands of unblinking eyes watching the silence. The canopy above was a delicate tracery of fine, purple-brown twigs, a lace ceiling that filtered the sky but did not block it. The light in this forest was bright and diffuse. The white trunks reflected the sun, bouncing the light back and forth until the air itself seemed to glow. There were no deep, dark shadows here, only soft, gray gradients that shifted with the angle of the sun. The snow on the forest floor was deep and powdery, undisturbed by the wind that was blocked by the density of the trunks. It lay in smooth, rolling drifts, rising up around the base of the trees like a frozen tide. Moving through this pale labyrinth was a small herd of forest bison, the wisent. They were distinct from their cousins on the open steppe. Their bodies were slightly more compact, their legs longer, adapted for stepping over fallen logs and navigating the deep snow of the woodland. Their coats were a rich, dark chestnut brown, a stark contrast to the white world they inhabited. Their horns were curved upwards, shorter and sharper, designed not to snag in the undergrowth. The herd moved in a single file line, carving a deep trench through the snow. The lead cow, an older female with a frosted muzzle, broke the trail. She pushed through the drifts with her chest, her head low. She stopped at a large birch tree, the bark of which was peeling in long, curly strips. She extended her tongue, dark and rough, and licked the frost from the paper bark. Then, using her lower teeth, she began to strip the bark from the trunk. The sound was a soft tearing, shha trip, followed by the rhythmic grinding of her molars. The bark was tough and bitter, but it contained nutrients that would help sustain her through the lean months. The other members of the herd waited behind her. They stood patiently, their breath rising in steady, vertical plumes that merged with the branches above. Frost had collected on the long hair of their beards and the thick wool of their humps. They looked like ancient, weathered stones dropped into the forest. One young bull rubbed his neck against a tree, satisfying an itch. The tree swayed, shaking loose a dusting of snow that fell on his shoulders. He did not shake it off. He simply stood, allowing the snow to become part of his insulation. Hidden beneath the snow, in the spaces between the roots of the birches, a black grouse was resting. It had dived into the snow the night before, creating a thermal burrow known as a keepy. Inside this small, white chamber, the temperature was significantly warmer than the outside air. The bird sat motionless, its black feathers fluffed up to trap its body heat. It was invisible from the surface, its presence marked only by a small entry hole that had already been partially filled by drifting snow. The grouse was awake. Its dark eyes watched the dim light filtering through the snow roof of its cave. It could hear the heavy, crunching footsteps of the bison passing nearby. It felt the vibration of their weight in the snowpack. It did not panic. It remained still, secure in its hidden world. It would stay there until the hunger drove it out, conserving every calorie in the quiet dark. A mile away, in a clearing where a large tree had fallen, opening a window to the sky, a pair of humans were working. They were dressed in tunics of white hair fur, blending into the landscape almost as well as the animals. They were not hunting meat, they were harvesting the forest's medicine. A man stood at the base of an old, gnarled birch. Growing from the side of the trunk high above his head was a large black growth. It looked like a piece of burnt charcoal, cracked and irregular. It was chaga, a parasitic fungus that drew its life from the tree. The man reached up with a long pole to which a sharp piece of flint was lashed. He positioned the flint against the base of the fungus and pushed. He worked with a steady upward pressure. The fungus was hard wood-like. He grunted softly with the effort. Push, adjust, push. Finally, the growth gave way, detaching from the tree with a dry crack and falling into the soft snow. The woman waiting below moved forward quickly to retrieve it. She picked it up, brushing off the snow. The interior of the fungus where it had been attached to the tree was a rich, deep orange, the color of rust. She nodded to the man, placing the chaga into a leather satchel. This hard, black lump was precious. It would be dried and ground into powder to make tea, a dark, bitter brew that strengthened the body and fought off the sickness of the winter. It could also be used to carry fire, as the inner flesh would smolder for hours without going out. It was a gift from the birch, a concentration of the forest energy. They moved to the next tree, scanning the trunks for the telltale black shape. The work was slow and quiet. They moved on snowshoes, round frames of willow laced with rawhide, which allowed them to walk on top of the drifts. The sound of the snowshoes was a soft, rhythmic hiss-crunch, hiss-crunch. They spoke in low tones, pointing out potential trees, their voices absorbed by the vast number of trunks. The afternoon sun began to dip lower, casting the forest into a new phase of light. As the sun angle decreased, the shadows of the birch trees stretched out across the snow. Thousands of long, thin blue lines appeared on the white ground, creating a vast barcode pattern that shifted slowly as the earth turned. The forest floor became a geometric puzzle of light and shadow. The bison herd moved on. They reached a small frozen stream that meandered through the trees. The ice here was thin, covered by the insulating snow. The lead cow tested the edge with her hoof. She sensed the water flowing beneath. She moved along the bank until she found a spot where the current kept the water open, a small black circle in the white ice. She lowered her head to drink. The water was shockingly cold, but it was fresh. The others waited their turn, a disciplined line of thirst. A least weasel, the smallest carnivore in the forest, popped its head out of a tunnel in the snow. It was tiny, no longer than a human hand, and its coat was pure white. Only its eyes and the tip of its nose were black. It moved with a frenetic, nervous energy. It dashed across the surface of the snow, a white blur, then dove back under. It was hunting for voles that lived in the subnivean zone. It moved like a needle stitching through the snow, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The humans finished their gathering. The satchel was heavy with the black fungus. They also carried rolls of birch bark peeled from fallen trees. The bark was flexible and waterproof, useful for making containers, roofing, and fire starter. They turned back toward their camp, following their own tracks. The blue shadows were long now, crossing their path like the rungs of a ladder. They reached a small shelter built against the upturned root mass of a fallen giant. The roots formed a natural wall, woven with earth and stones. They had leaned poles against this wall and covered them with spruce boughs and hides. It was a small, temporary nest hidden in the trees. Inside, they kindled a fire using a scrap of the birch bark. The bark caught instantly, curling and burning with a bright, smoky flame. They fed the fire with dead branches, building a bed of coals. They sliced a piece of the chaga and placed it in a pot of melted snow to steep. The water turned dark, almost black, releasing an earthy, vanilla-like scent. They sat close to the fire, drinking the hot tea, feeling the warmth spread through their limbs. The sun set and the forest turned blue. The white trunks of the birches seemed to glow with a phosphorescent light in the twilight. The sky above turned a deep, crystalline navy. The stars began to appear, caught in the net of the branches. The black grouse in the snow felt the change in temperature. It remained in its burrow. It was safe there. The fox and the lynx would be prowling soon, but the grouse was hidden by the featureless blanket of white. The bison herd found a grove where the trees grew thick and close. They stood together, a dark island in the white sea. They stopped moving. They entered the standing sleep of the large herbivore, their senses dampening but never fully shutting down. The heat from their bodies created a localized warmth, a small microclimate in the center of the herd. The steam from their breath rose up, frosting the branches above them. The night deepened. The silence of the birch forest was unique. There were no needles to sigh in the wind, only the bare branches that clicked softly together like knitting needles. Click, click, tap, tap. It was a dry, wooden sound, light and rhythmic. A northern hawk owl, a diurnal hunter that also hunted at dusk, sat on the very top of a dead birch. It looked like a part of the tree, a knob of wood. It scanned the forest floor. It saw the movement of the weasel, a tiny disturbance in the snow. It swooped down, a silent shadow. The weasel, sensing the displacement of air, dove into a hole. The owl pulled up at the last second, landing on a lower branch. It ruffled its feathers and waited. It had patience. The night was long. The cold intensified. The moisture in the air froze, forming hoarfrost on the birch twigs. The forest became a crystal palace, every branch outlined in white lace. The moon rose, a bright half-coin that illuminated the frost. The forest glittered. It was a scene of breathtaking, frozen beauty. In the shelter, the humans slept. The fire burned low, the smell of the chaga tea lingered in the air. They were warm. The root wall protected them from the draft. They slept the deep, dreamless sleep of physical exhaustion. The earth turned. The moon moved across the sky, dragging the shadows of the trees with it. The geometric patterns on the snow shifted, rotating around the base of the trunks. The bison cow woke. She heard the snap of a twig, her ears swiveled. She saw a pair of yellow eyes in the distance. A wolf scouting. She did not move, she simply stared back. The wolf, seeing the size of the herd and the alertness of the cow, turned away. It trotted off into the darkness, seeking easier prey. The cow lowered her head, her eyelids heavy. The night wore on, the frost grew thicker, the silence deeper. The world was suspended in the cold. As the morning approached, the sky in the east began to pale. The navy blue faded to a soft lavender. The stars retreated. The white trunks of the birches stood out starkly against the graying sky. The black grouse woke. It pushed its way up through the snow roof of its burrow. It burst out onto the surface in a flurry of powder. It shook its feathers and flew up to a branch. It began to feed on the birch buds, snipping them off with its beak. The humans woke. They stirred the fire. They ate a handful of dried berries. They packed their satchels. They stepped out of the shelter, their breath steaming. They looked at the forest, infinite and white. They picked up their snowshoes and began to walk. The bison herd began to move. They shook the frost from their backs. They walked slowly, heading for a new patch of bark. The sound of their hooves crunching the snow returned. The birch forest stood silent and watching. The thousands of black eyes on the white trunks observed the passing life. The trees waited for the sun, for the spring, for the sap to rise. But for now, they were content in the cold. The 20th part of the journey was a story of the white wood and the black fungus, a study in camouflage and medicine. The silence held, bright and luminous, as the day began its slow, cold burn across the winter sky. The archipelago lay locked in a sea of frozen white, a chain of granite islands that rose from the ice like the dark, jagged spines of a sleeping leviathan. These were not the soft, sandy islands of the south, but hard, unyielding outcrops of ancient stone, scoured by the wind and polished by the relentless action of the ice. The granite was speckled with gray and black, covered in patches of hardy, orange lichen that clung to the rock surface with a grip stronger than iron. Around the base of each island, the sea ice was piled high in chaotic ridges, shattered plates of blue and white that had been crushed against the shore by the immense pressure of the tides. The air here was cleaner than anywhere else on Earth. It was a vacuum of scent, scrubbed of all dust and pollen by the miles of open ice. It smelled only of the cold itself, a sharp metallic neutrality with the faintest underlying hint of salt and brine. The silence was expansive. It was not the muffled silence of the forest or the heavy silence of the bog, but a wide, open silence that stretched to the horizon. It was a silence that swallowed sound, making the cry of a bird or the crack of the ice seem small and solitary. On a broad, sloping shelf of rock on the largest island, a colony of walruses had hauled themselves out of the water. They were massive creatures, mountains of blubber and brown skin that lay piled together in a great heaving mound. They were the color of cinnamon and wet earth. Their skin was thick and wrinkled, covered in sparse, coarse hairs and the scars of old interactions. They lay flipper to flipper, flank to flank, a continuous carpet of warm bodies in the freezing air. The walruses were resting. In the water, they were graceful and weightless, but here on the land, they were governed by gravity. They conserved their energy by moving as little as possible. A large male, a bull of tremendous size, lay near the edge of the group. His tusks were ivory sabers, long and straight, stained slightly yellow by the sea. He rested his head on his chest, his eyes closed. His breathing was a slow, wheezing rhythm. Every few minutes he would shift his weight, lifting a flipper to scratch his side, the thick skin folding and unfolding like heavy leather. The heat generated by the colony was palpable. Steam rose from the mass of bodies, creating a localized fog that hung over the rocks. It was a communal survival strategy, a sharing of warmth that allowed them to endure the biting wind. Occasionally, a younger walrus would try to wiggle into a warmer spot in the center of the pile. There would be a ripple of movement, a few low, guttural grunts of protest, and then the pile would settle again, the hierarchy reestablished by mass and inertia. A few hundred yards away on a separate, steeper island, a different kind of gathering was taking place. A colony of great auks, the flightless giants of the north, stood on the ledges. They were black and white, standing upright like little men in formal wear. They were silent sentinels facing the sea. They could not fly, their wings were small and stiff, designed for flying underwater. On land, they were awkward and vulnerable, so they chose the most inaccessible rocks for their roosts. The auks stood perfectly still. They did not huddle like the walruses, they stood spaced apart, each bird occupying its own small territory of rock. They preened their dense, waterproof feathers, running their beaks down their flanks to ensure the seal was tight. They were waiting. They were waiting for the tide to change, for the leads in the ice to open wider, for the fish to move into the shallows. They were creatures of patience, their dark eyes watching the shifting patterns of the ice with an intensity that never wavered. Tucked into a deep crevice on the leeward side of the granite island, a small group of humans had made a shelter. They had utilized the natural geography, stretching a roof of sewn seal skins across the gap between two vertical rock walls. The shelter was low and unobtrusive, a part of the stone landscape. Inside, the space was illuminated by a single quilik, a crescent-shaped stone lamp filled with blubber oil. A line of moss wick burned along the edge, producing a steady, smokeless flame that gave off both light and a surprising amount of heat. The light was warm and golden, casting soft shadows on the rock walls. An older woman sat near the lamp, her legs extended. She was working on a pair of waterproof boots. The material was sealskin, the hair removed to create a smooth, watertight leather. She was sewing the sole to the upper, using a needle made of bone and thread made of sinew. She sewed with a specific stitch, passing the needle only halfway through the thickness of the skin, never piercing it completely. This ensured that no water could seep through the needle holes. She worked with a calm, rhythmic dexterity. Her hands were wrinkled and strong, accustomed to the cold and the work. She paused occasionally to trim the wick of the lamp with a small stick, keeping the flame bright. The smell in the shelter was a mix of the sweet, heavy scent of the burning oil and the smell of cured leather. Beside her, a man was carving a piece of walrus ivory. He was making a toggle for a harpoon line. The ivory was hard and dense. He used a flint burin to scrape away the material, shaping it into a smooth, streamlined form. He worked slowly, turning the piece in his hands, checking the symmetry. The sound of the stone against the ivory was a high-pitched scritch-scritch, a sound that was absorbed by the heavy skins of the roof. There was no urgency in their movements. The storm that had blown for 3 days had passed, and now there was only the cold and the weight. They had food, frozen meat stored in a cache of rocks outside. They had fuel. They had shelter. They were content to sit and work, repairing their gear, preparing for the next opening of the water. Outside, the day was short. The sun skimmed the horizon, a pale, cold disk that barely lifted above the ice. The light was a strange, ethereal twilight that lasted for hours. It turned the ice into a landscape of pastel colors, soft pinks, lavenders, and blues. The granite islands looked black and stark against this soft palette. The walruses began to stir as the tide turned. The water level rose, lifting the ice at the edge of the island. The ice groaned and cracked. The large bull opened his eyes. He lifted his head, sniffing the air. He smelled the open water, the scent of clams and shellfish rising from the deep. He grunted, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the rock. He began to move, dragging his heavy body toward the water. The others followed, a slow avalanche of flesh moving down the slope. One by one, they slipped into the water. The transition was transformative. The clumsy giants became graceful dancers. They glided under the ice, their movements fluid and effortless. They swam toward the sea floor, using their sensitive whiskers to search the mud for clams. They were weightless now, free from the burden of the land. The great auks watched them go. A few of the birds decided to join them. They waddled to the edge of the ledge and hopped off, diving cleanly into the water. They disappeared instantly, swimming deep and fast, chasing the schools of fish that moved with the tide. The humans heard the change in the sound of the ice. The man stopped carving. He looked at the woman. They nodded to each other, a silent acknowledgement of the world outside, but they did not leave the shelter. It was not time yet. They returned to their work, the needle and the burin resuming their rhythm. The sky began to darken. The pastel colors faded into a deep indigo blue. The stars emerged, hanging low and bright over the ice. The wind picked up, whistling through the rocks of the island. It was a lonely sound, a song of the void. On the ice, a polar bear walked. It was a male, lean and yellow-white against the blue snow. He walked with a loose, swinging stride, his head low. He was miles from the land, miles from the islands. He was walking on the frozen ocean, a solitary nomad of the ice. He stopped to investigate a breathing hole used by a seal. He sniffed the rim of the ice, his black nose twitching. The scent was old. He moved on, vanishing into the darkness. The cold deepened. The temperature dropped to a point where the air itself seemed to freeze. The moisture in the breath of the walruses that had remained on the rock turned to ice on their whiskers. They huddled closer together, closing the gaps in their formation. Inside the shelter, the woman finished the boot. She inspected the seam, running her thumb along the line. It was perfect. She set it aside and picked up the mate. She checked the oil in the lamp, adding a small chunk of blubber to the reservoir. The flame hissed softly as the fat melted. The man finished the toggle. He polished it with a piece of soft skin until it shone like a jewel. He drilled a hole through the center, blowing away the dust. He threaded a piece of sinew through it, testing the strength. It held. He placed it in his pouch, satisfied. They ate a meal of frozen fish, slicing thin strips of the flesh. It melted in their mouths, cool and rich. They drank melted snow water warmed over the lamp. They spoke of the ice conditions, of the location of the leads, of the movement of the bear seen days ago. Their voices were low, quiet murmurs in the stone room. The night wore on. The aurora borealis flared to life overhead. It was a massive display, a curtain of green fire that spanned the entire sky. It moved with a silent, rippling energy, folding and unfolding. The light illuminated the ice, turning the world into a green dreamscape. The granite islands stood like black castles in a sea of green light. The birds on the ledge slept. They tucked their heads under their wings. They were small, dark shapes on the rock. They were not afraid of the cold. Their feathers were the finest insulation in the world. They were part of the rock, part of the night. The walruses in the water fed. They used their tongues to create a vacuum, sucking the meat from the clam shells. They ate in the dark, guided by touch. They were the farmers of the sea floor, harvesting the bounty of the ocean. The bear walked on. He did not look up at the lights. He was focused on the ice, on the scent, on the next meal. He was a machine of endurance, walking through the night without pause. The humans prepared for sleep. They extinguished the lamp, leaving only a tiny pilot flame burning. The shelter plunged into darkness. They wrapped themselves in the heavy furs. They could hear the wind outside and the deep, grinding sound of the ice pack moving against the island. It was a comforting sound, a reminder that the world was solid and real. The earth turned, the stars wheeled around the pole. The aurora faded, leaving the sky black and deep. Under the ice, the water was dark and still. The jellyfish pulsed slowly in the current. The fish hung suspended. The ocean was a vast, cold universe hidden under a lid of ice. As the dawn approached, the eastern horizon began to gray. The stars faded, the wind dropped. The silence returned, absolute and heavy. The walruses began to return to the island. They hauled themselves out of the water, grunting with effort. They shook the water from their bodies and flopped onto the rocks. They rejoined the pile, adding their warmth to the group. The steam rose again. The birds woke, they preened their feathers, they looked out at the sea. The humans woke. The woman turned up the flame of the lamp. The golden light returned. They began the day as they had ended the last, with quiet industry. The man picked up a new piece of ivory. The woman picked up the boot. The sun rose, a cold fire on the edge of the world. The granite islands sparkled with frost. The sea ice shone. The world was frozen, hard and beautiful. The 21st part of the journey was a story of the stone island and the frozen sea, a study in granite and blubber. The silence held, vast and oceanic, as the light crept across the white expanse. The landscape here was defined by the convergence of two great waterways, a massive confluence where a river of silt-heavy glacial runoff met a clearer, slower-moving tributary. In the summer, this meeting of waters would be a turbulent churning of currents, a place of whirlpools and colliding eddies. But now, in the depths of the long winter, the violence of the water had been arrested. The confluence was a frozen plain of chaotic geometry. Where the two currents met, the ice had been forced upward into jagged ridges and towering pressure waves, freezing instantly to create a labyrinth of white walls and blue crevasses. The surface of the river was vast, stretching for miles from bank to bank. The ice was not a smooth sheet here. It was a texture of rough, wind-scoured snow and polished, translucent blocks that glowed with a deep internal light. The air was heavy with the moisture of the river, a damp, clinging cold that coated every exposed surface in a layer of rime. The sky was a low, uniform gray, a ceiling of straightest clouds that seemed to mirror the flat expanse of the ice below. Moving through the jumbled ice at the edge of the river was a cave lioness. She was smaller than the male of the forest, but her build was sleek and powerful. Her coat was a pale, tawny gold, fading to white on her belly and throat, a coloration that blended perfectly with the dry reeds and the sun-bleached driftwood of the riverbanks. She moved with a fluid, silent grace, her large paws spreading her weight over the snow crust. Trailing behind her were 3 cubs born the previous spring. They were spotted with dark rosettes that were slowly fading as they matured. They moved with a clumsy, playful energy, slipping on the smooth patches of ice and tumbling into the drifts. One cub, slightly larger than the others, pounced on a piece of loose ice, batting it with oversized paws. The lioness stopped and looked back, letting out a low, soft chuff, a sound of contact and reassurance. She waited for them to catch up, her tail twitching slowly. She led them to a sheltered depression behind a ridge of pressure ice. It was a windless pocket, warmed by the sun's reflection off the walls. She lay down, rolling onto her side to expose her belly. The cubs descended on her, a tangle of fur and small, sharp teeth. They nursed for a moment, then broke away to wrestle. They climbed over her flank, chewing on her ears and her tail. The lioness tolerated it with infinite patience, occasionally lifting her head to groom a cub with her rough tongue, smoothing its fur with long, rhythmic strokes. Further out on the river, where a channel of dark water remained open due to the sheer volume of the flow, a flock of whooper swans rested. They were large, elegant birds with plumage of pure white and long, straight necks. Their beaks were yellow and black, distinct against the water. They floated in the current, paddling slowly to maintain their position. They were silent now, resting with their heads tucked into their back feathers, looking like white islands in the black stream. The swans were waiting. They were waiting for the ice to shift, for the leads to open or close, for the light to change. They were creatures of the boundary between water and air, at home in the freezing current. Occasionally, one swan would lift its head and let out a single, resonant honk, a bugle call that echoed across the ice. The sound was lonely and melodic, a note of pure clarity in the gray silence. On the high bank overlooking the confluence, a group of humans was working in a stand of dead nettles. The plants were tall and dry, their stalks stiff and brown against the snow. The humans were harvesting them for fiber. It was a task that required gloves, but here, the winter had done the work of neutralizing the sting. The freezing temperatures had killed the stinging hairs, leaving only the fibrous stalks. A woman grasped a bundle of the dry stems and snapped them off at the base. Snap, crackle. The sound was sharp and brittle. She gathered the stalks into a pile on a leather tarp spread on the snow. Beside her, a man was processing the harvest. He took a stalk and crushed it between 2 smooth stones, breaking the woody outer core. Then he peeled away the long, ribbon-like fibers from the inside. The fibers were pale green and incredibly strong. He laid them out in long, parallel lines to dry further in the cold, dry air. Later, they would be twisted into cordage, fine and durable, suitable for fishing nets and sewing thread. The work was dusty. Clouds of fine plant matter rose into the air as they crushed the stalks. The smell was distinctive, a scent of dry hay and dust, overlaid with the clean smell of the snow. The woman worked methodically. She moved through the patch of nettles, selecting only the tallest and straightest plants. She did not rush. The afternoon was theirs. She hummed a low, tuneless melody under her breath, a vibration that she felt in her chest more than she heard. It was a rhythm to work by. Break, gather, pile. Break, gather, pile. The light on the river began to shift as the sun lowered in the west. The gray sky broke apart near the horizon, revealing a band of pale lemon light. The rays struck the ice ridges, turning them into sculptures of gold and shadow. The open water of the channel turned a deep, metallic blue. The lioness saw the change in light. She sat up, shaking the snow from her back. She nudged the cubs, urging them up. It was time to move back to the den, a cave in the riverbank well above the waterline. The cubs, tired from their play, followed obediently. They walked in a single file line, stepping in their mother's footprints. They moved like a single, multi-legged organism, winding their way through the maze of ice. The swans began to feed. They appended themselves in the water, their tails pointing at the sky, their long necks reaching down to graze on the aquatic plants at the bottom of the river. They fed in silence, the only sound the soft splashing of water and the rustle of feathers. The humans finished their harvest. They rolled the fibers into loose coils and placed them in woven baskets. They brushed the nettle dust from their furs. They picked up the baskets and began the walk back to their shelter, a semi-permanent lodge built of driftwood logs and sod, located in a grove of willows set back from the wind. Inside the lodge, the air was warm and smelled of dried fish and sage. A fire smoldered in the center, casting a dim red light. The floor was covered in mats woven from river rushes. The group sat down, removing their boots. They rubbed their feet, restoring the blood flow. They drank a warm broth made from fish bones and pine needles. The liquid was comforting, heating them from the inside out. The man took a strand of the processed nettle fiber and began to twist it. He rolled it against his thigh, his palm moving with a practiced downward slide. The fibers caught and twisted together, forming a tight, strong string. He added more fiber, splicing it in seamlessly. The string grew longer, coiling on the floor beside him. It was a mindless, soothing task. Roll, twist, coil. Outside, the night descended. The wind picked up, blowing down the river channel. It whistled through the pressure ridges, creating eerie, flute-like tones. The loose snow on the ice began to drift, moving like white smoke across the surface. A wolverine, the scavenger of the north, loped along the riverbank. It was checking the beaver lodges for any sign of weakness, sniffing at the ventilation holes. It found nothing. It moved on, its rolling gait carrying it effortlessly over the drifts. It stopped to mark a stump with its scent, a pungent musk that would last for weeks in the cold. It was the owner of this stretch of the riverbank, and it wanted everyone to know. The temperature dropped steadily. The open water of the Swan Channel began to shrink as the ice crept inward from the edges. The swans huddled closer together, keeping the water moving with their feet to prevent it from freezing completely. They tucked their bills into their wings, becoming white ovals of warmth in the dark water. The lioness and her cubs were safe in their den. The cubs were asleep, piled together in a heap of soft, spotted fur. The lioness lay at the entrance, her head on her paws. She watched the moon rise over the frozen river. It was a full moon, bright and hard. It illuminated the ice field, turning the chaotic ridges into a landscape of silver and black. Deep under the ice, a beluga sturgeon, a giant of the ancient world, moved slowly along the riverbed. It was a massive fish, armored with bony plates, older than the lions, older than the mammoths. It moved with a slow, sweeping motion of its tail. It vacuumed the bottom with its mouth, searching for crustaceans. It lived in a world of perpetual twilight, unaffected by the storms above. The humans in the lodge slept. The fire burned down to ash. The man's hand rested on the coil of nettle string. The work was paused, waiting for the morning. They dreamed of the river, of the fish running in the spring, of the nets full of silver life. The night was long. The constellation of the Swan flew down the river of stars overhead, mirroring the birds on the water below. The cold was absolute. The moisture in the air froze and fell as diamond dust, glittering in the moonlight. The ice at the confluence groaned. The immense pressure of the two rivers meeting caused the plates to shift. A loud boom echoed through the valley, followed by the grinding sound of ice on ice. It was a geological sound, the earth adjusting its frozen coat. The wolverine heard the sound and paused, one paw raised. It listened, then continued its patrol. The sound was part of the night. The lioness heard the sound. Her ears flicked, but she did not lift her head. She knew the river, she knew the ice. As the pre-dawn hours arrived, the wind died down. The air became still. The frost grew on the willow branches, coating them in white velvet. The world was suspended in a crystal silence. The eastern sky began to lighten. The moon set in the west. The stars faded. The gray of the dawn replaced the black of the night. The swans woke. They stretched their necks, calling to each other. They began to preen, oiling their feathers for the day. The humans woke. The woman stirred the fire. The man checked the string. It was good. They prepared for another day. There were more nettles to gather, more string to make. The lioness stood up. She stretched, her claws extending into the dirt of the den floor. She nudged the cubs awake. They yawned, pink tongues curling. They stepped out into the morning, blinking in the light. The sun rose, a pale fire on the horizon. It lit the ice ridges, turning them pink. The river lay vast and frozen, a highway of white. The confluence held the water in its grip. The earth rested, the river flowed beneath the ice, and the life on the banks continued its slow, quiet dance. The 22nd part of the journey was a story of the meeting waters and the stinging plant, a study in flow and fiber. The silence held, vast and cold, as the day began its journey across the frozen world. The terrain here was a geological sculpture of dark stone and white ice, a vast plateau formed by ancient volcanic flows that had cooled into a geometric landscape. The ground was composed of thousands of hexagonal basalt columns, stepping stones of the giants that rose from the earth in tight, honeycomb clusters. Some of the columns were level with the ground, forming a tiled pavement of black rock that rang with a metallic sound when struck. Others rose up in stepped cliffs and isolated stacks, looking like the ruins of a fortress built before the time of humans. The snow here did not lie in a uniform blanket. It capped the tops of the columns in round, white pillows, accentuating the hexagonal pattern of the rock. It drifted into the vertical cracks between the pillars, creating stark vertical lines of white against the black stone. The contrast was absolute. It was a world of high definition, a checkerboard of darkness and light that stretched to the jagged horizon. The air on the basalt plateau was thin and dry. It carried no scent of vegetation, for the soil here was shallow and frozen. The only smell was the faint, sharp odor of the rock itself, a scent like struck flint or cold iron. The wind was a constant presence, whistling through the gaps in the columns, playing the landscape like a stone flute. The sound was a low, mournful chord that rose and fell with the gusts, a song of the earth that never resolved. Moving through this architectural wilderness was a solitary Siberian musk deer. It was a small, strange creature, distinct from the red deer and the reindeer of the lower lands. It had no antlers. Instead, the male carried a pair of long, curved canine teeth that protruded from its upper jaw, resting against its chin like ivory daggers. Its coat was a dark chocolate brown, speckled with lighter spots along the flanks, a camouflage that blended perfectly with the dappled shadows of the rocks. The musk deer moved with a unique gait. Its hind legs were significantly longer than its front legs, giving it a hunched, kangaroo-like posture. It did not walk so much as bound, springing from rock to rock with a rubbery, silent agility. It stopped at the base of a basalt pillar where a patch of rock tripe lichen grew. The lichen was black and brittle, clinging to the stone with an ancient grip. The deer nipped at the lichen with its small, delicate mouth, chewing quickly. Its large, rounded ears swiveled constantly, independently scanning the wind for the sound of danger. It was a creature of the shadows, shy and elusive. It lived its life in the crevices and the cracks, a small spirit haunting the stone towers. It finished the lichen and bounded up the side of a rock step, its hooves finding purchase on the smallest ridges. It reached a high ledge and froze, becoming indistinguishable from the stone. It stood there for a long time, simply watching the gray sky, its breath misting around its fangs. In a natural amphitheater formed by a semicircle of tall columns, a small group of humans had established a temporary workspace. They had chosen this spot for the shelter provided by the rock walls and for a specific resource found in the stunted pines that grew in the fissures: resin. A fire burned in the center of the basalt floor. It was not a cooking fire, but a working fire. A man knelt beside it, tending a collection of stones that were heating in the coals. Beside him, a woman was working with a mixture in a stone bowl. It was a thick black paste made from charcoal dust, ground plant fibers, and melted pine resin. She was making hafting glue, the cement used to bind stone points to wooden shafts. She worked quickly, for the glue hardened as it cooled. She took a wooden spear shaft notched at the end and applied a glob of the hot black paste. Then she inserted a flint point, pressing it deep into the glue. She smoothed the excess resin around the joint with a wet finger, sealing the connection. Then she began to wrap the joint with wet sinew. As the sinew dried, it would shrink, and as the glue cooled, it would turn to stone. The result would be a tool of singular unity, wood and stone married by the blood of the tree. The smell of the melting resin was strong and piney, cutting through the cold air. It was a sharp, clean scent that spoke of the summer forests, a memory trapped in the amber sap. The woman's hands were stained black with the charcoal, but her movements were precise. She set the finished spear aside to cure and reached for the next one. Another man was working on the perimeter of the camp, setting snares. He was using the natural architecture of the basalt columns to his advantage. He placed loops of twisted hair between the pillars, creating choke points where a hare or a ptarmigan might pass. He did not bait the traps. He relied on the habits of the animals, their tendency to follow the path of least resistance. He moved silently, stepping on the bare rock to avoid leaving scent trails in the snow. The light on the plateau began to change as the afternoon wore on. The sun, a pale coin behind the high clouds, dipped lower. The shadows of the columns stretched out, long black fingers reaching across the white ground. The geometric patterns of the landscape became more pronounced, a dizzying array of hexagons and lines. The rock faces that faced the west caught the faint light, gleaming with a dull satin luster. A flock of rock ptarmigan, birds of the high tundra, moved across the snow. They were pure white in their winter plumage, invisible against the drifts except for their black eyes and beaks. They walked with a rolling chicken-like gait, leaving tracks that looked like intricate zippers in the snow. They were feeding on the buds of a dwarf willow that grew flat against the rock. They moved in a loose group, murmuring to each other with soft, guttural croaks. The musk deer on the ledge watched them. It did not move. It was conserving heat, its thick coat trapping a layer of warm air against its skin. It chewed its cud, a slow, rhythmic motion that generated a small amount of internal heat. It was a master of waiting. The wind shifted, coming now from the north. It brought a flurry of ice crystals, hard and dry as sand. They hissed against the basalt, polishing the stone. The humans in the shelter pulled their hoods up. The woman with the resin moved closer to the fire, shielding the bowl with her body to keep the glue pliable. The work continued. The spears needed to be ready. The winter was long and the tools were life. Farther out on the plateau, where the ground dropped away into a deep volcanic fissure, a colony of bats hibernated. They hung in the deep dark of a lava tube suspended from the ceiling in tight clusters. They were cool to the touch, their bodies matching the temperature of the rock. They were in a state of deep torpor, their heartbeats slowed to a few pulses a minute. They were waiting for the insects of spring months away. Above them, the wind howled, but down in the tube, the air was still and silent. The sun touched the horizon. The sky turned a deep slate gray, the snow on the pillar tops turned blue. The black rock absorbed the darkness, merging with the coming night. The musk deer left its ledge. It bounded down the rock steps, heading for a sheltered crevice where the wind could not reach. It found a spot filled with dry moss and curled up. It tucked its nose into its flank, covering the sensitive skin. It closed its eyes. The ptarmigan flew up to a roost on a high stack of rock. They huddled together, a line of white shapes against the black sky. They puffed up their feathers, becoming round balls of warmth. The humans finished their work. The glue was hard, the spears were strong. The woman wiped the bowl clean with a handful of snow. They ate a meal of dried meat, chewing in the firelight. The fire cast strange, angular shadows on the hexagonal walls of their shelter. It looked as if they were sitting inside a giant honeycomb. The night descended. The stars came out hard and bright. The cold was intense. The basalt rock, having absorbed very little heat during the day, grew freezing to the touch. The moisture in the air froze instantly, coating the windward side of the columns in rime ice. A snowy owl glided over the plateau. It saw the camp, the fire, the sleeping birds. It flew on. It was looking for movement. It saw a vole scurrying between the rocks. It dove, its talons striking the snow. It missed. The vole vanished into a crack in the basalt. The owl regained the air with a heavy flap of its wings, continuing its patrol. The humans slept. They lay on mats of woven grass insulated from the cold stone. The fire burned down to embers. The smoke drifted up, a thin gray line connecting them to the stars. They dreamed of the hunt of the resin of the black stone. The earth turned, the constellations wheeled overhead. The Pleiades, the seven sisters, shone brightly above the rock towers. Deep in the lava tube, a single water droplet fell from a stalactite. Plink! It hit a pool of water on the floor. The ripples spread out, touching the walls of the cave. In the absolute silence of the underground, the sound was loud. It was a metronome of the geological time. The wind outside died down. The silence of the plateau returned. It was a heavy stone silence. The columns stood like sentinels guarding the empty land. The musk deer woke briefly. It heard the crunch of snow. A fox was passing nearby. The deer remained still, trusting its camouflage. The fox passed, its nose to the ground, following the scent of the ptarmigan. It did not smell the deer. The danger passed. The deer slept again. The cold deepened in the hour before dawn. The rime ice on the columns grew thicker, forming feathery crystals that sparkled in the starlight. The plateau looked like a ruined city made of glass and iron. The eastern sky began to lighten. The stars faded. The gray of the dawn seeped into the world. The columns regained their shape. The white caps of snow glowed with a faint luminescence. The humans woke. They stirred the fire. The man checked his snares. One was empty, but another held a hare frozen stiff. He brought it back to the camp. It was a good start to the day. The musk deer stood up. It stretched its long hind legs. It shook the frost from its coat. It bounded up to the ledge again, ready to watch the day unfold. The sun rose. It struck the basalt columns, warming the black stone ever so slightly. The frost began to sublime, turning directly into vapor. A thin mist rose from the rocks, curling around the pillars. The plateau lay open and vast. The geometric order of the earth was revealed. The black hexagons, the white snow, the gray sky. It was a landscape of order and silence. The life within it, the deer, the human, the bird, moved through the grid, small sparks of chaos in the structured stone. The 23rd part of the journey was a story of the hexagonal earth and the black resin, a study in geometry and glue. The silence held, structured and deep, as the light returned to the stone garden. The wind picked up again, whistling its low note. The day began its slow, cold cycle. The woman picked up the finished spear, testing its balance. It was solid. She looked out at the horizon, her breath steaming. The world was hard, but they had the stone and the wood and the fire. Far to the north, the ice sheet loomed, but here on the plateau, the rock was the master. The basalt columns stood in their thousands, a silent army waiting for the ages to pass. The musk deer chewed its lichen. The ptarmigan called. The earth rested, heavy and black, holding the heat of the ancient fires deep within its core. The landscape here was defined by soft, rolling curves, a geology of gentle undulations that stretched to the horizon like a sea frozen in the moment of a swell. These were the chalk downs, hills formed from the compressed remains of microscopic sea creatures that had drifted down to the ocean floor millions of years before. The earth was white, a blinding, pure white where the wind had scoured away the thin topsoil and the snow. In the summer, these hills would be covered in a carpet of short, sweet grass and wildflowers. But now, in the depth of the glacial winter, they were a monochrome study in pale gray and stark white. The snow did not lie deep here. The wind, sweeping in from the open plains, kept the hilltops bare, exposing the chalk and the frozen grass. In the valleys known as coombs, the snow collected in deep, wind-sculpted drifts that curved up the sides of the hills like frozen waves. The air was dry and incredibly clear. There was no dust, no haze, only a crystalline transparency that made distant ridges appear close enough to touch. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, a vast dome that seemed to pull the eye upward into the void. Moving along the crest of a high ridge was a herd of steppe bison. These were the giants of the plains, taller and longer-limbed than their forest cousins. Their bodies were massive, supported by legs that looked slender in comparison to the bulk of their chests. Their coats were a deep, dark brown, almost black, with a thick mantle of woolly hair covering their shoulders and humps. Their horns spread wide, curving upward, black tips pointing at the sky. The herd moved with a slow, plodding momentum. They were following the ridgeline where the wind had cleared the snow. They walked head to wind, their eyes narrowed against the breeze. The sound of their hooves on the frozen chalk was a dull thudding, a vibration that traveled through the ground. They stopped frequently to graze, their broad muzzles cropping the dry fescue grass close to the earth. They did not rush. They were machines of endurance built to process low-quality food into heat and muscle. A large bull, the patriarch of the group, paused at the highest point of the ridge. He stood like a statue, his silhouette dark against the pale sky. Steam rose from his nostrils in rhythmic jets blowing back over his face. He watched the valley below, his gaze calm and unfocused. He was not looking for predators. The wolves would have a hard time taking down a healthy bull on open ground. He was simply surveying his world, a king looking out over a kingdom of ice and chalk. The wind ruffled the long hair on his front legs, but he remained immobile, a dark anchor in the white landscape. In a sheltered dip on the leeward side of the ridge, a flock of great bustards was resting. They were the heaviest flying birds in the world, massive creatures that looked like a cross between a goose and an ostrich. They stood on stout, strong legs, their bodies covered in feathers of mottled gold, brown, and white. They were wary birds, their heads constantly turning on long necks to scan the horizon. The bustards were walking slowly through the tall, dead grass in the hollow. They moved with a dignified, stately gait, placing their feet carefully. They were searching for seeds, beetles, or small lizards that might be sluggish in the cold. One male, a giant of a bird with long, white whiskers bristling from his chin, found a patch of frozen berries on a creeping shrub. He pecked at them with a sharp, precise motion, swallowing them whole. The flock was silent, communicating only with soft, low grunts and the visual signals of their posture. Farther down the slope, where the chalk lay close to the surface, a small group of humans was engaged in a task of focused industry. They were digging. This was not a hunt for food, but a hunt for stone. The chalk hills were the home of the best flint, the black, glass-like stone that was the steel of the Ice Age. A man stood in a shallow pit he had excavated into the side of the hill. He was waist-deep in the white earth. He held a pick made from the antler of a red deer. The brow tine had been removed, leaving the main beam as a handle and the pick tine as the digging point. He swung the pick with a rhythmic, steady cadence. Thud, crack, pry. The antler point bit into the soft chalk, loosening chunks of the white rock. He was digging for a seam of flint he knew lay beneath. He cleared the loose chalk away with a shoulder blade of a bison used as a shovel. He tossed the spoil pile down the slope, creating a white fan of debris on the snow. He worked without haste. The chalk was damp and cold, smelling of wet lime and ancient seas. His hands were coated in a white paste, ghost-like against the dark fur of his tunic. Beside the pit, a woman sat on a mat of woven grass. She was processing the find. A pile of rough, irregular nodules lay beside her. These were the raw flint encased in a thick white rind of cortex. They looked like chalky potatoes. She picked one up, weighing it in her hand. She struck it sharply with a hammerstone. The nodule split open with a clean, ringing sound, clack, revealing the interior. It was a jet-black, glossy surface, smooth as water. It was fresh flint, green flint, full of microscopic moisture that made it flake beautifully. The woman nodded, satisfied. She placed the split nodule in a leather carrier. This was wealth. This was the material for knives, scrapers, spear points, and axes. It was the sharp edge of survival. The light on the downs was bright, reflecting off the white earth. The humans squinted against the glare. The wind blew the chalk dust into the air, creating a faint white mist around the digging site. It was a scene of stark contrast: the black flint, the white chalk, the brown furs, the blue sky. The bison herd began to descend from the ridge. They moved down the slope in a diagonal line, traversing the hill to reach the shelter of the valley floor for the night. Their hooves cut into the chalk scree, leaving a trail of disturbed earth. They passed the bustards, who walked slowly out of their path, maintaining a respectful distance. The interactions were calm, a choreography of avoidance practiced over thousands of years. The man in the pit hit something hard. The pick rang with a different tone. He stopped and used his hands to brush away the chalk. He had found a large, continuous floor of flint nodules, a darker layer in the white rock. He smiled, his teeth white in his dirt-streaked face. He called softly to the woman. She came to the edge of the pit and looked in. It was a good find, a rich vein. They worked together to pry the large nodules loose. It required leverage and strength. They wedged the antler pick under a stone and pushed. The suction of the wet chalk held it for a moment, then gave way with a wet sucking sound. They lifted the heavy stone out, placing it on the grass. It was the size of a human head, heavy and promising. The afternoon wore on. The sun began to arc toward the western horizon. The light turned golden, softening the harsh white of the hills. The shadows in the coombs lengthened, turning from blue to violet. The temperature dropped. The damp chalk in the pit began to freeze, becoming harder to work. The humans decided to stop. They had gathered as much as they could carry. They filled the leather carriers, slinging them onto their backs with tumplines across their foreheads. The weight was significant, but they were used to it. They climbed out of the pit, brushing the chalk dust from their leggings. They left the antler pick in the hole, ready for the next day. They began the walk back to their camp, located in a wooded valley miles away. They walked with a steady, rhythmic stride, leaning forward against the weight of the stone. The sound of their boots on the frozen grass was a soft swish crunch. They were small, dark figures moving across the vast, pale landscape. The bustards settled down for the night. They found a spot in the center of the valley, away from the cover of bushes where a fox might hide. They sat down, folding their legs. They puffed up their feathers, trapping a layer of warm air. They looked like large, golden boulders in the twilight. The bison reached the valley floor. They found a patch of coarse grass that had not been covered by the drifts. They grazed until the light failed, then bedded down in a loose circle. The steam from their breath formed a low fog that hung over the herd. The large bull lay on the perimeter, his head up, watching the darkening hills. The sun set. The sky turned a deep, luminous indigo. The first stars appeared, sharp and glittering. The moon rose, a bright gibbous that flooded the chalk downs with silver light. The white hills glowed in the moonlight, a ghostly, ethereal landscape. The shadows were ink-black pools. A badger emerged from a set in the side of a hill. It was a heavy, low-slung animal with a distinctive black and white striped face. It sniffed the air, smelling the chalk, the grass, and the faint scent of the bison. It began to forage, rooting in the soil for earthworms. It moved with a shambling, purposeful gait. It was the engineer of the downs, moving tons of earth over its lifetime. The silence of the night was profound. The wind had dropped with the sun. The only sounds were the soft movements of the animals and the occasional cry of a lapwing, a peewit sound that echoed in the dark. The humans reached the edge of the woods. They entered the trees, leaving the open hills behind. The darkness under the canopy was absolute. They navigated by memory and the feel of the path under their feet. They reached their shelter, a round hut made of hazel poles and thatched with reeds. Inside, they unloaded the flint. The black stones clattered onto the floor. They stoked the fire, adding dry wood. The flames leaped up, illuminating the interior. They warmed their hands, the chalk dust drying and flaking off their skin. They ate a meal of dried meat and fat, replenishing the energy spent in the pit. Back on the hills, the temperature plummeted. The wet chalk in the spoil pile froze solid. The frost grew on the grass stems, turning them into crystal wands. The landscape was locked in stasis. An Arctic hare ran across the ridge. It was a blur of white on white. It stopped to nibble at a patch of moss. Its ears swiveled, listening to the silence. It was a creature of speed, living its life in bursts of motion. It sensed the badger down the slope, but knew it was too slow to be a threat. It continued to feed. The moon climbed higher, the shadows shifted. The world seemed to be made of silver and glass. Deep in the chalk, beneath the feet of the bison and the badger, the water table moved slowly through the porous rock. It filtered through the microscopic skeletons, purifying itself as it went. It was a slow, hidden river, moving toward the springs in the valley bottom. The night wore on. The constellation of the plow turned around the North Star. The cold was intense, a dry, biting cold that froze the ground hard as iron. The large bison bull shifted his weight. The frost on his coat cracked softly. He was warm inside his mountain of wool. He chewed his cud, a slow, comforting rhythm. He was at peace. The badger found a beetle and crunched it. It continued its patrol, moving along a well-worn path known only to its kind. It stopped to scratch its side on a tree stump, leaving a few gray hairs caught in the bark. The humans slept. The fire burned down to glowing embers. The smell of the wood smoke mixed with the smell of the flint, a sharp ozone scent. They dreamed of the black stone, of the sharp edges of the tools they would make. The dawn approached. The sky in the east turned a pale, icy green, then yellow. The stars faded. The moon lost its brilliance. The white hills began to emerge from the gray of the night. The bustards woke. They stood up, stretching their wings. The male shook himself, his feathers rattling. They began to walk again, searching for breakfast. The bison stood up. The herd began to move, heading back up the slope to the ridge where the wind kept the grass clear. They moved in a long, dark line. The humans woke. They prepared for the day. The man picked up a nodule of the new flint. He struck it with a hammerstone, a long, sharp flake detached. He held it up to the light. It was translucent at the edge, sharp as a razor. It was perfect. The sun rose. It struck the chalk hills, turning them a brilliant, blinding white. The shadows retreated. The world was revealed in high contrast. The digging pit stood open on the hillside, a small scar in the white earth, waiting for the return of the miners. The earth rested. The chalk held the memory of the ocean. The wind blew over the hills, singing its low, lonely song. The 24th part of the journey was a story of the white earth and the black stone, a study in contrast in geology. The silence held bright and clear as the day began its slow arc across the open downs. The landscape here was a canyon of rusted earth, a deep gash in the plateau where the stone was the color of dried blood and burnt ochre. These were the red sandstone lands, formed from the petrified dunes of an ancient, vanished desert. The walls of the canyon rose in terraced layers, eroded by wind and water into smooth, undulating shapes that looked like melted wax. Great arches of stone spanned the side gullies, and pillars of rock balanced precariously on narrow pedestals, defying gravity in the still, cold air. The snow did not stick easily to the sheer vertical faces of the sandstone. It collected on the ledges and in the deep crevices, creating bold, graphic stripes of white against the red. The contrast was startling, a visual shock in a world that was usually dominated by grays and browns. The floor of the canyon was a wash of dry sand and frozen gravel, dotted with the silver-green shapes of sagebrush and twisted juniper trees. The air here was incredibly dry, a desert cold that sucked the moisture from the breath before it could even form a cloud. The silence was held by the stone walls, amplified and preserved, so that the fall of a single pebble sounded like a thunderclap. Moving through this red corridor was a herd of onagers, the Asiatic wild asses. They were smaller and stockier than the wild horses of the open plains, built for the rough terrain of the rocky steppes. Their coats were a pale, sandy yellow, turning to white on their bellies and legs, a coloration that blended seamlessly with the dry grass and the sandstone dust. A dark, distinct stripe ran down their spines, from the stiff, upright mane to the tuft of the tail. The herd moved with a quick, nervous energy. They were animals of high-strung temperament, always alert, always ready to bolt. They walked in a loose group, their ears swiveling like radar dishes to catch the echo of a sound bouncing off the canyon walls. They stopped at a bend in the canyon where the riverbed widened. The river itself was gone, vanished beneath the gravel, but in the depressions of the dry wash, pockets of ice remained. A stallion, his coat thick and shaggy against the winter chill, approached a patch of ice. He did not paw at it gently. He struck it with a hard, sharp hoof, shattering the surface with a loud crack. He dipped his muzzle into the slushy water beneath, drinking quickly. The others waited their turn, watching the canyon rim for the silhouette of a predator. They were survivors, tough and stubborn, living on the meager offerings of the stone desert. Nearby, a pair of rock partridges scurried among the boulders. They were round, plump birds with intricate markings of gray, black, and chestnut. They moved with a jerky, bobbing gait, pecking at the seeds that had fallen into the cracks of the rocks. They were silent, their plumage making them invisible against the mottled stone. They froze when the onagers passed, becoming just another pair of rocks in the debris field. High up in the canyon wall, in a large alcove protected by a massive overhang of red stone, a small band of humans had made a seasonal home. The location was chosen for its exposure to the sun. The south-facing wall absorbed the heat during the day and radiated it back at night, creating a microclimate that was significantly warmer than the valley floor. The floor of the alcove was smooth sandstone, worn hollow by centuries of wind. A fire burned near the front, where the smoke could curl out and up the cliff face. Around the fire, the people were engaged in the processing of wild grains. They had spent the autumn gathering the seeds of the wild rye and huge basket grasses that grew on the plateau above. Now, in the depths of winter, they were turning that harvest into food. A woman sat before a large, flat slab of sandstone, a quern stone. In her hand, she held a smaller, rounded rubbing stone. She placed a handful of the golden seeds onto the slab. She began to grind, push, pull, push, pull. The sound was a rhythmic, gritty friction, the song of stone against stone. It was a sound that had echoed in this canyon for generations. The seeds were hard, but under the relentless pressure they broke down, releasing a nutty, dusty scent that filled the alcove. Next to her, another woman was parching the seeds before grinding. She had a flat basket woven from willow, lined with a mixture of clay and ash to make it heat-resistant. She placed a handful of seeds in the basket along with several hot pebbles from the fire. She shook the basket constantly, swirling the stones and seeds together. The heat from the pebbles toasted the grains, making them brittle and easier to grind, and adding a rich, roasted flavor. The sound was a soft, continuous rattle, swish-clack, swish-clack. The atmosphere in the shelter was industrious and peaceful. The air smelled of wood smoke, roasted grain, and the dry, dusty scent of the sandstone. A child sat near the edge of the alcove, safely behind a low wall of piled stones. The child was playing with a collection of colored pebbles, red jasper, white quartz, and black chert, arranging them into patterns on the rock floor. The sun moved across the slice of sky visible between the canyon walls. As it hit the red stone directly, the canyon seemed to catch fire. The walls glowed with an intense, vibrant orange light. The snow in the crevices turned a brilliant pink. It was a brief, daily transformation that turned the harsh landscape into a place of stunning beauty. The onagers on the valley floor felt the warmth of the sun on their backs. They stopped their nervous pacing. A few of them lay down in the sandy wash, rolling on their backs to scratch their hides. They kicked their legs in the air, creating clouds of dust that hung in the still air. It was a moment of relaxation, a break in the constant vigilance. The stallion stood guard, his head high, watching the approaches. A golden eagle soared high above the canyon. It rode the thermals generated by the heating rock. It looked down at the world with telescopic vision. It saw the herd of onagers, the scurrying partridges, the thin trail of smoke from the human shelter. It was the lord of the air, detached and silent. It drifted over the rim of the plateau, disappearing from view. The humans continued their work. The pile of flour grew on a leather skin placed beneath the quernstone. It was a gray-brown powder, coarse but nutritious. Later, it would be mixed with water and fat to make flat cakes baked on hot stones by the fire. This was the bread of the Stone Age, the stored energy of the sun captured in the grass. The light began to fade as the sun dropped below the canyon rim. The glow left the walls and the stone returned to its deep, rusty red. The shadows climbed up from the floor, swallowing the sagebrush and the boulders. The temperature dropped sharply. The dry air held no heat once the source was gone. The onagers stood up. They shook the dust from their coats. They moved to the shelter of a side canyon where the walls were narrow and provided protection from the wind. They stood close together, tails flicking. They began the long wait of the night. In the alcove, the women finished their grinding. They swept the last of the flour into a storage bag made of an ibex stomach. They brushed the sandstone slab clean. The parching basket was set aside. They moved closer to the fire, adding logs of juniper wood. The wood popped and hissed, releasing a scent of cedar and gin. They ate the flatbreads they had made, tearing them into pieces and dipping them into a broth of bone marrow. The food was warm and filling. They spoke in low voices, their words soft echoes in the stone chamber. They talked of the grain supply, of the water in the wash, of the tracks of a leopard seen 3 days ago. The night descended. The strip of sky above became a river of stars. The lack of humidity made them burn with a fierce, unwavering light. The Milky Way was a bright, textured band that ran the length of the canyon. The red walls loomed dark and massive, framing the celestial view. A canyon wren, a small bird with a bubbling, cascading song, gave one last call from a crevice high on the wall. The notes tumbled down the cliff face, a liquid sound that faded into silence. Then the canyon was quiet. The silence here was different from the open plains. It was a contained silence, a stillness that felt old and settled. The wind passed high overhead, whispering across the plateau, but down in the deep cut the air was motionless. A ringtail cat, a small nocturnal relative of the raccoon, woke in its den. It had large eyes and a long, blackened white banded tail. It emerged from a crack in the rock, moving with agile acrobatic grace. It was hunting for insects or small lizards sleeping in the rock fissures. It moved silently, its padded feet gripping the sandstone. It saw the glow of the human fire and paused, watching with curiosity, then moved on, a shadow among shadows. The humans prepared for sleep. They spread their furs on the smooth stone floor. The rock, warmed by the fire and the sun, radiated a gentle heat. They lay down, pulling the robes over their heads. The fire burned down to a bed of glowing coals, a red eye in the dark alcove. The cold of the desert night settled in. The water in the wash froze solid, the sagebrush leaves stiffened. The stones cracked with the temperature change, click, snap. The sounds were sharp and sudden. The onagers huddled in their narrow canyon. They lowered their heads, entering a state of dozing alertness. They could hear the movement of the ringtail, the settle of the stones, the breath of their herd mates. They were safe for now. The predators preferred the open ground where they could run. Deep in the sandstone, the layers of sediment held the history of the ancient dunes. Grains of sand, blown by winds millions of years ago, were locked in place. The rock itself was a memory of a different world, a hot, dry world of sand seas. Now it sheltered life in a world of ice. The moon rose late. It was a waning crescent, casting a faint silver light. It illuminated one wall of the canyon, leaving the other in deep shadow. The contrast was stark. The illuminated wall looked like a piece of the moon itself, pale and cratered. The hours passed. The constellation of Cassiopeia rotated around the pole star. The cold reached its zenith. The frost began to form on the shaded rocks, delicate white crystals growing on the red stone. The ringtail cat caught a beetle and crunched it. It drank from a seep in the wall, lapping the cold water. It returned to its den as the night began to wane. The humans slept. The child murmured in a dream. The woman shifted, pulling the fur tighter. The fire was just a pile of gray ash with a red heart. The dawn came as a subtle change in the darkness. The stars began to dim. The sky turned a deep violet, then a pale blue. The red of the rocks began to emerge from the black. The onagers woke. They stretched their legs. The stallion let out a soft snort, a cloud of steam rising in the cold air. They began to move back out into the main canyon, looking for the first patches of sun. The humans stirred. The woman added a handful of dry grass to the coals. She blew gently. A flame licked up. She added small twigs, then larger branches. The fire was reborn. The day began. The sun crested the rim. The light hit the opposite wall, starting the daily slide of gold down the red rock. The canyon woke up. The partridges began to peck. The wren sang its morning song. The red sandstone canyon stood timeless and enduring. It sheltered the life within its walls, the grinders of grain, the eaters of grass, the hunters of insects. It was a sanctuary of stone in the wilderness of the ice. The 25th part of the journey was a story of the red rock and the golden seed, a study in friction and shelter. The silence held, dry and resonant, as the sun began its journey across the narrow strip of sky. The day warmed quickly in the sun. The onagers found a dusty patch and rolled, coating their coats in the red dust. They looked like parts of the canyon come to life. The humans resumed their work. There was more grain to grind, more life to sustain. The cycle continued. The stone held the heat. The water held the ice. The life held on. The earth rested, ancient and red, under the cold, blue eye of the winter sky. The floodplain was a landscape of suspended motion, a vast, flat expanse where the river had once wandered in slow, looping meanders. Now the water was gone, locked beneath a thick pavement of ice and hidden under layers of wind-packed snow. The defining feature of this terrain was the hoarfrost. A heavy, freezing fog had settled over the valley days ago, and in the stillness, the moisture had crystallized on every available surface. The stands of dead willow and the solitary skeletal trunks of ancient poplars were coated in inches of delicate, white ice. They looked like coral structures growing on the floor of a dry sea, intricate and fragile, branching out into the gray air in explosions of crystal feathers. The air here was motionless. The valley walls protected the floodplain from the prevailing winds that scoured the high plateaus. In this stillness, the cold was a heavy physical presence. It did not bite with the sharpness of the wind, rather it pressed against the skin with a steady, numbing weight. It was a silence that felt thick, cushioned by the snow and the heavy air. Sound did not travel far here. It was absorbed by the rime ice, captured in the millions of tiny air pockets within the frost. Moving through this white garden was a herd of steppe bison. They were dark, hulking shapes against the lace-like delicacy of the frosted trees. Their coats were thick and shaggy, a deep chocolate brown that appeared black in the flat, diffuse light. They moved with a slow, swaying rhythm, their heavy heads low to the ground. The frost had settled on them as well. Their humps and broad shoulders were dusted with white, and their beards were stiff with ice. They looked like ancient parts of the landscape, boulders that had decided to walk. The herd was grazing on a patch of tall sedge grass that poked through the snow. The grass stems were encased in tubes of clear ice. The bison used their muscular tongues to sweep the grass into their mouths, crushing the ice as they chewed. The sound was a continuous, soft grinding, accompanied by the occasional crunch of a breaking stem. Steam rose from the herd in a dense, low cloud. It hovered around their legs and flanks, a personal fog that moved with them. A large female bison, the matriarch, paused to groom her calf. The calf was a lighter brown, almost the color of dried wheat. It stood close to its mother's side, pressing against her warmth. The mother used her rough tongue to lick the frost from the calf's shoulder. The grooming was slow and methodical. She licked against the grain of the fur, fluffing it up to trap more air and increase the insulation. The calf stood still, its eyes half closed, enjoying the tactile comfort of the care. A few hundred yards away, on a slight rise that had once been a river island, a small human encampment sat quietly in the snow. The shelter was a dome-shaped tent constructed of hides stretched over a frame of mammoth ribs. The hides were old and weathered, darkened by smoke and grease, blending in with the trunks of the dead trees. Snow had been piled up around the base of the tent for insulation, creating a seamless transition between the dwelling and the drift. Inside the tent, the light was dim and golden, filtered through the translucent skins. A small fire of willow wood burned in a central hearth. The willow burned cleanly with a sweet, woody scent. Beside the fire, a man sat cross-legged on a mat of woven grass. He was engaged in a task of deep concentration and minute detail. He was carving a piece of mammoth ivory. The object in his hand was small, no larger than his thumb. It was a piece of tusk that had been broken off and weathered, found on a gravel bar the previous summer. The outer layer of the ivory was stained a dark, creamy tan, but the inner layers were white and smooth. He was using a burin, a stone tool with a chisel-like tip, to shave away tiny curls of the material. Scrape, blow, inspect. He was carving a figure. It was not a tool or a weapon, but a representation. It was a female form, rounded and abstract. He worked on the curve of the leg, smoothing the transition from the thigh to the hip. He did not rush. The ivory was hard and unforgiving. A slip of the hand could ruin hours of work. He held the figure up to the firelight, turning it slowly. The smooth surface caught the glow, shining like a polished gem. He rubbed it with a piece of soft leather and fine ash, polishing the ivory until it felt like glass under his fingers. Beside him, a woman was preparing sinew. She held a dried tendon from a deer's leg. She pounded it gently with a rounded stone to break the fibers apart. Then she teased the fibers out one by one, creating long silken threads. She wetted the fibers with her mouth and rolled them against her thigh, twisting them into a strong, uniform thread. The sound of her work was a soft, rhythmic thumping and the whisper of skin on skin. The atmosphere in the tent was one of quiet companionship. They did not speak. The sound of the fire, the scraping of the ivory, and the twisting of the sinew were the only conversations needed. They were warm, fed, and occupied. The winter world outside was a vast, cold reality, but inside the rib tent there was a small sphere of control and comfort. Outside, the afternoon light began to change. The sun, which had been a pale smear behind the clouds, began to set. As the light faded, the rime ice on the trees underwent a transformation. The white crystals turned a soft, glowing pink, reflecting the invisible sunset. The shadows on the snow turned a deep, violet blue. The contrast between the pink trees and the blue snow was surreal, a fleeting moment of color in a monochrome world. The bison herd noticed the change in light. The matriarch let out a low, grumbling sound, a vibration that was felt more than heard. The herd began to move toward a grove of denser trees, seeking shelter for the night. They walked in a single file, the calf sandwiching itself between two adults. They moved silently, their hooves muffled by the deep snow. They disappeared into the gathering gloom, leaving only a trail of disturbed drifts and the lingering scent of musk. A flock of Bohemian waxwings descended on a lone rowan tree that stood near the frozen riverbank. The tree still held clusters of dried, frozen berries. The birds were sleek and crested, with plumage of soft gray-brown and distinctive touches of yellow and red on their wings. They moved with a fluttering, trilling energy. They plucked the frozen berries, swallowing them whole. They fed quickly, racing against the dying light. The sound of their calls was a high, thin ringing, like tiny bells in the cold air. The sun slipped below the horizon. The pink light faded from the frost, replaced by a cold, steely gray. The temperature began its nightly descent. The moisture in the air, which had been suspended as fog, began to freeze out completely. The air cleared, becoming sharp and transparent. The stars began to emerge, piercing the canopy of the night. A lynx, the solitary hunter of the forest edge, moved through the willows. Its large, padded paws kept it on top of the snow. It moved with a slow, fluid grace, placing each foot with deliberate care. It stopped to sniff the trail of the bison. It was not interested in such large prey. It was looking for the hare that lived in the thickets. It saw the waxwings roosting in the rowan tree, but they were too high. It moved on, its ear tufts twitching as it listened to the rustle of a mouse under the snow. In the tent, the carver set his work aside. He placed the small ivory figure in a pouch of soft fur. He added a piece of wood to the fire. The flames leaped up, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls of the tent. The ribs of the mammoth frame looked like the arches of a great cathedral in the firelight. The woman finished her thread. She coiled it neatly and placed it in a basket. She reached for a skin bag and poured out a measure of dried berries and nuts. They ate slowly, savoring the sweetness. They drank water melted from the cleanest snow, served in cups made of birch burl. The water tasted of wood and smoke. The night fully established itself. The sky was black and depthless, filled with the cold fire of the stars. The Milky Way was a bright slash across the zenith. The silence of the floodplain was absolute. There was no wind to rattle the icy branches. The trees stood like statues of glass, frozen in time. The cold seeped into the ground, penetrating deep into the soil. The roots of the dormant willows were held in a grip of iron. The river ice thickened, growing downward inch by inch. Every so often, the ice would crack with a loud, resonant report, a boom that echoed off the valley walls. It was the only sound that broke the silence. The lynx found a sheltered spot under the roots of a fallen poplar. It curled up, wrapping its tail around its nose. It closed its eyes, but its ears remained active, swiveling to track the movements of the night. The bison herd stood in the grove. They were motionless. The frost settled on their backs again, renewing the white coating. They slept standing up, their heavy heads drooping. The heat of their bodies created a small island of warmth in the freezing air. The calf slept leaning against its mother, buried in her flank fur. The humans in the tent prepared for sleep. They spread their furs on the ground, creating a warm nest. They lay down, huddled together. The fire died down to a bed of red coals. The smoke drifted up through the vent, carrying their breath into the night. They dreamed of the summer sun, of the green grass, of the return of the herds. The constellation of Orion the hunter rose in the east. His belt of 3 bright stars shone clearly through the branches of the dead trees. The star Sirius, the dog star, followed him, a blue-white diamond blazing in the cold. A snowy owl glided silently over the open snow. It saw the dark shape of the lynx's den. It saw the smoke from the human tent. It flew on, a white ghost in a white world. It landed on the top of a frozen willow. The branch did not bend under its weight. It sat there, turning its head, watching the snow for the slightest movement. The hours of the night passed. The earth turned. The shadows of the trees moved across the snow like the hands of a clock. The frost grew thicker on the branches, adding layer upon layer of crystal. The world was being sealed in ice. Deep beneath the snow in the subnivean zone, a shrew was active. It was a tiny creature smaller than a mouse with a long, pointed nose. It moved through a tunnel in the grass, searching for insects. It had to eat constantly to fuel its frantic metabolism. It found a dormant beetle larva and devoured it. It scurried on, a tiny spark of life in the frozen dark. The cold reached its nadir in the hour before dawn. The air was so cold that it seemed to sparkle. The breath of the sleeping bison froze instantly as it left their nostrils, falling as snow. The wood of the tent frame creaked as it contracted. The eastern sky began to lighten. The black turned to deep indigo, then to a pale, cold blue. The stars faded. The owl took flight, heading back to its roost. The lynx stretched and stepped out of its den. The sun rose. It crested the valley wall, sending a shaft of light across the floodplain. The light hit the frosted trees. The effect was blinding. The rime ice caught the sun and scattered it, turning the valley into a glittering palace of diamonds. Every branch, every twig, every blade of grass shone with a brilliant, prismatic light. The bison woke. The herd began to move, shaking the snow from their backs. They stepped out of the grove and into the light. Their breath steamed in the cold air. The humans woke. The man stirred the fire. The woman looked out of the tent flap. She shielded her eyes against the glare. The world was new again, washed in light and ice. The carver took the ivory figure from his pouch. He held it in the morning light. It was smooth and warm in his hand. He looked at it for a moment, then placed it back in the pouch. The work would continue. The floodplain lay still and beautiful. The white garden of the frost stood silent. The river slept under the ice. The earth rested, holding the valley in its cold, glittering hands. The 26th part of the journey was a story of the rime and the ivory, a study in crystal and craft. The silence held, bright and sharp, as the sun began its short, low arc across the winter sky. The valley was a deep, U-shaped trough carved by the slow, grinding passage of a glacier that had retreated thousands of years before. The walls of the valley were steep and sheer, rising vertically to a jagged rim that scraped the bottom of the low clouds. The floor of the valley was broad and flat, a hidden world filled with the debris of the mountains, immense boulders, piles of scree, and the crushed remains of ancient rock falls. All of this was now buried under a blanket of snow so deep that it smoothed the contours of the land into a gentle, undulating white plain. The snow here was different from the wind-packed crust of the high plateaus. It was soft and deep, an accumulation of settled flakes that had fallen in the stillness of the sheltered valley. It lay in heavy, suffocating drifts, muffling every sound, absorbing every vibration. The silence was profound, a physical weight that pressed against the ears. It was a silence that felt ancient, as if the valley had been holding its breath for an epoch. The air was cold and still, trapped between the high walls, smelling faintly of the stone and the deep, buried earth. High on the valley wall, a massive cornice of snow hung over the edge of the cliff. It was a sculpted wave of white, frozen in the moment of breaking. It was beautiful and unstable, a looming presence that watched over the valley floor. But down below, in the safety of the deep snow, life continued in its slow, winter rhythm. Deep beneath a chaotic pile of boulders at the base of the cliff, a sanctuary existed. It was a natural cavity formed by the way the great rocks had fallen against each other, creating a roof of granite and a floor of dry earth. Over the centuries, the gaps between the stones had been sealed by moss and soil, and now the heavy blanket of snow insulated the roof, trapping the heat of the earth inside. In the center of this dark, warm chamber, a female cave bear lay in the deep sleep of hibernation. She was a giant of her species, her body a mountain of brown fur and stored fat. She lay on her side, her massive paws curled near her face. Her breathing was slow and rhythmic, a deep, resonant sound that filled the small space. She was not merely sleeping, she was suspended. Her heart beat only a few times a minute. Her body temperature had dropped, hovering just high enough to sustain life. She was a self-contained world, a furnace burning the fuel of the summer and autumn. But she was not alone. Tucked against her belly, buried in the thick, warm fur of her flank, were two tiny cubs. They had been born only days ago, blind, hairless, and incredibly small compared to the bulk of their mother. They were creatures of pure instinct, seeking the heat and the rich milk that flowed from her. They moved with small, squirming motions, letting out faint, high-pitched squeaks that were the only sharp sounds in the den. The mother did not wake. She shifted slightly, lifting a heavy leg to accommodate them, a subconscious gesture of protection. She would nurse them through the long darkness, losing half her body weight to build theirs, all while drifting in the dreamscape of the winter sleep. Outside the den, the world was a study in shades of blue and white. The sun, unable to climb high enough to shine directly into the deep valley, cast a diffuse, reflected light that turned the snow a cool shadow blue. The trees that grew here were sparse, ancient, twisted pines that had managed to find a foothold in the rocky soil. They were buried up to their lower branches in snow, their needles dark and green against the white. A pine grosbeak, a bird with feathers the color of crushed raspberries, sat on the very top of a spruce tree. It was fluffing its plumage, trapping air against its skin. It looked like a round, pink ornament on the dark tree. It chirped once, a soft, melodic sound, and then fell silent, conserving its energy. It was watching for the movement of insects on the bark or the opening of a cone in the dry air. Further down the valley, where the ground leveled out near a frozen stream, a small herd of alpine ibex moved through the deep snow. They were females and young ones, separated from the males who stayed on the higher, wind-swept ridges. These animals were lighter and more agile, but even they struggled in the powder. They moved in a single file line, leaping through the drifts in a series of bounding arcs. The lead female stopped at a cliff face where the wind had kept the rock bare. She began to lick the stone. She was seeking the mineral salts that leached from the rock, a vital supplement in the winter diet. Her rough tongue rasped against the cold stone. The others waited, their breath forming clouds that merged with the mist hanging over the valley. They were patient, their golden eyes watching the tree line for the shadow of a wolf. In a small rock shelter on the opposite side of the valley, facing the diffuse light, a pair of humans sat in quiet industry. The shelter was shallow, little more than an overhang, but they had improved it by stacking flat stones to create a low wall. A fire burned near the entrance, kept small to conserve the scarce wood. An older man sat with his back against the stone wall. He was working on a piece of wood, a section of dried juniper branch. He was making a pair of snow goggles. He held a sharp flake of flint, using it to scrape the wood into a curved shape that would fit the contours of a face. He worked with a slow, meditative precision. Scrape, check, scrape. He was hollowing out the back of the wood, creating a cup for the eyes. The work required patience. The wood was hard and knotted. He stopped frequently to blow the shavings away. When the shape was right, he began the delicate task of cutting the slits. These narrow openings would block the glare of the sun on the snow, preventing the snow blindness that could leave a hunter helpless. He carved the slits carefully, making them narrow and horizontal, just wide enough to see the horizon. Beside him, a younger companion was braiding a cord. The material was human hair, long strands that had been cut and saved. It was strong and rot-resistant. The braider worked with 3 strands, weaving them together with quick, nimble fingers. Over, under, pull. The braid grew longer, a thin, dark snake on the pile of furs. This cord would be used to tie the goggles to the head. The atmosphere in the shelter was calm. The fire popped softly. The smell of the juniper shavings was sharp and clean, mixing with the scent of the wood smoke. They did not speak. The rhythm of the scraping and the braiding was conversation enough. They were preparing for the journey out of the valley, for the traverse of the bright, open snowfields. The light in the valley began to fade early. The blue shadows deepened to purple. The rim of the valley, high above, caught the last rays of the sun, glowing with a fiery orange light that emphasized the depth of the shadowy trough below. The ibex herd moved away from the salt lick. They found a ledge halfway up the cliff, a narrow shelf where the snow had not accumulated. They lay down, pressing their backs against the rock wall. The stone held a faint memory of the summer heat, or perhaps just the stability of the earth. They tucked their legs under them, their heads upright. They were safe here, out of reach of the snow-clogged valley floor. The pine grosbeak flew to the thickest part of the spruce tree. It found a spot near the trunk, protected by the dense needles. It tucked its head under its wing, becoming a small, warm ball of feathers. It slept. In the bear den, the cycle of nursing and sleeping continued. The cubs, their bellies full, slept against the warmth of their mother. The mother shifted in her sleep, a low rumble vibrating in her chest. The air in the den was thick and warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. It was a womb of the earth, holding the future of the species in the dark. The humans finished their work. The goggles were smooth and shaped. The cord was braided. The man attached the cord to the wood, threading it through small holes bored at the edges. He tried them on, the wood pressing cool against his skin. The world narrowed to a thin strip of blue and white. He nodded, satisfied. He took them off and placed them in a pouch. They added a few larger logs to the fire, banking the coals for the night. They ate a meal of pemmican, dried meat pounded with fat and berries. It was dense and filling. They drank snowmelt warmed in a skin bag. They settled into their furs, pulling the heavy robes over their heads. The night descended. The darkness in the valley was absolute. The high walls blocked the stars near the horizon, leaving only a strip of sky directly overhead. The constellations passed slowly across this window, silent watchers of the deep snow. A wolverine, the restless wanderer of the mountains, moved along the ridgeline high above. It looked down into the valley. It smelled the faint trace of the ibex, the smoke of the human fire. It considered descending, but the snow was too deep, the effort too great. It turned away, continuing along the wind-scoured rim, seeking easier prey on the other side. The cold seeped down from the peaks. It settled into the valley floor, heavy and dense. The trees cracked in the silence. The snow surface hardened, forming a thin crust that would crunch underfoot. Deep in the snow, a tunnel network was active. The snow voles were awake. They moved through their white corridors, insulated from the bitter air above. They found seeds and dried grass stems stored in chambers dug into the earth. They lived their entire winter without seeing the sky. They could hear the heavy steps of the ibex, the distant rumble of the avalanche, the silence of the night. The mother bear's heart beat slowly. Thump, 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 it was the metronome of the den. The cubs slept, growing cell by cell, fueled by the rich milk. The darkness was their friend. The humans slept. The fire cast a dim, red glow on the stone ceiling. The man dreamed of the white glare, of the protection of the wooden slit. The braider dreamed of the long black hair, of the strength of the cord. The night wore on, the earth turned, the strip of stars moved, the valley held the cold like a cup. A great horned owl, a silent predator of the timberline, perched on a dead snag. It watched the snow. It saw a movement, a vole surfacing for a brief moment. The owl launched itself, a silent shadow. It struck the snow, but the vole was gone, back into the safety of the tunnel. The owl returned to its perch unperturbed. It settled its feathers and waited. The dawn came slowly. The sky above the valley turned a pale gray. The light filtered down, weak and cold. The shapes of the trees emerged from the darkness. The snow turned from black to blue to white. The ibex stood up on their ledge. They stretched, their breath steaming. They began to pick their way down the cliff, heading for a patch of brush that poked through the snow. The humans woke. The man stirred the fire. He looked at the goggles in the pouch. Today they would move. Today they would face the sun. The bear slept on. For her there was no day or night. There was only the warmth of the den and the needs of the cubs. The winter was long, and she had the patience of the mountain. The valley lay still. The snow was a blank canvas, marked only by the tracks of the ibex and the memory of the wind. The silence held deep and abiding. The earth rested, the mother slept, and the life of the valley continued its slow, hidden pulse. The 27th part of the journey was a story of the deep snow and the dark den, a study in blindness and sight. The light grew stronger, touching the rim of the world, while the valley floor remained in the quiet, blue shadow of the morning. As the sun climbed higher, a single ray found its way through a notch in the peaks. It struck the cornice of snow hanging above the valley. The white wave glowed with a brilliant, translucent light. A few loose crystals fell from the edge, drifting down like diamond dust into the abyss. They sparkled in the shaft of light, tiny stars falling to the earth. On the valley floor, the man stepped out of the shelter. He put on the wooden goggles. The world transformed. The glare was gone. He saw the texture of the snow, the line of the drift, the path ahead. He breathed in the cold air. It was a good day to walk. The valley waited. The glacier that had carved it was gone, but its legacy remained in the shape of the stone and the depth of the silence. The snow covered it all, a white piece that held the world in its arms. The landscape here was a high, rolling moorland, a vast plateau of ancient bedrock that had been scoured clean by the passing of the ice ages. The earth was thin and acidic, a carpet of tough heather and frozen peat that stretched to the horizon. But the defining feature of this place was the stone. Rising from the dark earth like the ruins of a giant's fortress were the tors, immense weathered stacks of granite that stood against the sky. The rocks were gray and crystalline, flecked with mica and quartz that glinted faintly in the flat winter light. They were stacked in impossible piles, slab upon slab, balanced by the forces of gravity and time. The wind on the moor was constant. It did not gust, it flowed. It was a river of air that moved over the contours of the land without ceasing. It whistled through the gaps in the granite stacks, creating a low, harmonic humming sound that vibrated through the stones. The snow here was wind-packed and hard, sculptured into sharp ridges and long, trailing drifts in the lee of the rocks. The air was cold and incredibly clean, carrying the scent of wet stone and the dry, dusty smell of the frozen heather. Sheltering in the labyrinth of one of these granite cities was a herd of wild horses. These were the true horses of the Ice Age, the tarpans. They were stocky and robust, built for the harsh climate. Their coats were a pale mouse gray, thick and plush like the pelt of a bear. A distinct dark stripe ran down their spines, and their legs were barred with faint zebra-like stripes of black. Their manes stood upright, stiff brushes of black hair that did not flop in the wind. The herd stood in a loose cluster in a natural courtyard formed by 3 towering tors. The rocks blocked the wind, creating a pocket of still air. The horses were resting. They stood with one hind leg cocked, their heads lowered. They were not sleeping deeply but dozing in the standing state that allowed them to conserve energy while remaining ready to move. Their tails swished slowly, a rhythmic pendulum motion. A mare heavy with the foal she would carry until spring stood near a sun-warmed slab of granite. She pressed her flank against the stone, absorbing the faint heat it had collected. She was grooming the stallion standing next to her. She used her teeth to scratch his withers, a gentle, rhythmic nibbling that strengthened the bond between them. The stallion leaned into the grooming, his eyes half closed, his lip twitching in pleasure. It was a quiet moment of intimacy in the harsh landscape. The ground around them was a mosaic of trampled snow and exposed peat. The horses had pawed away the cover to reach the tough moor grass beneath. The sound of their occasional movements, a shifting hoof, a snort, the crunch of dry grass, was amplified by the rock walls. It sounded intimate and close, a domestic noise in the wild. High on the topmost slab of the central tor, a raven sat perched. It was a massive bird, its feathers a glossy, iridescent black that shone with blues and purples. It looked down at the horses with a keen, intelligent eye. It ruffled its throat feathers, letting out a soft, resonant cronk. The sound carried far across the moor. The raven was not hungry, it was merely observing. It was the sentinel of the tor, the watcher on the rock. Beneath the ground, deep in the fissures of the granite, a stoat was on the move. It was in its winter coat of pure white save for the black tip of its tail. It moved through the cracks in the rocks, fluid as water. It was hunting for the wood mice that made their nests in the deep recesses of the stones. The stoat moved silently, its padded feet gripping the rough rock. It paused at a junction in the crevices, sniffing the air. It smelled the dusty scent of a mouse nest and moved forward, a white shadow in the dark. In a shallow cave at the base of a neighboring tor, a small group of humans had taken refuge. The cave was little more than a deep overhang, but they had walled up the front with loose stones and turf, leaving a narrow entrance. Inside, the space was small and low, forcing them to sit or lie down. A fire burned in a small pit near the entrance. The smoke curled up and out, carried away by the draft. The fuel was dried peat dug from the moor and stacked to dry. It burned with a slow, steady heat and a distinctive, earthy aroma. The smell of the peat smoke was heavy and sweet, clinging to the furs and the hair of the people. A young man sat near the fire, holding a piece of granite in his lap. He was making a net weight. He held a round river stone brought up from the valley and was pecking at it with a harder piece of flint. Tick, tick, tick. He was slowly creating a groove around the center of the stone. This groove would hold the cord that attached the stone to the fishing net. The work was slow and repetitive. The stone was hard. He struck it gently, pulverizing the surface grain by grain. He turned the stone in his hand, ensuring the groove was even. He did not look up. His world was the stone and the rhythm of the strike. Beside him, a pile of finished weights sat ready, smooth gray stones with neat, pale waists. Across the fire, an older woman was working with fibers. She had a bundle of dried nettle stalks harvested from a sheltered valley before the snow fell. She was twisting them into cordage. She rolled the fibers down her thigh, her hand moving with a swift, confident slide. The fibers twisted together, locking into a strong, thin string. She added more stalks, splicing them in seamlessly. The cord grew longer, piling up on the floor like a pale snake. The shelter was quiet. The wind outside was a constant, low roar, but inside the air was still. The fire popped softly as a pocket of moisture in the peat expanded. The tick-tick-tick of the stone working and the soft shhh of the fiber rolling were the heartbeat of the camp. The light on the moor began to change. The sun, a pale disk behind the high clouds, began to sink toward the horizon. The light turned from a flat gray to a deep, bruising blue. The shadows of the tors stretched out across the heather, long and distorted shapes that reached for miles. The granite rocks, which had appeared gray all day, suddenly flushed with a deep, purplish hue as they reflected the darkening sky. The raven on the peak took flight. It launched itself into the wind, spreading its wings wide. It did not flap, it simply rode the updraft, soaring higher and higher until it was a speck against the clouds. It drifted away toward its roost in the distant cliffs. The horses in the courtyard shifted. The stallion lifted his head, tasting the wind. He smelled the coming night, the drop in temperature. He nickered softly, a low rumble in his chest. The herd moved closer together, closing the gaps between their bodies. They turned their tails to the opening of the rocks, presenting a solid wall of fur to the drafts. The stoat found the mouse nest. It was empty. The mice had moved deeper. The stoat did not show frustration. It simply turned and continued its patrol, checking the next crevice, the next tunnel. It was a creature of persistence. Inside the shelter, the light faded. The fire became the only source of illumination, casting a warm, orange glow on the stone walls. The man put down his stone. It was too dark to see the fine grain. He placed the weight on the pile. The woman finished her length of cord and coiled it up. They prepared a meal. A stew of hare meat and dried roots simmered in a skin bag suspended over the heat. They ate directly from the bag using wooden spoons. The food was hot and filling. They ate slowly, savoring the warmth. They did not speak much. The wind outside discouraged loud voices. They spoke in whispers, discussing the weather, the movement of the horses, the supply of peat. The night descended fully. The moor became a landscape of black shapes against a dark sky. The tors loomed like giants in the darkness. The stars appeared cold and sharp. The constellation of the hunter stood tall over the horizon. The wind picked up, whistling a higher note through the rocks. The cold on the moor was intense. The ground froze hard. The peat became as solid as rock. The heather stems became brittle, snapping if stepped on. The horses slept. The frost formed on their backs, turning them white. They stood motionless, statues of endurance. Their breath formed a collective cloud of steam that hung over the herd, trapped by the rock walls. The humans in the shelter slept. They lay on piles of heather covered with furs. The peat fire burned down to a glowing red heart. The heat radiated out, warming the small space. They were safe in their stone womb. A red fox, its coat thick and bushy, trotted across the open moor. It was looking for the leavings of the horses or perhaps a beetle in the dung. It moved with a light, dainty gait. It stopped to sniff the wind. It smelled the horses, the smoke, the faint scent of the raven. It moved toward the tors, keeping to the shadows. It saw the herd and gave them a wide berth. It was not interested in animals that size. It continued on, disappearing into the dark heather. The night wore on. The earth turned. The stars moved across the sky. The moon rose, a gibbous eye that watched the sleeping world. The granite crystals in the rocks caught the moonlight, sparking faintly. Deep in the earth, below the frost line, the water table moved through the cracks in the bedrock. It filtered through the granite, picking up minerals. It was a slow, hidden journey that would eventually lead to the springs in the valley below. The man in the shelter woke briefly. He heard the wind change pitch. He knew the sound. It meant the weather was holding steady. He rolled over, pulling the fur robe over his ear. He went back to sleep. The stoat found a beetle. It ate it quickly. It found a dry spot in a deep crevice and curled up. It wrapped its tail around its nose. It slept. The cold reached its lowest point. The air was brittle. The silence between the wind gusts was absolute. The dawn began as a faint line of gray on the eastern horizon. The stars faded. The black shapes of the tors began to resolve into gray stone. The frost on the heather looked like a dusting of sugar. The horses woke. They shook themselves, the frost flying from their coats. They stretched their legs. The stallion let out a long, loud snort. The sound echoed off the rocks. They began to move, stepping out of the shelter of the tors to graze on the open moor. The humans woke. The woman stirred the peat fire, a flame licked up. The smell of the smoke filled the shelter again. They drank warm water. They prepared for the day. The raven returned. It landed on the same rock. It preened its feathers. It watched the sun rise. The sun crested the horizon. It flooded the moor with golden light. The granite tors shone. The mica sparkled. The landscape was revealed in all its rugged beauty. The 28th part of the journey was a story of the high stone and the peat smoke, a study in granite and wind. The silence held, vast and windy, as the light returned to the moor. The day began its cycle. The man picked up his stone. Tick, 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 the rhythm returned. The woman picked up the fiber. The horses grazed. The earth rested hard and cold, holding the high ground in its ancient grip. The wind continued to flow, shaping the snow, shaping the stone, shaping the lives of those who lived on the moor. It was a timeless place where the rock and the wind were the only true masters. The horses were just visitors, passing through the long winter of the world. The delta was a landscape of infinite flatness, a place where the distinction between the earth and the sky was lost in a haze of white and gray. Here, the great river, having traveled thousands of miles from the interior ice sheets, fractured into 100 smaller veins before meeting the frozen sea. It was a world of water held in suspension. The channels were frozen solid, winding ribbons of white ice that meandered through vast plains of silt and dormant reeds. The land was so low that in the summer it would be a marshy archipelago, but now, under the deep freeze, it was a continuous solid sheet. The sky above the delta was immense. Without mountains or forests to break the view, the clouds stretched from horizon to horizon in unbroken layers of slate and pearl. The light was diffuse and shadowless, a soft, enveloping illumination that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The air was damp and heavy with the scent of salt and frozen mud. It was a scent of stasis, of a world waiting for the release of the thaw. The wind here was not a gusting force, but a constant, low-level pressure that pushed against the back and numbed the face. Moving through the frozen reed beds was a giant of the willow thickets. It was the broad-fronted moose, a creature of massive proportions that dwarfed the deer and the horses of the plains. It stood taller than a man at the shoulder, with long, sturdy legs that allowed it to wade through deep snow and marsh water. Its coat was a dark, rich coffee color, thick and oily to repel the moisture of the delta. Its head was heavy and long, with a drooping, fleshy nose that was sensitive and dexterous. But it was the antlers that truly defined this beast. They were not the branching tines of the elk, nor the simple scoops of the modern moose. They were immense, complex structures of bone that combined long beams with wide, heavy palms. They stretched out to the sides for nearly 8 feet, a crown of weight that required a neck of tremendous strength. The moose carried them with a slow, deliberate grace, turning his head carefully to avoid snagging the willow branches. He moved with a high-stepping gait, lifting his hooves clear of the snow with each stride. He was browsing on the tips of the dwarf willows that grew along the banks of the frozen channels. He used his prehensile lip to strip the bark and the buds, chewing with a slow, rhythmic grinding motion. The sound of his feeding was the only noise in the quiet delta, a soft strip crunch that was swallowed by the vastness of the open space. He was a solitary animal. The bulls of his kind spent the winter alone, separated from the cows and calves. He was content in his isolation. The delta offered him food and solitude. He paused to scratch his neck with a hind leg, the great antlers swaying gently with the motion. He let out a low, soft grunt, a puff of steam escaping his nostrils and drifting away on the wind. Beneath the ice of the main channel, the water continued to flow toward the sea. It was dark and cold, moving slowly over the silt bottom. In the mud, buried deep below the frost line, a painted turtle hibernated. It was retracted into its shell, its metabolism slowed to a near stop. It did not breathe. It absorbed the minimal oxygen it needed directly from the water through its skin. It was a stone among stones, waiting for the warmth that was still months away. On a low rise of ground, essentially a stabilized sandbar in the middle of the delta, a small group of humans sat working. They had built a windbreak from bundles of reeds stacked high and reinforced with driftwood logs. Inside the curve of the wall, the air was still and slightly warmer than the exposed plain. 2 men and a woman were engaged in the craft of weaving. They were making fish traps. They used the long, flexible shoots of the sandbar willow, gathered before the deep freeze made them brittle. The shoots had been soaked in water kept liquid near the fire to make them pliable. The man closest to the fire held the base of a trap, a conical structure that looked like a large, open-ended basket. He was weaving the vertical stakes with thinner horizontal weavers, over, under. His hands moved with a rhythmic, hypnotic repetition. He pulled the weaver tight, locking it against the uprights. The wood creaked softly as it bent, a sound of tension and structure. The woman was starting a new trap. She arranged the base sticks in a radial pattern on the ground, standing on them to hold them in place while she twined the first few rounds of the weave. She worked with a focused intensity, her brow furrowed slightly as she ensured the spacing was even. The traps had to be strong to hold the weight of the catch, and the weave had to be tight enough to prevent escape. The work was quiet and soothing. The smell of the wet willow was green and fresh, a scent of the river bank in summer. It mixed with the smell of the small driftwood fire that burned nearby. The fire was kept low, just enough to warm the soaking water and the hands of the weavers. The light on the delta began to shift as the afternoon wore on. The sun, hidden behind the clouds, lowered toward the western edge of the world. The gray sky began to darken, turning a deep, moody violet. The white ice of the channels took on the color of the sky, becoming a network of purple veins running through the dark reeds. The broad-fronted moose finished his browsing. He moved away from the willow thicket, heading for a patch of tall, dense reeds where he could bed down for the night. The reeds were dry and brittle, rustling against his flanks as he pushed through them. He found a spot where the reeds had been flattened by the wind, creating a natural mattress. He lowered his massive body slowly, folding his long legs. He rested his chin on a tuft of grass, the heavy antlers supported by the ground. He closed his eyes, his large ears swiveling to listen to the wind. A snowy owl patrolling the open spaces of the delta flew low over the ice. It was a white shadow, silent and deadly. It was looking for the movement of a muskrat or a vole. It saw nothing. The snow was deep and the small animals were well hidden. The owl flew on, its wings beating slowly and rhythmically. It landed on a piece of driftwood that stuck out of the ice, a jagged gray stump. It sat there, a white statue, watching the darkness gather. The humans finished their work for the day. The unfinished traps were covered with a damp hide to keep the wood flexible. They added dry wood to the fire, building it up for the evening. The flames licked up, bright orange against the blue twilight. They sat close to the heat, rubbing their tired hands. The weaving was hard on the fingers, but the rhythm of it was restful for the mind. They ate a meal of dried fish, softened in the warm water. They chewed slowly, looking out over the delta. The horizon was invisible now, lost in the dark. The world felt small, reduced to the circle of firelight and the wall of reeds. The night descended fully. The clouds broke apart, revealing the stars. They were incredibly bright in the clean, cold air. The constellation of the Swan flew along the path of the Milky Way directly overhead. The delta was a mirror for the sky. The ice reflected the brighter stars, creating points of light on the dark ground. The cold intensified. The mud of the sandbar froze hard. The water in the soaking pot skimmed over with ice. The humans pulled their furs tighter. A wolverine, moving with its loping, tireless gait, crossed the main channel. It was miles from the shore, crossing the delta to reach the other side. It stopped to sniff the air. It smelled the moose, the humans, the owl. It did not deviate from its path. It was a traveler intent on its destination. It moved on, a dark shape against the white ice. In the reed bed, the moose slept. His breathing was slow and deep. The frost formed on the tips of his antlers, turning them white. He was a mountain of warmth in the cold marsh. He dreamed of the water, of the green plants of the summer, of the coolness of the deep channel. The owl on the driftwood stump took off again. It flew toward the sea, vanishing into the night. The humans slept. They lay on mats of woven reeds insulated from the frozen ground. The fire burned down to a bed of coals. The smoke drifted straight up in the still air. They were safe behind their wall. The wind blew over the top of the shelter, a soft rushing sound that lulled them to sleep. The earth turned, the stars wheeled around the pole. The cold deepened. The ice on the channels grew thicker, groaning occasionally as it expanded. The sound was low and resonant, like a drum being struck deep underground. Beneath the ice, the water flowed on. It carried the silt of the mountains to the sea. It built the land, grain by grain, in the dark. The delta was a living thing, growing and changing even in the winter sleep. The painted turtle in the mud did not move. It was suspended in time. It waited for the signal of the sun, for the warming of the water. The night wore on, the frost grew on the reeds, coating them in crystal. The delta became a silver landscape. As the dawn approached, the eastern sky began to lighten. The stars faded. The violet of the twilight returned. The shapes of the willow thickets emerged from the dark. The moose woke. He stood up, shaking the frost from his coat. He stretched his neck. He stepped out of the reeds, his breath steaming. He walked back toward the willows, ready to eat. The humans woke. They stirred the fire. They broke the ice on the soaking pot. They prepared for another day of weaving. The traps were taking shape. They would be ready for the spring run. The sun rose. It was a cold, pale sun, but it brought light to the world. The ice on the channels sparkled. The reeds glowed gold. The delta lay vast and flat, a world of water and sky. The 29th part of the journey was a story of the flat water and the woven wood, a study in willow and bone. The silence held vast and open as the light returned to the river's end. The earth rested, the water waited, and the life of the delta continued its slow, quiet work under the winter sky. The horizon here was not a line but a gradient, a seamless merging of the white earth and the pale, pearlescent sky. This was the heart of the Mammoth Steppe, the vast biome-spanning grassland that wrapped around the top of the world. It was a landscape of immense scale, where the distance between 2 points was measured not in steps but in the slow passage of days. The terrain was gently rolling, a sea of frozen earth and dry, golden grass that had been stiffened by the frost into a field of standing wires. The snow was dry and sparse, swept into hard, sculpted drifts by the wind, revealing the textured ground in patches of brown and ochre. The light was fading. The sun, a low, cold fire that had skirted the southern rim of the world for a few short hours, was dipping below the edge of the plain. The quality of the light changed from a flat, harsh white to a deep, resonant violet. The shadows of the grass stems stretched out, becoming long, thin lines of blue ink on the snow. The air grew heavy and still, the wind dropping as the heat of the day dissipated into the clarity of the atmosphere. Moving through this twilight world was a gathering of giants. It was a superherd of woolly mammoths, a convergence of several family groups that had come together for the migration across the high plains. There were dozens of them, massive shapes moving with a slow, synchronized rhythm. They looked like dark ships sailing on a white ocean. Their coats were thick and shaggy, a tapestry of dark browns, reddish blacks, and lighter tans, matted with the dust of the steppe and the ice of the storms. The matriarch of the leading family walked at the front. She was an ancient being, her tusks crossed and worn smooth at the tips from decades of clearing snow. Her skin hung in heavy folds around her knees and flanks, thick leather armor against the cold. She moved with a silence that belied her size. Her feet, equipped with thick pads of connective tissue, absorbed the shock of her weight, allowing her to walk softly on the frozen ground. She stopped to test the air with her trunk, the tip curling and uncurling as she read the scent of the coming night. She smelled the dry grass, the clean snow, and the faint, distant scent of a wolf pack moving parallel to the herd. She was not alarmed. The wolves were ghosts in the distance, no threat to the wall of tusks and wool that was her family. Beside her, a calf walked in her shadow. It was small, covered in a fuzz of lighter hair. It reached up with its small trunk to touch the matriarch's leg, a gesture of contact and reassurance. The mother slowed her pace, allowing the calf to stay close. She rumbled low in her throat, a sound that was felt in the ground more than heard in the air. It was a vibration of peace, a signal that all was well. The herd was grazing as they moved. They used their tusks to sweep aside the snow, revealing the preserved grasses beneath. The sound of their feeding was a continuous rhythmic tearing, rip, chew, step, rip, chew, step. It was a sound of immense, peaceful consumption. They were converting the energy of the summer sun stored in the dry grass into the heat of their bodies. They were furnaces of life in the frozen landscape. Farther back in the herd, a young male stopped to scratch his back against a solitary erratic boulder, a large stone dropped by a glacier thousands of years ago. He rubbed his heavy flank against the rough granite, his eyes closing in satisfaction. The dust from his coat rose into the air, a small cloud that drifted away in the fading light. He shook his head, his ears flapping with a soft, leathery sound, and then trotted to catch up with the others. On a low ridge overlooking the plain, a small group of humans had made their camp. They were sheltered in a depression between two rock outcrops, protected from the draft. They had not built a tent tonight, the weather was calm, and they were only resting for a few hours before moving on. They had dug a pit in the snow and lined it with heavy bison robes, creating a warm, sunken nest. A fire burned in the center of the pit, fed by the dry dung of the mammoths and twisted knots of woody scrub. The fire was small and efficient, producing a steady, radiant heat with very little smoke. The flames were orange and blue, dancing in the still air. An elder sat near the fire, wrapped in a cloak of sewn fox skins. He was watching the mammoth herd moving in the valley below. He did not look at them with the eyes of a hunter, but with the eyes of a witness. He watched the slow, swaying walk of the matriarch, the playful trot of the calf, the solid mass of the group. He held a small, smooth stone in his hand, turning it over and over. It was a worry stone, polished by years of handling. His thumb traced the contours of the rock, a subconscious rhythm that matched the beating of his heart. Beside him, a younger woman was repairing a carrying basket. She was weaving a new rim onto the basket using soaked willow strips. Her hands moved with a quiet dexterity, twisting the wood, tucking the ends, pulling it tight. She worked by the light of the fire and the lingering twilight. The sound of the willow bending was a soft creak. She was focused on the task, her mind resting in the simplicity of the work. A child lay asleep in the furs, buried deep in the warmth. Only the top of his head was visible, a thatch of dark hair. His breathing was slow and even, a small puff of steam rising with each exhalation. He was safe here, held in the circle of the firelight, guarded by the adults, surrounded by the vast, indifferent protection of the landscape. The light finally failed. The sun was gone. The sky turned a deep velvet black. The stars began to appear one by one at first, then in clusters, then in vast, sweeping rivers of light. The lack of moisture in the air made them burn with a fierce, unwavering intensity. They looked close enough to touch heavy jewels hanging in the void. The Milky Way emerged, a bright, textured band of stardust that arched from one horizon to the other, bridging the sky. The mammoth herd did not stop. They moved into the darkness, guided by scent and memory. They were black shapes now, visible only as absences of stars against the lower sky. The sound of their breathing and their footsteps continued, a low, comforting background noise to the night. A pack of tundra wolves, the ones the matriarch had smelled, sat on a distant hill. They were not hunting. They had eaten well on a carcass found days ago. They were resting, their bellies full. The alpha male sat on his haunches, looking up at the moon, which was just beginning to rise. It was a heavy yellow moon distorted by the atmosphere near the horizon. The wolf tilted his head, watching the orb climb. He did not howl. The night was too quiet for that. He simply watched, a silent sentinel of the steppe. The cold descended with the dark. The temperature plummeted, dropping degree by degree until the air itself seemed to stiffen. The moisture in the breath of the humans froze instantly on the fur of their hoods, forming a rim of white frost. The fire seemed to burn brighter in the intense cold, the heat a tangible sphere of influence. The elder added a piece of fuel to the fire. He watched the sparks rise up, swirling in the thermal column. They drifted up toward the stars, glowing orange for a second before fading into gray ash. He watched one spark travel higher than the others, joining the constellations for a brief moment before vanishing. He pulled his furs tighter, settling into the warmth. The woman finished the basket. She set it aside. She rubbed her hands together, warming them over the coals. She looked up at the sky, tracing the line of the Great Bear. She knew the stars, they were the map of the seasons, the clock of the year. She saw that the position of the stars marked the depth of the winter. The turning point was coming, but it was still far off. She lay down next to the child, closing her eyes. The silence of the steppe was absolute. There were no trees to rustle, no water to rush. It was a silence of space and earth. It was a heavy, peaceful silence that wrapped around the world like a blanket. Under the snow, deep in the frozen soil, the roots of the grasses slept. They held their sugars deep in the bulb, waiting. They were dormant, suspended in the cold, but alive. The earth around them was hard as iron, a permafrost that had not melted for 10,000 years. It was a tomb for the past and a womb for the future. A snowy owl glided over the camp. It made no sound. Its wings were soft and fringed, designed to cut the air without turbulence. It saw the red eye of the fire. It saw the dark shapes of the mammoths. It flew on, patrolling the night, a white spirit in the black air. The moon rose higher, shedding its yellow color and turning a bright, hard silver. It illuminated the plain, turning the snow into a field of glittering diamonds. The shadows of the rocks and the drifts were sharp and black. The world was a high-contrast photograph, a study in light and dark. The mammoth herd found a patch of good grazing in a shallow valley. They slowed to a halt. They did not lie down. They slept standing, their bodies forming a windbreak for the calves. The matriarch lowered her head, her tusks resting on the snow, her eyes closed. Her breathing slowed to a deep, rhythmic cadence. She was a mountain at rest. The frost began to grow on the landscape. It formed on the tips of the grass, on the rocks, on the fur of the sleeping animals. It grew crystal by crystal, building complex, feathery structures of ice. It was a slow, molecular architecture building beauty in the dark. A lemming, waking from a nap in its tunnel under the snow, scurried to its food store. It found a seed and ate it, sitting on its hind legs. It groomed its whiskers, then curled up again in its nest of dry grass. It was warm and safe under the snow. The world above was a harsh place, but the world below was a sanctuary. The earth turned, the moon moved across the sky, dragging the shadows with it. The constellations rotated around the pole star, a slow, celestial wheel. The night was long, a vast stretch of time to be endured. The fire in the human pit burned down to a bed of glowing coals. The heat radiated gently, kept in by the walls of the pit and the bodies of the sleepers. The smoke drifted straight up, a thin gray line connecting the earth to the sky. Far to the north, beyond the horizon, the great ice sheet lay silent. It was a massive presence, a continent of ice that weighed down the crust of the earth. It did not move tonight. It simply existed, cold and white and eternal. The wolf pack curled up together, tails over noses. They slept in a pile of fur, dreaming of the chase. The owl found a perch on a high rock and settled its feathers. It watched the moon. The night deepened, the cold reached its absolute limit, the air was static, the world was paused. In the silence, the sound of the earth could almost be heard. It was a low, infrasonic hum, the vibration of the planet spinning in the void. It was a sound of stability, of continuity. The mammoth calf woke for a moment. It felt the cold air on its face. It pressed closer to its mother's leg. It felt the warmth radiating from her thick skin. It closed its eyes again, lulled by the sound of her heart beating. Thump, 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 a slow, powerful rhythm that echoed the rhythm of the herd. The stars shone down. They did not twinkle, they burned with a steady light. They had looked down on this ice world for thousands of years. They would look down on it for thousands more. They were indifferent, beautiful, and eternal. The first hint of the dawn was hours away. The night was at its midpoint. The world was held in the balance between the light and the dark, the heat and the cold. The snow began to fall again. It started as a few stray flakes drifting down from the clear sky, diamond dust. Then clouds began to form, obscuring the stars. The snow fell heavier, soft, large flakes that settled gently on the backs of the mammoths, on the furs of the humans, on the rocks of the plain. The snow fell silently. It filled the footprints of the herd. It softened the edges of the drifts. It covered the world in a fresh, clean sheet of white. The silence deepened with the snow. The world was muffled, wrapped in cotton. The elder in the pit shifted in his sleep. He did not wake. He was part of the night, part of the winter. The snow fell, the earth rested. The mammoth slept, the wolves slept, the humans slept. The cycle was paused. The great wheel of the seasons moved so slowly it seemed to stand still. There was no hurry, there was no end. There was only the snow falling through the dark, settling on the ancient, waiting earth. The peace was absolute, the cold was a blanket, the night was a keeper. And the snow continued to fall, flake by flake, covering the history of the world in a layer of quiet white sleep.